Yep, test, test, test. Check, 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 check.
We'll call the Committee Transportation and Infrastructure to order. Pursuant to Committee Rule 6F and House Rule 11, Clause 2, HF, the chairman may postpone further proceedings today on any question of approving any measures or matter or adopting an amendment of which a recorded vote of the yeas and nays are ordered. I'd ask unanimous consent that the chairman be authorized to declare recess at any time during today's meeting. Without objection, that's so ordered. All bill and amendment texts have been distributed electronically, and paper copies are available here in the hearing room if you want them. Today, the committee is considering 18 pieces of legislation. 18 pieces of legislation. We're going to take them in order of the subcommittees that they were assigned. We've got Democrat bills, we've got Republican bills, we've got a little bit of everything, but we've got H.R. 3399, the SULOC Security and Economic Reporting Act of 2023, amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 1836, Ocean Shipping Reform Implementation Act, the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3395, the U.S. Supply Chain Security Review Act, amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 886, Save Our Seas 2.0 Amendments Act, amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2367, the Truck Parking Safety Improvement Act, H.R. 3013, licensing individual commercial exam takers now safely and efficiently Act of 2023, H.R. 3318 to amend Title 23 United States Code to establish an actual weight tolerance for certain commercial motor vehicles transporting dry bulk goods and other purposes. H.R. 3408 developing responsible individuals for a vibrant economy safe integrity act. H.R. 3316 to amend Titles 4649 United States Code to streamline the environmental review process for major projects. H.R. 3365 Supply Chain Improvement Act, amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 1500 Intelligent Transportation Integration Act, H.R. 915 Motor Carrier Safety Selection Standard Act, H.R. 3317 the Rolling Stock Protection Act, H.R. 3372 to amend Title 23 United States Code to establish a safety data collection program for certain six-axle vehicles and for other purposes, H.R. 2948 Carrying Automobiles Safely Act, H.R. 3447 to amend Title 23 United States Code to authorize a hydrogen-powered vehicle to exceed certain weight limits on the interstate highway system. Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 1796, the Disaster Survivors Fairness Act, and Concurrent Resolution 43 authorizing the use of Capitol grounds for the Greater Washington Soapbox Derby. And finally, I ask unanimous consent for the committee to use an amendments roster for any items under consideration by the committee, and without objection, that's so ordered. So, our first item for consideration is H.R. 3399, the SULOC Security and Economic Reporting Act of 2023, and I'd ask unanimous consent to discharge the Subcommittee on Coast Guard and Maritime Transportation and the Subcommittee on Water Resources and Environment from further consideration of H.R. 3399. Without objection, that's so ordered. And I call up the bill for consideration without objection. The first reading of the bill is dispensed with. The bill is now considered read and open for amendment at any point. I recognize myself for 5 minutes on a quick statement. First, I'd like to thank the bill's sponsor, Mr. James, for introducing H.R. 3399, the SULOC Security and Economic Reporting Act. This bill directs the Department of Transportation, in coordination with the Coast Guard and the Department of Defense, to study security risks at the SULOCs in Sault Ste. Ste. Marie, Michigan, and potential effects to our supply chain and the economy if the locks were made unavailable. The SULOCs are an important passage for international commerce between the United States and Canada, and they effectuate passage of over 7,000 ships per year and $500 billion worth of iron ore that's shipped annually. As we seek to secure our fragile supply chain, this report is going to help ensure that the uninterrupted operation of these critical locks. And I'd urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I now recognize Ranking Member Larson for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to speak in support of H.R. 3399. In order to secure our supply chain, we must ensure the resilience of critical infrastructure. This bill directs the Department of Transportation to conduct a study on any domestic or international threats to the SULOCs, as well as the economic effect of an operational failure. As proponents of the bipartisan infrastructure law understood, Maintenance of and investment in our ports and waterways is imperative to economic security. That law provided $17 billion to ports and waterways, which will go a long way to ensuring the viability of the Sioux Locks and the maritime transportation in the Great Lakes. With that, I urge my colleagues to support this bill. And yield back.
Now I'll recognize the legislation sponsor, Mr. James from Michigan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First and foremost, I'm grateful for the bipartisan support of my colleagues in the Michigan delegation, Rep. Skolton and Rep. Bergman, on this very, very important piece of legislation to the United States of America. Known as the linchpin of the Great Lakes by the Army Corps of Engineers, the Sioux Locks are a remarkable feat of human ingenuity. They connect both Lake Superior and Lake Huron. The Sioux Locks not only play a vital role in transporting goods and resources in the Great Lakes region, but also around the world. Annually, an average of 7,000 vessels pass through the locks. This also includes 95% of the iron ore in the United States. In a state like Michigan, a hub of America's vehicle and military industry, the Sioux Locks are vital to the local economy as well. The security of the Sioux Locks isn't just important for my home state, Michigan. It's critical to the United States economy and to our national security. That's why I introduced H.R. 3399, the Sioux Locks Security and Economic Reporting Act of 2023. This common sense measure simply asks the Secretaries of Transportation, Defense, along with the Commandant of the Coast Guard, to study potential security risk of the Sioux Locks and the economic ramifications in the event of an operational failure or attack. Failing to move this bill forward not only jeopardizes our country's national security, it leaves America waiting for economic disaster to happen. I urge my colleagues to join me and support H.R. 3399, the Sioux Locks Security and Economic Reporting Act of 2023. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. James. There being no further speakers, are there any amendments to H.R. 3399? Hearing none, the question is now on the adoption and favorable reporting of H.R. 3399. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair,
Mr. Chairman,
the ayes have it.
I'd like to request a recorded vote.
And the reason we have to do a recorded vote with the new floor procedures, if it's a candidate for suspension, we have to do a recorded vote. So, having said that, the gentleman requests a recorded vote as previously announced pursuant to Committee Rule 6F. Further proceedings on the question are postponed. Sorry for that, but we have to do it. Our next item for consideration is H.R. 1836, the Ocean Shipping Reform Implementation Act of 2023, and I'd ask unanimous consent to discharge the Subcommittee on Coast Guard and Maritime Transportation from further consideration of H.R. 1836, and without objection, that is so ordered. I now call up the bill for consideration without objection. The first reading of the bill is dispensed with. The bill is now considered as read and open for amendment at any point. Mr. Johnson, South Dakota, is recognized to offer his amendment in the nature of a substitute.
I would like to offer that amendment in nature of a substitute, sir.
And the clerk, please designate the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 1836, offered by Mr. Johnson of South Dakota.
Without objection, the amendment in the nature of a substitute shall be considered as read and shall be considered as base text for the purpose of further amendment. And I recognize Mr. Johnson for 5 minutes.
So last year, the House worked together in a strongly bipartisan way to pass the Ocean Shipping Reform Act out. Now, we didn't just pass it once, Mr. Chairman, as you know. We didn't just pass it twice. We passed it 3 times in an attempt to get the attention of the Senate. We did eventually get the attention of the Senate, and they did pass the Ocean Shipping Reform Act in a different form. Came back to the House, and we passed it out a 4th time with a strong bipartisan vote. I'd like to thank Mr. Garamendi for the incredible leadership he and his team showed in working with us to get that done. This, and it's a good, listen, it was a good bill. It was good legislation. It moved us in the right direction. But as we have continued to work with Mr. Garamendi and others, we've identified some areas from an implementation perspective that could be strengthened. That's what this bill does. And I would try to gathered together much of the bill into two different buckets for your consideration. The first is that, we understand how highly interconnected supply chains are. That means that there are a number of different cops on the beat as things move through the supply chain. This bill would make it easier to have fewer duplicative filings and a better harmonization of the kind of data that is collected. I think it would really help to streamline and create some additional efficiencies within the supply chain. But also, we have a deeper understanding of the strategic threat that the Chinese Communist Party poses. And accordingly, this bill does some things that I think prepare our country in a more effective way to stand against that threat. I'll give you a few examples. So the Chinese Communist Party is increasingly requiring that people use Log Inc., a state-sponsored logistical software. We would prohibit the use of that in American facilities. You have exchanges like the Shanghai Shipping Exchange, which I believe are acting in ways that are not conducive to a supply chain that honors the market interests and American interests. And so we would have a better check against that. And then finally, it would direct US DOT to contract an independent auditor to examine the influence of the Chinese Communist Party on a number of these different supply chain issues. So I think this is an exceptionally good add-on to the success of the Ocean Shipping Reform Act last year, and I would urge a yes vote on both the amendment in nature of substitute and the underlying bill. Thank you. With that, I yield back.
Now recognize Mr. Larson for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and want to speak in support of H.R. 1836 and the amendment in the nature of a substitute, the Ocean Shipping Reform Implementation Act of 2023, bipartisan legislation to clarify implementation of the bill that we passed last year. The bill standardizes data streamlining and port performance statistics, establishes the National Port and National Ocean Carrier Advisory Committees, further protects American importers and exporters, and builds upon efforts to improve the resiliency of the U.S. supply chain. I want to thank Representatives Johnson and Garamendi for their work on this legislation, and I want to thank the committee chair Graves for working together as well on a bipartisan ANS. With that, I urge the committee to support the legislation and yield back.
I now recognize Mr. Carbajal. Thank you. Mr. Garamendi.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will shortly offer some amendments here, but right now, on the bill itself, Mr. Johnson, it's been a pleasure working with you, 2 years now. This piece of legislation, as you stated in your opening, takes care of some issues that didn't make it through the Senate, a couple that you've added along the way. It's an exceptionally good piece of legislation, although there was some tinkering going on with it before it actually got here before us. I will offer an amendment in a few moments to clean that up and get that done. But we need to get this bill passed. Hopefully it won't take 4 votes of the House to get it done. Maybe just 2 would suffice. We'll see where we go. In any case, look forward to continuing to work with you. Job well done. We're not finished yet. With that, I yield back, and I will offer some amendments when that's appropriate.
Any other members seek to be heard? Mr. Auchincloss.
Thank you, Chairman Graves. This bill has a suite of technical and national security implementation improvements that I support, and I'll be voting for it. I do want to call attention for my colleagues, though, to a critical issue in the overall implementation of the Ocean Shipping Reform Act, which is the incentive principle and its role in reducing port congestion. This March, the Coast Guard and Maritime Transportation Subcommittee heard from witnesses regarding the challenges faced by marine terminal operators, or MTOs, in managing congestion. Matthew Leach of Ports America noted in his testimony that during COVID-19, this congestion was exacerbated by both an increase in container volumes and a decrease in container throughput. He argued, and I think persuasively, that the efforts to regulate unreasonable charging practices hamper MTO's ability to use tools to limit congestion, including assessment and collection of terminal demurrage. Our ports must not become parking lots, and limiting MTO's ability to manage congestion through time-tested incentives moves us in the wrong direction. The incentive principle, that detention and demurrage are important tools to incentivize cargo flow, is critically important for the FMC to maintain.
In implementing the Ocean Shipping Reform Act, the FMC needs to provide more support to MTOs and stakeholders regarding the application of the incentive principle and ensure that MTOs have access to the market-based solutions they need to reduce cargo congestion at our ports. I urge my colleagues to continue to examine the implementation of OSRA to address these issues alongside the FMC and to provide clarity to the stakeholders involved. Again, I support this particular bill as its strong technical and national security improvements to OSRA, which I ultimately did vote for the Senate version of it. And I just really want to encourage the FMC in its implementation to keep the incentive principle front and center. And I yield back, Chairman.
Does anyone else wish to be heard on the bill? Seeing no one, next we'll move into further amendments. Mr. Garamendi.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have two sets of amendments, two of which I will offer and then withdraw. The third, which I will take up now, is I have an amendment at the desk, number 48.
Which one?
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 1836, offered by Mr. Garamendi, number 048.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. This particular amendment reverts the bill back to the final draft that Mr. Johnson put before the committee. There was an effort, understandably, but to broaden the review processes that are in the bill. Unfortunately, that amendment managed, that change, which is in the base language of the bill now, created significant concern and opposition. There's no need for that. The original work by Mr. Johnson is clear. The FMC has the responsibility alone to carry out the purposes of the bill. My amendment would eliminate the confusion caused and the opposition by a technical amendment that was added before the bill came to the committee. It removes the opposition and sets the bill back to where Mr. Johnson had given it to the committee. And that's amendment number 48.
Thank you, Mr. Garamendi. And without objection, the amendment is considered as read. I do want to yield myself a quick minute to speak on the amendment. I support this amendment to ensure that the FMC is the lead in developing data standards that apply to international maritime commerce. And with that, I would yield back and recognize Mr. Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I ask you to support this amendment. It represents a bipartisan compromise. The amendment directs the FMC to conduct rulemaking on data standards for maritime freight logistics and ocean transportation. During and since the pandemic, I repeatedly heard the need to standardize data across the maritime supply chain. By streamlining and making the data publicly available, this amendment allows cargo owners, ports, ship owners, truckers, and rail carriers to operate more efficiently. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. I yield back.
Does anyone else wish to be heard on the amendment? Mr. Johnson.
Mr. Chairman, I will be supporting the amendment. Just to put a little more meat on the bones, there are really three different regulators that you could, or really, data collectors that you could allege should have this role: NIST within Commerce, DOT, or the Federal Maritime Commission. We've been on all sides of this issue over the course of the last few months. Ultimately, I think the right choice is to put it with the Federal Maritime Commission. That is what Garamendi 48 would do. I urge a yes vote.
Anyone else wish to be heard on the amendment? Seeing none, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed signify by saying nay. The ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. Let's see. And you wish, go ahead, Mr. Garamendi.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have two amendments I'd like, they're now en bloc. They are Amendment 43 and 44. I ask that they be read.
Without objection, you can offer them en bloc. And with that, will the clerk please designate the amendments?
And amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 1836, offered by Mr. Garamendi, en bloc 043 and 044.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. Amendment number 43 really is an amendment to provide the FMC with authority to actually carry out its rulings. Right now, they have to go to court on if they find any of the shippers or ports or anybody else acting contrary to the rules and law. They have to go to court to get an enforcement. This amendment would give them enforcement authority, and then if the party that is subject to the enforcement would then be able to go to court to get the repeal of the enforcement. Needless to say, those who might be subject to the enforcement didn't like this idea. They prefer to the long, circuitous, and often unsuccessful route of having to achieve a court order to enforce an FMC enforcement action. They think that's just fine. I don't. This amendment has significant opposition from those who are bad actors, at least in the case of the regulatory reform. The second amendment falls in a different area, and that is a gray area between the FMC and the Surface Transportation Board. Surface transportation, rail, truck, FMC, ocean carriers, ports, et cetera. There's an area between these two, that is the connection between the two, and it's basically unregulated. And therein lies a lot of the problems that we have seen in the supply chain as it occurred during the pandemic. We haven't quite figured out how to write this. We think it's an important area where there should be authority, because this period between these two commissions and board just leaves a gray area, unregulated, and subject to numerous problems. The committee needs to continue working on this. The staff and other interested parties are working on this particular one. I think when we figure out exactly how to parse the relationship between the Surface Transportation Board and the Federal Maritime Commission, this one will be adopted. So at this point, Mr. Chairman, if you don't mind answering a question, would you commit to work with me to legislate the issues covered by these two amendments as we finalize the legislation?
Of course, absolutely. I'd be happy to
Very
work
good.
my
With that, I offer and withdraw the two amendments. Thank you.
Without objection, the amendments have been withdrawn. Mr. Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've got an amendment at the desk, number 180.
Please designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 1836, offered by Mr. Perry, number 180.
The amendment will be considered as read. Mr. Perry is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on his.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate the maker of the bill. I know that he's trying to make things better, but words mean things. So what 180 does is it strikes section 101 of the bill, which actually changes the purposes of our nation's ocean shipping policies to explicitly aim for further government intervention and the abandonment of the marketplace itself. This section, struck by this amendment, reorients the purpose of our ocean shipping policy by abandoning a limited government, low regulatory approach. Literally by striking the phrase, with a minimum of government intervention and regulatory costs from the code. It strikes that phrase. That facilitates the best, lowest cost outcome for the American consumer. For the life of me, I can't understand why we'd want to do that. It also replaces for the purpose of promoting and developing a competitive marketplace to deliver American exports abroad, with a government-managed attempt to produce reciprocal trade. Here again, we want our American exports abroad. We want that. But reciprocal trade doesn't allow the market. It allows other folks to deal with it. While our nation suffers from significant trade deficits, this bill and its proponents wrongly blame the phenomenon on free trade, something that actually doesn't really exist. It doesn't actually occur. I'd love to see some free trade. Instead, we have a government-managed trade deal where bureaucrats, not not members of this body, bureaucrats in Washington meet with their counterparts abroad and trade horses for their specific special interests, with the American people being the loser. That's why the marketplace does this best and bureaucrats do not. These attempts at reciprocal government-managed trade have created the very circumstance in which we find ourselves. And yet, we're attempting to use the same tactics to produce a different outcome or a result. This is simply a step in the wrong direction, and this amendment remediates that mistake. So while I agree with the gentleman that he wants to make things better, this section of the bill is problematic for the issues I've so raised. And while I think I could probably agree with the rest of the bill with this in it, while we walk away from free trade and while we're actually looking for limited government and a low regulatory approach, so stated in the current provision, without the, with this language remaining in the bill, I think it's a problem, and it's gonna lead to worse things, not fixing things. And that's my position. I urge adoption of the amendment, and I yield the balance.
I recognize Mr. Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Speaking as a Democrat, has a reputation for voting for trade agreements and for free trade agreements, I appreciate the gentleman's comments. However, I'll be opposing his amendment for these reasons. It would strike Section 101 of the ANS, which aligns the statutory purpose of the Shipping Act with the federal policy governing international ocean shipping. The purpose of the language in the ANS is to make abundantly clear that American businesses who export and import should be treated fairly by international shipping companies, specifically stating, as has been noted, that is the policy of the Federal Maritime Commission to, quote, promote reciprocal trade, unquote, in maritime transportation. Now, throughout the pandemic, foreign shipping companies chose to prioritize empty containers over the export of American goods. And this policy states that those companies should do all that they can to reasonably carry American exports. So the gentleman's amendment sends the opposite message, supporting what we saw over the pandemic, as opposed to supporting a more fair, more reciprocal approach to ocean shipping. So I would hope that we can oppose this amendment, and with that, yield back.
Thank you. I recognize myself for a few minutes. Unfortunately, I have to oppose the amendment because it would strike the purposes section of the bill, which is language that I supported in the last Congress. And so with that, I would yield back and recognize Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, I would associate myself with many of the comments of Mr. Perry. Listen, the market is an incredibly powerful force, and to the greatest extent possible, we always want to harness it. But I would suggest that there are times when there isn't much of a free market, when you get more of an oligopoly environment. Unfortunately, that's where we're at with ocean shipping. The 5 largest families, groups, confederations of shipping companies control something like 80% of the market. That's up from what I think was 25% of the market just 30 years ago. It's a real problem. When you've got that kind of an oligopoly, the best thing to do would be to break it up. We have limited ability to do that because these are, in all instances, with the big boys and big girls, foreign flagged ocean carriers. We do not have a free market at play. I wish we did. When you have something that looks more like oligopoly, a laissez-faire approach isn't going to give you the kind of market-based outcomes you want. And so, and I just want to be clear, this amendment is more narrow than perhaps people think. This doesn't instruct the USTR on how to do their business. This doesn't address the WTO. This does not impact trade deals. Again, I think Mr. Perry and I agree to an exceptionally high degree on those trade issues. What this does is tells the Federal Maritime Commission that when they are dealing with, in essence, a Chinese state-owned ocean shipping carrier, that they do not need to use the kid gloves when attempting to make sure that American importers and exporters are given basic rules of the road in which to compete in a global economy. I would urge a no vote on the Perry Amendment.
Does anyone else wish to be heard? Mr. Garamendi.
Well, I was going to argue this case. I think Mr. Johnson did it very, very nicely, so I will yield back with one 10-second comment. If you think for a moment China is into free trade, you are facing a very serious illusion. China has no interest in free trade. I yield back and oppose the amendment.
Is there anyone else wish to be heard on the amendment? Seeing no one, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed signify by saying nay. The nays appear to have it. The nays do have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
The gentleman has requested a recorded vote on his amendment as previously announced pursuant to Committee Rule 6F. Further proceedings on the question are postponed. Moving on. As previously noted, there are recorded votes to amendments that have been requested. So again, pursuant to Rule 6F, further proceedings on the measure are postponed. So we will move to the next item for consideration, and that is H.R. 3395. I'd ask unanimous consent to discharge the Subcommittee on Coast Guard and Maritime Transportation from further consideration of H.R. 3395 without objection. That is so ordered. I now call up the bill for consideration without objection. The first reading of the bill is dispensed with. The bill is now considered as read and open for amendment at any point. Mr. Auchincloss is recognized to offer his amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Thank you, Chairman. Securing our maritime supply chains is critically important.
Just offer the amendment, and then we'll designate it.
Oh, I apologize. I'd like to offer the amendment.
No worries. Clerk, designate the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3395, offered by Mr. Auchincloss.
Without objection, the amendment in the nature of a substitute is going to be considered as read and shall be considered as the base text for the purpose of further amendment. I now recognize Mr. Auchincloss for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Take two, Mr. Chairman. Securing our maritime supply chains is critically important to American consumers and to our economic security. COVID-19 demonstrated the importance of resilience against black swan events, Russia's war of aggression in Ukraine, and the increasing economic and security challenges from the Chinese Communist Party emphasize the need for the United States to better understand the influence and incentives at critical nodes in our supply chains, especially our ports. The U.S. Supply Chain Security Review Act would direct the Federal Maritime Commission to work with an independent, academic, or federally funded research center to evaluate the ownership of marine terminals at the 15 largest U.S. container ports. This FMC study will consider the changes in ownership of marine terminals in these ports over the last 10 years, as well as any announced ownership changes anticipated in 2023 or 2024, with a specific focus on ownership by Chinese or Russian entities or nationals. These ports are critical to our economic and national security, and it's imperative that we have a real-time understanding of who is in charge. The FMC study will also examine the amount of port infrastructure development grant funds since fiscal year 2018 that have gone to ports and marine terminals wholly or partially owned by foreign entities, as well as port security grant funds that have gone to these entities since FY 2003. These sections will similarly include a detailed analysis on the foreign operational control of these marine terminals. Lastly, the study must offer recommendations on policies to prevent malign foreign ownership of ports and terminal operators, whether ownership of the port gives a foreign entity unique access to operational technology and information, or if foreign ownership of the entity could have an impact on our supply chains. Understanding how our supply chains are and will be impacted by foreign ownership of marine terminals is a key aspect of our economic competition and will help the United States develop supply chains that are resilient against foreign adversaries. I urge my colleagues to pass this out of committee so we can begin to address this critical issue and ensure the security of our maritime supply chains. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. I recognize myself for 5 minutes on the bill. This legislation does require a study on the implications of ownership of marine terminals at some of our largest U.S. ports. I do want to thank the gentleman from Massachusetts and the Coast Guard Subcommittee Chairman, Mr. Webster, for your leadership on this particular piece of legislation. I think the study is going to inform the committee on our ongoing work on supply chain issues, and with that, I would urge support. Yield back the balance of my time and recognize Mr. Larson for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I support H.R. 3395. and urge my colleagues to support the legislation and yield back.
Anybody else? Mr. Webster?
Thank you, Chairman Graves. I'm pleased to be an original co-sponsor of this piece of legislation, which directs Federal Maritime Commission to provide Congress with a report about the threats to the United States economy and foreign ownership of marine terminals so that we can take appropriate action and mitigate any threats. Our supply chain is critical, and we need this piece of legislation. I think this is a great way to get there. I just think we appreciate Mr. Auchincloss and his work, and for that, I urge all the members to support the legislation. Yield back.
Does anyone else wish to be heard on the legislation? Seeing none, are there any further amendments? Are there any amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3395? Hearing none, the question is now on the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3395. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed signify by saying nay. The ayes appear to have it. The amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to.
Mr. Chair, I'd ask just a moment, Mr. Chair.
Do what? The question is now on the adoption of and favorably reported of H.R. 3395 as amended to the House of Representatives. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed signify by saying nay. The ayes appear to have it. As amended, is agreed to and offered favorably reported to the House.
Mr. Chair, I'd like a recorded vote.
Without objection, the recorded vote is requested, previously announced pursuant to Committee 6F. Further proceedings on the question are postponed. I'm going to verify that, too, that we have to have a recorded if it's a candidate for suspension. Moving on. Our next item for consideration is H.R. 886, the Save Our Seas 2.0 Amendments Act. And I'd ask unanimous consent to discharge the Subcommittee on Coast Guard Maritime Transportation from further consideration of H.R. 886. Without objection, this is so ordered. I now call up the bill for consideration, and without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. The bill is now considered as read, open for amendment at any point. Okay, Mr. Larson is now recognized to offer the amendment in the nature of a substitute. It's
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
Please designate the amendment.
An amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 866 offered by Ranking Member Larson.
Without objection, the amendment in the nature of a substitute shall be considered as read and shall be considered as base text for the purposes of the amendment. I recognize Mr. Larson for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is the underlying bill is a bill from Representative Bonamici of Oregon. It's a Save Our Seas 2.0 Amendments Act, and is brought forward as a bipartisan amendment in nature substitute that Representative Peltola from Alaska is offering. She, however, is out today for personal reasons, and so I want to bring this up for folks. You know that I support H.R. 886, the Save Our Seas 2.0 Amendments Act, bipartisan legislation to amend and enhance the effectiveness of the marine debris program administered by the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. Our oceans are in trouble, and we are facing a global marine debris crisis. Up to 12 million tons of plastic debris enter the ocean each year. This endangers the lives of marine organisms, including mammals like whales. It disrupts ecosystems. It threatens the livelihood of fishermen and communities that depend upon the ocean. The work being done to combat marine debris by NOAA is important to my district, where fishers depend upon a healthy stock of fish, and to the resident orcas that live in the Salish Sea. This legislation builds upon the work of the Save Our Seas 2.0 Act, which passed in 2020, by enhancing NOAA and the Foundation's ability to deploy federal resources and enter into effective public-private partnerships. So I want to thank Chair Graves for working on this bipartisan ANS, and I urge the committee to support this legislation, and with that, yield back.
I now recognize myself for 5 minutes. This legislation builds upon the successful work in previous Congresses to protect and preserve the quality of our oceans from maritime debris. The measure, which was reported by unanimous consent from the Committee on Natural Resources last week, will enhance the capabilities of National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, or NOAA, without imposing any new mandates on industry or local governments. It also encourages the Marine Debris Foundation to establish the principal office in the coastal community in the real world outside of Washington, D.C. And I commend Ms. Gonzalez-Colon and Ms. Bonamici for the good work on this bill and for reaching a very bipartisan consensus on the legislation. And I'd urge all members to support the bill. With that, I yield back. Any other members wish to be heard on the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Seeing none, are there any other amendments in the nature of, or any other amendments to the bill? Mr. Perry? You have
Mr.
one?
Chairman, I've got an amendment at the desk, number 181.
Please designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 886, offered by Mr. Perry, number 181.
The amendment will be considered as read. Mr. Perry, recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let's put aside the underlying purpose of this bill and the program it's amending, although I really don't know if we need to address the adverse impacts of marine debris on the marine environment, including the high seas and waters in the jurisdiction of other countries. Like, that's now an issue for the United States, not only to be concerned about, which we should be concerned about, but now which is ours to solve, which is actually the purpose of this chapter of the code. This amendment strikes Section 2 of the Act, which allows NOAA to collect funds from virtually any entity so long as it's provided in advance in Appropriations Acts. Now, supporters of this bill may say that's a key phrase that limits this provision. You're living in a different world if you think that appropriators won't take generous advantage of this provision to avoid directly appropriating funds for these programs, yet another budget gimmick that has become all too familiar here in Washington, D.C. You may recall that I said virtually any entity. That's right. The NOAA administration may receive and expend funds made available by any department, agency, or instrumentality of the United States, any state or local government, or any political subdivision thereof, any Indian tribe, any foreign government or international organization, any public or private organization, or any individual. That's not bad enough. The administration may use, with consent, the reimbursement and subject to availability of appropriations, the land services, equipment, personnel, and facilities of any of those 6 categories of entities. So what's stopping, for instance, say Greenpeace or any foreign-funded green organization like the Sea Change Foundation from donating money to NOAA for one of these agreements to clean up the seas? How about a foreign government? There's literally no provision in this bill that limits NOAA from receiving money from our enemies, to include foreign terrorist organizations or sanctioned persons or companies. Now, do we really want President Xi or the Ayatollah to be able to donate to clean up marine debris off the Chesapeake Bay or any coastal place where you may live or visit? Apparently, with consent and reimbursement, NOAA can use these resources of any department, agency, or instrumentality of the United States. I don't think using the Coast Guard equipment to pick up trash with North Korean dollars would actually go over very well. Wouldn't in my district, maybe it's fine in yours. These types of provisions, those that do end runs around what appropriations process we do currently have, which is limited, ought to be struck anytime we see them. And so with my concerns about where this is headed, I offer this amendment and urge adoption, and I yield the balance, Mr. Chairman.
Recognize Mr. Larson for 5 minutes.
It's appropriate we're talking about the marine debris program because that statement that we just heard was full of red herrings, a bunch of marine debris. It's against the law to deal with foreign terrorist organizations. This does not impact that at all. It's already against the law to do that, and to make that argument is mildly insulting to those of us who've been around here in Congress working on issues of national security. That said, this amendment also strikes several bipartisan changes to the marine debris program that have been requested by NOAA. The changes are important because they allow the program to better leverage the resources. When I first got here in Congress, there's a program that was specifically put forward by my Republican colleagues that required the government to work locally and to work with private sector and nonprofit individuals to implement programs that were working on making the Puget Sound cleaner. It was driven by my Republican colleagues. It was one we all accepted. Now, 22 years later, we can't do that anymore under this amendment. The idea is, at least for one person, their minds have changed. I would just say, really emphasize here, we're just trying to, for instance, in subparagraph F, it allows the administrator to enter in partnerships with state and local governments, tribes, foreign governments, and public and private organizations. And if a private company wants to enter in public-private partnership with this program to ensure our oceans aren't littered with plastic, I welcome that support. And if NOAA wants to enter into agreements with countries that we work with all the time to ensure there's less plastic in our oceans, I welcome that support. This amendment would hinder the work of the Marine Debris Program. I'd urge my members to oppose it. And with that, I yield back.
Does anyone else wish to be heard on the amendment? Seeing none, are there any amendments to the amendment? Seeing none, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed signify by saying nay. Nay. No. The nays appear to have it. The amendment is not agreed to. The gentleman, Mr. Perry, you're recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I've got an amendment at the desk number 182.
Clerk, please call the amendment, or designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 886, offered by Mr. Perry, number 182.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read. Mr. Perry, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I understand that this foundation was just recently established, even though the bill that required its creation passed over 2 years ago. Even so, what does this foundation do? According to the underlying bill text, among other things, it's supposed to encourage, accept, and administer private gifts of property for the benefit of or in connection with the activities and services of the National Oceanographic and Atmospheric Administration under the Marine Debris Program. It is also supposed to have a board of directors which shall represent diverse points of view relating to the assessment, prevention, reduction, and removal of marine debris. I'm not sure what is a diverse point of view when it comes to picking trash out of the ocean. I'm not sure what, like, who wants the trash in the ocean? I mean, I guess that would be some diversity in that viewpoint. But anyhow, furthermore, if we're going to clean up marine debris, the fact that at the bloated bureaucracies at EPA, Commerce, Coast Guard, and the Energy Department and others, we actually lack suitable expertise. There is no place for congressionally mandated nonprofits at best. They act to avoid congressional appropriations with less oversight than government agencies, which is actually saying something. Ladies and gentlemen, about 95% of ocean-going plastic comes from 10 rivers in the world, none of which are in the United States of America. These folks, these countries that are involved in polluting the ocean, which then ends up on our shore, are responsible for this. And we should not be paying for their cleanup. We should be forcing them to clean it up at their expense. With that, Mr. Chairman, I urge adoption and yield the balance.
I recognize Mr. Larson, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Save Our Seas 2.0 Act, which was signed into law in 2020, included several provisions to address the pervasive problems of marine debris. Included in that law was a provision that established the Marine Debris Foundation, a charitable nonprofit organization, to augment and support efforts of NOAA and other entities to address marine debris, and this amendment would repeal the Marine Debris Foundation. I would note this is a model that we use in a variety of other areas, including wildlife preservation here in the United States, setting up a separate foundation that can do things that the government cannot as a nonprofit, but in partnership with the government. And much like those models, the Marine Debris Foundation was set up to operate. And plastic pollution, along with other forms of marine debris, is a global problem that harms our ecosystems and wildlife, threatens fisheries, pollutes our waterways, threatens public health. This problem cannot be understated. There are 5.25 trillion pieces of plastic debris in the ocean or thereabouts. The Marine Debris Foundation was created to augment efforts by NOAA to assess, prevent, and remove marine debris and address the negative impacts of marine debris on the environment and on navigational safety. With regards to the rivers around the world that are conveyances for plastic into our oceans, I agree that these countries need to participate in that cleanup as well. But that plastic not just hits our shores, that plastic gets broken down and is ingested by the fish that many of us like to eat. And we need to do our part to ensure that marine debris is minimized, eventually eliminated over time. This amendment takes us in the wrong direction by repealing the provision to establish the Marine Debris Foundation. For that reason, I oppose this amendment.
Are there any other speakers on the amendment? Seeing none, are there any amendments to the amendment? Seeing none, the question is on the amendment. By Mr. Perry, all those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed signify by saying nay.
No.
It appears that the nays have it. The nays do have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Are there any other amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 886? Hearing none, the question is on the adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 886. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
Is adopted. The question is now, let's move on. We got to adopt it as the underline, and then you can request a recorded. The question is now on the adoption in favor of reporting of H.R. 886 as
Mr. Chairman, I
amended.
withdraw the last request for recorded vote. I'll make it on the next one. My apologies.
The question is now on the adoption in favor of reporting of H.R. 886 as amended. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed signify by saying nay. The opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it, and H.R. 886.
Mr. Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested. As previously announced, Committee Rule 6F, further proceedings on the question are postponed. Moving on. Our next item of consideration is H.R. 2367, the Truck Parking Safety Improvement Act. And I would ask unanimous consent to discharge the Committee on Highways and Transit from further consideration of H.R. 2367. Without objection, that is so ordered. I now call up the bill for consideration. Without objection, the first reading of the bill is going to be dispensed with. The bill is now considered as read and open for amendment at any point. Mr. Chairman. Mr. Crawford, you're recognized to offer your amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Thank you, Chairman Graves. I have an amendment in the nature of a substitute at the desk.
Please designate the amendment, clerk.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2367 offered by Mr. Crawford.
Without objection, the amendment in the nature of a substitute will be considered read and shall be considered as the base text for the purpose of further amendment. I now recognize Mr. Crawford for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm proud to offer and support the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2367, the Truck Parking Safety Improvement Act, a bipartisan bill introduced by my colleague from Illinois, Mr. Bost, that I have also co-sponsored. Truck drivers are the backbone of our nation's supply chain. More than 70% of our nation's freight tonnage is moved by trucks, and more than 80% of our communities get their goods exclusively by trucks. This bipartisan bill addresses a major safety issue that's been identified by commercial vehicle drivers for years, and that is the lack of a safe place to park their trucks. It doesn't matter if a driver is an employee of a large motor carrier or if he or she owns their truck. Truck drivers agree that there are just not enough truck parking spaces. We all know that truck drivers must comply with federal hours of service requirements, which were first put in place back in the 1930s. Current hours of service regulations require a CMV driver to take a 30-minute break after driving for 8 cumulative hours without at least a 30-minute interruption, and requires a 10-hour break after 14 hours of driving. In 2017, to ensure that CMV drivers were complying with federal hours of service rules, Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration, or FMCSA, required CMVs to be equipped with electronic logging devices that automatically reported driving hours. These regulations mean that truck drivers need to find a safe place to park while they're on their required breaks. Unfortunately, it's estimated that on average, there's only one truck parking spot available for every 11 truck drivers. This means that a truck driver has to waste a significant amount of their valuable hours of service time looking for a parking spot rather than getting their cargo to its destination. In fact, drivers tend on average to spend 56 minutes of their available hours of service time just trying to find a legal and safe place to park. Clearly, the lack of parking for truck drivers is inefficient and a drag on our supply chain. Furthermore, it represents a significant safety concern. If a driver can't find a safe and legal spot to park, they often resort to parking on shoulders of the roadways or exit ramps. This is not only unsafe for the truck driver, but it also creates hazards for other drivers as well. In addition, this safety concern is one of the reasons why many women don't enter the field in the first place. Given that we require our truck drivers to comply with federal hours of service rules and that we want to make truck driving profession attractive to people from diverse backgrounds, it only makes sense that we would further invest in our interstate transportation network by making additional truck parking available. Recruiting new and retaining existing truck drivers will keep goods like gas, food, and medical supplies in stock in all our communities. The A&S that I have offered to Mr. Boss' bill will authorize $755 million over 3 years, which means its authorization will expire in 2026, the same time as our other surface transportation programs. The A&S will also ensure that drivers won't be charged a fee if they park at locations that are constructed, reopened, or improved with the new grant funding. The bill also includes language to make sure the funding goes toward truck parking, not to plan for, set aside land for, or construct electric vehicle charging networks that aren't even commercially available for trucks. This bill is an important safety measure that will help improve the quality of life for truck drivers while also moving freight more efficiently across America. I appreciate my colleagues and staff working on this, both sides of the aisle, to get the underlying bill to a good spot through this A&S, and urge support and yield back my time.
Now recognize Mr. Larson for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair, and I want to thank Representatives Boston and Craig as well for introducing this bill and for Chair Crawford with his comments. And I strongly support the Truck Parking Improvement Act as amended to invest in additional and more easily identifiable truck parking. These investments will improve supply chain safety and efficiency. As I said at the recent supply chain hearing in the Subcommittee on Highways and Transit, the backbone of the supply chain is the people who move goods from point A to point B. More truck parking means more certainty, greater safety, and less stress for the women and men delivering goods to our stores and to our doors. Truck drivers face a lot of uncertainty in their day-to-day work already. Gridlock on roadways, detention at loading and unloading facilities, load-posted bridges, all examples of things that can upend a driver's plans. Finding a safe space to park when a driver is tired or at the end of their available on-duty hours should not be left to chance. Truck drivers currently face a shortage of available parking in nearly every state, as Chair Crawford noted. Lack of truck parking is repeatedly a top cause of concern in truck driver surveys and assessments at the state and national level. Now, last Congress, this committee passed the INVEST Act and included $1 billion in dedicated funding to address this shortage. The Senate did not follow suit in the bipartisan infrastructure law, so we begin to remedy that omission with this bill today. Also note, this legislation is strongly supported by the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association and the American Trucking Association. So I'd urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this bill, and with that, yield back.
Now recognize the bill's sponsor, Mr. Boss, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in strong support of my bipartisan bill, the Truck Parking Safety Improvement Act, in order to finally address the growing need for additional truck parking. Over 20 years, the United States Department of Transportation has identified the growing shortage of truck parking spaces as an issue of national concern that jeopardizes the safety of truck drivers and the motoring public. My bill addresses this by creating a dedicated funding stream for the next 3 years to allow our federal highway system to increase the capacity of available truck parking spots. The program created in this bill will help to protect truckers like Jason Rivenberg, whose life was tragically cut short when he was killed after he was forced to park in an unsafe condition due to the lack of available parking locations. However, this bill will also increase the safety for the rest of the motoring public as well. Often, truck drivers have been unable to find safe places to park their vehicles and are forced to use the sides of the roads and ramps to park. This leads to accidents when other motorists don't expect a truck to be parked on the side of the road. Leading up to this markup, I worked closely with a majority and majority staff to to ensure that this bill properly addresses the problem at hand and remains focused on the actual problem. Now, I want to be clear, emphasizing that we all agree this bill and its program is focused solely on increasing capacity for new truck parking. Nothing else is the focus of this bill. We include language in this year's Congress that is almost identical to the policies in the language that we passed out of this committee last year to ensure that the focus is on truck parking only. I also wanted to emphasize that the bill is authorizing funds, but those funds are still subject to appropriation process. As we move forward with this bill, it is my hope that we can quickly pass this bill here in the House and that the Senate will then pass it as quickly as possible and it will be put to the President's desk. The longer we are allowing this problem to go on, the worse it is going to get for the trucking industry. The same industry that we all spoke of with glowing about through the pandemic. The industry that couldn't work from home during the pandemic and now is trying to keep our shelves stocked during the supply chain crisis. Let's offer them some assistance during this time, and I would like to also thank Representative Craig, who has been a great partner on this issue, and I also would like to thank the chairman for bringing the bill up to address this issue today. And finally, I would like to thank the ranking member and his staff for working so hard to address the lack of truck parking. And I urge my colleagues to support the ANS, and I yield back the balance of the time.
Mr. Auchincloss, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to thank Congressman Bost and Congresswoman Craig for introducing H.R. 2367, the Truck Parking Safety Improvement Act, which I'm happy to support today. This bill provides necessary funds to address the parking shortage on federal highways for large commercial trucks. By creating additional parking spaces for trucks, we'll ensure that the truck drivers who keep our economy moving get the proper amount of rest they need, keeping our highways safe for everyone. As any driver's ed instructor will tell you, rest is important for any driver on the road. Commercial rest stops are common throughout the Northeast, providing a respite to weary drivers after sitting in hours of traffic along I-95. In my district in Massachusetts, the Mansfield I-95 rest area has been in a state of disrepair for years. The building is broken down, the plants are overgrown, and the area is unfortunately used as an outdoor public restroom. It is an eyesore and a repellent for visitors who could be stopping for a break and then patronizing local businesses in Mansfield. My constituents and other travelers deserve a safe, sanitary rest area like the ones we are providing in this legislation today. That's why I hope to continue working with my colleagues on this committee and relevant stakeholders, such as the National League of Cities, the National Association of Truck Stop Operators, and the National Federation of the Blind, to pursue a commercial rest stop waiver for the Mansfield rest area. We can provide Mansfield with a commercial rest stop waiver that helps local businesses, allows for economic opportunities for the disability community, and offers travelers a clean and appealing location to eat, drink, and use the restroom. All drivers, individuals and commercial, need adequate rest and safe locations. I'm glad H.R. 2367 is being marked up today, and I look forward to working with the chair and ranking member to include the Mansfield rest stop waiver in a markup in the coming months. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Mr. Bost. I'm masked.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of the, I rise in support as well. I'll just say this, I rise in support, but I want to take the opportunity to bring up something peripheral to this, which is, as we talk about rests that are needed, it's also important to mention the COVID hypocrisy that continues in transportation, where during COVID, people were allowed to drive the hours that they wanted, take rests when needed. Trucking continued, people were safe, people were allowed to operate with the freedom and lack of regulations that Americans deserve, but when they're moving something quote unquote not considered COVID related, they fall under a different set of parameters. That's ridiculous. I think it's something that bears looking at by this committee, and since we're talking about rests, I figure I would bring that up. And in that, again, I urge adoption, but wanted to bring that up as well since we were talking about it. Thank you. I yield back.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Perry's first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just like everybody else on the committee, I support the hardworking, risk-taking truck drivers in our country. They have spent their time, their energy, and their money on the vehicle that they have, and they ought to be able to make their own decisions for themselves. And while truck parking is a problem, let's understand where this came from. I sat in this very room in this committee when the regulator sat there, none of them having ever driven a truck, making the same hours of service rule for a cement truck driver driving locally with someone driving from Washington State to Washington, D.C. It was absolutely absurd, and here's the solution. So we didn't create the problem in this Congress, regulators did, but we don't have the courage to deal with it, so now we're going to fix it this way. Much has been made of the shortage of truck parking without looking at the underlying issue driving the shortage, namely the onerous hours of service regulations imposed on our nation's commercial drivers, forcing them off the road into full parking lots. We see it along our highways every day. Instead of looking at possible fixes to the regulatory burdens placed on truckers by the FMCSA, this committee is doing what Washington does best, throwing our constituents money at problems Washington itself created. To be clear, there are significant amounts of funds available for truck parking projects. I ask unanimous consent to enter the joint FHWA FMCSA memo entitled Information, Eligibility of the Title 23 and Title 49 Federal Funds for Commercial Motor Vehicle Parking. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As is made clear in the memo, truck parking projects can receive funding in one form or another from the following programs: Surface Transportation Block Grant Program, National Highway Freight Program, Highway Safety Improvement Program, National Highway Performance Program, Project Program, Carbon Reduction Program, Congestion Mitigation and Air Quality Improvement Program, up to 100% federal share under 23 U.S.C. 120C Bowlegs 1, up to 100% federal share under 23 U.S.C. 120 Bowlegs Charlie, Bowlegs 3, infra grants, RAISE grants, rural surface transportation grants, mega grants. I mean, I don't know how many you need. The Department of Transportation is struggling to prop up the various programs created under the IAJA, and yet, here we are. Here we sit, creating yet another program for projects eligible currently for 13 different pots of money, which total hundreds of billions of dollars. The IAJA threw $1 trillion into so-called infrastructure projects without any regard to our debt or the capacity of the construction industry and its workforce to produce these projects. Instead of rolling back this Green New Deal bill, we are here adding additional spending to this without as so much as a pay for, which I'm sure we'll address shortly. With $31 trillion in debt and the nation rapidly approaching the debt ceiling, it is simply irresponsible to create another non-paid-for grant program, particularly at the current price tag for projects already eligible for a whole host of Department of Transportation funding streams. And I just want to reiterate, the real problem is that we've taken the ability of these folks that are smart, that are hardworking, that are trying to find their way in the American economy and the opportunity it presents. We're taking their choice away from them. We have done that through regulatory action. And if we really want to fix this problem here in Congress, we would deal with that instead of throwing more taxpayer dollars at this next boondoggle. I appreciate everybody's concern. It is rightly founded, but I don't see this as the solution. With that, I urge correction. With that, I yield the balance.
Anyone else wish to be heard? Mr. Stauber.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to congratulate Representative Bost and Craig for bringing this forward, and Representative Bost, who comes from a trucking family. This is a very good bill. Less than a month ago, I was heading northbound 35 from Des Moines, Iowa, to my home in northern Minnesota. Just inside the Minnesota border, there was a rest stop. It was about 8 p.m. I'll bet you there was 40 trucks parked on the exit ramp on both sides to the rest area, and then on the entrance ramp to northbound 35. And I thought, you know, some of the dangers were to the respective car and truck drivers coming in and out of there, and to the truckers to be able to find a safe parking spot. To me, this is critically important. I've also seen trucks parked on the side of the freeway. We have to find safe spots for them to park, and I look forward to supporting this. And again, to Representative Bost, thanks for your leadership on this, and I yield back.
Do any other members wish to be heard? You got an amendment, correct? Hang on. I'll recognize myself real quick, and I think everything's been said. I do want to say I support the bill, and I appreciate Mr. Boss for reintroducing it again this year. All right, so now we are open to more amendments. I recognize Ms. Sykes for her offer the amendment, and then we'll designate it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
Please designate the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2367, offered by Ms. Sykes, number 006.
The amendment is considered as read. Ms. Sykes, you are recognized for 5 minutes to speak on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd first like to start by thanking my colleague, Congressman Bost, as well as Congresswoman Craig, for introducing and bringing before us today the Truck Parking Safety Improvement Act. This is an important part of our economy to ensure that our nation's truck drivers have the adequate facilities to rest, as they are a significant part of our supply chain, our economy, and allowing us to live the quality of life we choose to here in this country. One of the reasons I wanted to be on transportation and infrastructure is to tackle the scourge of human trafficking. And I want to thank my colleague, Mr. Molinaro of New York, who is co-sponsoring this amendment. Our amendment is one of the most straightforward that we're going to discuss today. So you may have heard the phrase that Ohio is the heart of it all. But being the heart of it all means that if you want to get anywhere, you have to go through us. And unfortunately, that is also true if you are considering human trafficking. People who like to sell others into modern-day slavery often find themselves in and throughout the state of Ohio. We are one of the top 5 states for human trafficking cases in the entire country, with almost 4 victims per 100,000 residents, and the State Department estimates that at any given time there are nearly 27 or more than 27 million victims of human trafficking each year. In 2021, the Ohio Human Trafficking Task Force received over 600 tips that has helped them arrest perpetrators and release those whose freedoms were stolen. And human trafficking finds itself in multiple forms, but most likely in the forms of labor trafficking and sex trafficking, oftentimes, and even more unfortunately, with minors being sold into slavery. That's why this amendment is so important. It would require any entity receiving federal funds under this grant program to expand or reopen a truck stop. They would have to prominently display a notice about human trafficking. This is so important because our truckers are often the first line of defense. They see and hear a lot, as well as can help us with mitigating this tragedy. And many of those who find themselves being trafficked often don't know that they are in fact enslaved, but most importantly, they don't know that there is a pathway to freedom and there is help and a better life. There's often told of the 3 Ps, a paradigm of eliminating human trafficking, which is prosecution, protection, and prevention, but the 4th is partnership. And with this notification through this grant, we can uplift the partnership in allowing folks to be available, understanding what needs are available and resources to eliminate human trafficking. Finally, I will say to anyone, if you see something, say something, and that's just what we need to do, and that is why this amendment is so important. And it certainly makes it easier for folks to say something by simply requiring that we post these notices and give them an opportunity. So this amendment, Mr. Chair, is simple, it's straightforward, and it is the least that we can do to protect people from modern-day slavery. I urge support of this amendment, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Sykes, for your very thoughtful amendment, and now recognize the other sponsor, Mr. Molinaro.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to thank Ms. Sykes and certainly join in thanking Mr. Bost for the advocating for the bill in chief. As was said, this is likely to be one of 2 of the simplest amendments that we'll consider to this bill. I spent the last 12 years in county government working with prosecutors, law enforcement, and social service agents addressing human trafficking. And as was noted, and I'd like to reemphasize, our truck drivers in many ways are the first line of defense, certainly interceding and providing direct connection to assist prosecutors in intervening in human trafficking. Our highway and transportation corridors remain a freeway, if you will, for this kind of illegal activity. Too many find themselves enslaved and don't know the path to receiving and accessing the help and assistance necessary. Providing this information at truck stops will assist us in at least alerting those who may be aware, and certainly make the appropriate connections with the prosecutors and law enforcement to appropriately intercede. And so for that reason, Mr. Chairman, I join Ms. Sykes in requesting support for the amendment and look forward to its passage. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Does anyone else wish to be heard on the amendment? Seeing none, the question is on the amendment, Ms. Sykes' amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed signify by saying nay. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. We'll move on to the next amendment. Mr. Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On amendment at the desk, number 179.
Clerk, please designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2367, offered by Mr. Perry, number 179.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read. With that, Mr. Perry, you're recognized for...
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Look, you know my feelings about the underlying bill, understand the problem. We would sure all love to solve it. But even if I have objections to how we're solving it, we ought to at least pay for it. And I've looked for a pay for, and I have not seen one, so I'm going to offer one. This amendment pays for the truck parking projects in the underlying bill by rescinding $755 million from the money provided under the IRA for the Neighborhood Access and Equity Grant Program, the IAJA, through $1 trillion at so-called infrastructure projects. Instead of doing oversight on this enormous spending spree, we are here considering a bill to add even more spending with no offset that I can see. In the context of a $31 trillion debt and a rapidly approaching debt limit, it is simply irresponsible to continue the status quo and allow this bill to move forward with $755 million in non-offset spending. The pay for in this amendment is rescinding the Neighborhood Access and Equity Grant Program funded by the IRA, a reconciliation bill, giving this committee jurisdiction over the appropriated funds for this project. This program is the Biden administration's plan to tear down racist highways at great cost to American taxpayer, $1.89 billion, rather than build out the infrastructure, which is what this committee should be about. A program to tear up infrastructure does nothing to fix our broken supply chains. In fact, the destruction of these vital commercial highways makes matters worse. Using this program as a pay-for is a win-win in that it preserves vital supply chain routes while also ensuring this truck parking bill is fiscally responsible and paid for. I urge support of this amendment, and I yield the balance, Mr. Chairman.
I recognize Mr. Larson for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I strongly oppose Perry 179, which would rescind $755 million from the Neighborhood Access and Equity Program. So before I speak to the importance of that program, I just want to be really clear for members. This amendment does not redirect the rescinded funds to the truck parking program. It simply rescinds the funds. It doesn't do anything else. And so truck parking is a bill with significant bipartisan support, a bill that has united stakeholders across the trucking industry. So this should be an easy bipartisan victory for our committee. Instead, we're facing another poison pill. It's the same playbook that we saw in the last Congress, controversial amendment designed to sow division. Now, last year, the Democratic majority at the time accepted a last-minute EV charging amendment from the sponsor of this amendment. That amendment stalled movement of the bill through the House, and in the ANS we consider today, we came to bipartisan agreement again, but again facing multiple amendments geared at dismantling a mutual path forward. This amendment is perhaps the best evidence of that. It has nothing to do with truck parking, simply takes money from the Neighborhood Access Program. It's not a serious proposal. It's a poison pill used to perhaps wipe away Democratic support for the underlying bill. We have bipartisan support on this bill. If this amendment's adopted, it puts that in danger. We support this Neighborhood Access Program. It doesn't, the amendment doesn't change the fact that Democrats advanced truck parking funding repeatedly during our majority as well, through a $1 billion commitment in the INVEST Act and as a standalone bill. Our record on truck parking is not in question. But there's no justification for receiving funds for a program that improves transportation safety and access at a time of unacceptably high traffic deaths, particularly for pedestrians. This neighborhood access program is designed to help communities build for their future. In some neighborhoods, that might mean building new or retrofitted complete streets designed to work for multiple modes of transportation. In others, it might mean building sound barriers to cut down on noise pollution. In others, it might mean making changes to pavement or natural infrastructure to make our transportation system more resilient to extreme weather. The Neighborhood Access Program is about a couple of things: fixing the mistakes of the past and finding new ways to build for our future. Now, rescinding those funds hurts our ability to help those communities build for that future. So I would ask folks to oppose this amendment. Now, one of two things could happen if we accept this amendment. The first, this committee, maybe the House, passes the bill with this language on a partisan basis and the bill dies in the Senate. We don't want that to happen. The second is the Senate passes their own version of this bill, a version without amendments like this, which the House then would likely accept, and all we've done is cede our legislating to the Senate. This bill can be a bipartisan victory for this committee. We've been working on this for quite some time. More importantly, it could be a win for truck drivers and safety on our roadways. So it's really a choice. We can take the 1-foot putt, or we can think that we're going to hit an eagle from 500 yards if you're a golfer. If you're not a golfer, I'll explain the analogy later to you. It's a choice for an easy win at the heart of our supply chain. We're supporting another poison pill amendment and telling truck drivers and others they can wait a few more years to have a safe place to park. So I know what my choice is. I urge you no vote on this amendment and ask folks to do the same. Thank you. Yield back.
Mr. Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate your leadership on the committee and addressing these issues. And to my friend, Mr. Perry, I like where your head's at on this deal. I really do. And I didn't support the Inflation Reduction Act or the Neighborhood Access and Equity Grant Program. But I just think we need to go about this a little bit differently. I do think that we're going to bring something to the floor that has a sufficient offset. I think that's what this is about. That's the point you're trying to make. But there are a number of factors I think we have to consider before we just take this step. So as much as I like Mr. Perry, I gotta oppose the amendment, and I thank the chairman for his assurance that we are going to take something to the floor with the offset. And so we'll be able to achieve what you're trying to achieve. I have every confidence. So with that, I yield back.
Anyone else wish to be heard on the amendment? Mr. Mast.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, my only real concern with this, Mr. Perry, is that my understanding is President Biden is getting ready to offer that he withdraw the Inflation Reduction Act to Speaker McCarthy in exchange for a debt ceiling raise. So I don't even know if this will be on the table in a couple of days, should President Biden. I yield the gentleman a couple moments.
I thank the gentleman from Florida. I doubt the president is going to eviscerate the whole IRA, and the provisions that we had discussed in the bill that we passed don't include this. So with all due respect, look, if there's a pay for, and with all due respect to the chairman, if there's a pay for that we're going to see in the future, well, God bless it. It'd be sure nice to know it now before we vote on the bill. And we just want to be informed before we encumber the United States taxpayer to pay for this thing. And if there's not a pay for, I'm offering one. If you don't like it, that's awesome. Then tell me how we're paying for this. You already know how I feel about the problem that we're trying to solve. It's a problem for sure. Most of the underlying problem exists with the agency that created the rule that takes the decision-making authority and power away from free American citizens that are out trying to make a living. We ought to address that, and then probably that would alleviate much of this problem and lower the cost of it. But if we're going to do this, I just ask that we be responsible as both Democrats and Republicans, with all due respect to the ranking member. While he spoke against the amendment, he still didn't offer how we're going to pay for it. I get that you're opposed to the amendment. Tell me how we're going to pay for it, and then, brothers and sisters, maybe I can come along. But until then, I can't, in good faith, go to my constituents and tell them, well, I voted for it in the hopes that there was going to be some pay for it to come in the future. That doesn't seem very responsible, and I doubt that they would do the same thing. They'd say, well, look, if you give me a blank check, I'm sure that I'm going to find the money between the time that you give me the blank check and the time I spend it, right? Not many people are going to sign up to that deal. So I thank the gentleman for yielding. I'm ready to hear what the pay-for is. I'm offering one. If you've got a better one, I'm ready to hear it and be reasonable. I yield.
I yield back.
I'd yield myself 5 minutes. While I voted against the IRA, and I do not support the program that is actually being proposed to be cut. Having said that, we are not encumbering the taxpayers with anything. This bill simply will not move to the floor unless it has a pay-for. And I'm committed to working with Ranking Member Larson and with Mr. Bost and with Mr. Crawford, and I'd include Mr. Perry in that, to find a pay-for before it can move to the floor. But doing this turns a widely, as has been stated, turns a widely bipartisan bill into a very partisan bill. So I would suggest that Mr. Perry wants to vote against the bill here in committee and withdraw his amendment, and then work with us to find a pay-for before it can move to the floor. And I mention again, it won't move to the floor unless it has a pay-for, period. I would encourage to do that. Otherwise, does anyone else wish to be heard on?
Mr. Chairman, a question. So you're making a commitment right here in front of God and country and everybody that the bill will not move to the floor unless there's a pay-for?
It can't, and under our rules, it can't. So it has to have a pay-for before it goes to the floor.
All right, then I'll withdraw the amendment.
All right, the amendment's been withdrawn. We'll move on to the next amendment. Yes, Mr. Perry, you're recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk number 176.
Please designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2367, offered by Mr. Perry, number 176.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Mr. Perry, you have 5 minutes.
This amendment prohibits eligible entities under this bill from using eminent domain for any project funded under this act. Reservations about the cost of the bill aside, if we're going to move forward, we must provide certainty and protection for our constituents living among the interstate highway system. Preventing project sponsors from taking the land from our constituents to facilitate the creation of projects which the vast majority of our constituents are unable to utilize is a responsible step that protects the property rights and ensures these projects occur with our community support. As a member privileged to represent an area where a significant number of highways converge, it is vital that my constituents, my bosses, are protected from being removed from their homes by the government to facilitate these projects, again, caused by a problem that this committee, that this body did not create, that some unelected, unaccountable bureaucrats created, and we're trying to solve by throwing a bunch of money at something, and the next thing you're going to hear is well, we're going to take the land next to your home to build this truck parking, which is then going to facilitate human trafficking and a whole host of other things that are going to occur in your neighborhood that doesn't occur right now, and you don't have a damn thing to say about it. I can't be for that. So I would urge adoption of this amendment, and I yield the balance.
Mr. Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I oppose this Perry amendment. It would preclude eligible entities from using eminent domain for a project funded by truck parking grants. Eminent domain is a critical authority for building transportation projects. It should be and is used judiciously and sparingly, but it is a tool available for projects to serve the greater public good. Ensuring a place to rest retired truckers falls directly into that category. Removing this authority for only this program is frankly arbitrary. When eminent domain is used, landowners are entitled to just compensation for their property, a guardrail that ensures authority isn't used lightly. More truck parking is an urgent public necessity, and I would urge a no vote on this amendment. That'll yield back.
I yield myself 5 minutes. When it comes to eminent domain, which is a very, very serious issue, and demonstrates just how cautious that we have to be anytime eminent domain is used. The Fifth Amendment to the Constitution states that no person shall be deprived of property without due process of the law. This is a very important constitutional provision, and it's called the Takings Clause. That's what we call it in my part of the country. So having said that, I do support the amendment by Mr. Perry. Does anyone else wish to be heard on the amendment? Seeing none, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed signify by saying nay. Nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The amendment is agreed to. Next amendment, Mr. Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk. That's 174.
Please designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2367, offered by Mr. Perry, number 174.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Mr. Perry, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment clarifies the prohibition on charging in the underlying bill to ensure the administration understands that this is a prohibition on EV charging. When we considered this bill last Congress, then Chairman DeFazio accepted my amendment to prohibit the use of these funds for electric vehicle charging as it was a duplicative and redundant provision. While I am appreciative that there is language that seemingly prohibits the use of these funds for charging generally, I'm concerned that this language falls slightly short of the clear prohibition put forth last Congress. This amendment would alleviate these concerns by adding the phrase electric vehicle before charging in the prohibition section. While this may seem duplicative and redundant, this Congress, let's not forget who will be interpreting this language: the Biden administration, Department of Transportation under Secretary Buttigieg. This is the same department and secretary that oversaw the Federal Highway Administration put forth a 2021 memorandum on greenhouse gas emissions performance measures that contradicted the law and attempted to impose that failed legislative language put forth by Democrats on this committee by executive fiat. Couldn't win it here, they just do it there. They have proven themselves untrustworthy, so we must take every step to ensure that congressional intent in this and every other bill relating to the department is airtight. This amendment does so by making it explicitly clear that this money is for truck parking, not electric vehicle charging at taxpayer expense. I urge adoption, Mr. Chairman. I yield the balance.
Mr. Larson, recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I oppose the Perry Amendment 174, which would unfairly target electric vehicles and undo the bipartisan work that Representative Boston Craig did, as well as the bipartisan work the committee staff did. Now, last year, we accepted Mr. Perry's last-second EV charging proposal in good faith because we agreed on the general premise. But when we took a deeper look, we just couldn't figure out how the language was going to work. But thanks to bipartisan cooperation this year, we found a solution. The base text of this bill is neutral on the form of vehicle propulsion used and prohibits funding from going towards the charging or fueling infrastructure generally. This amendment seeks only to prohibit the construction of electric vehicle charging. Not a single stakeholder has approached our side of the aisle suggesting this limitation. Instead, we've actually heard support of the underlying bill as written from every major stakeholder in the trucking industry. It's the same debate we had in the last Congress, and you can anticipate the result, a bill that is unlikely to move beyond this committee. This isn't just an anti-EV amendment, it's also an anti-safety amendment. The lack of truck parking is a major contributor to unsafe conditions on our highways. We agree that the purpose of the funding in this bill is to fund truck parking. That's why we included the general prohibition on building, charging, and fueling infrastructure with these funds. We should just move forward on the underlying bill with the one amendment that's been adopted, and I urge a no vote on this amendment, and let's get this bill moving. With that, I yield back.
Mr. Bost.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. With Rutland, I want to bring up that I'm reluctantly opposed to my friend's amendment. While I support the amendment intent, which is why I included similar language to what Mr. Perry offered last Congress to prohibit funds from being used for fueling vehicles, I am concerned that it would unintentionally allow for other fuel sources like diesel, gasoline, hydrogen to be put into the truck parking locations funded by this bill. And it is the intent only for truck parking. I believe the prohibition already includes in EVs charging and cannot be included in using that for the funding the EV as well. Now, Mr. Perry and I probably agree with what we're wanting to do, but I believe that and he also believes that the market itself should provide for fuel. You know, this language has also been carefully negotiated with the four corners and stakeholders to ensure that no fuel or charging is included as an accepted use for funds. Again, I appreciate the gentleman's concern, but I think he's just doing the opposite by only marking one type of fuel, and that's my concerns. And I have to agree with the ranking member on the fact that we need to just move this bill. And I'm going to date myself here, and now I'm going to say because we really just want to do it to it like Sonny Pruitt used to do it to it. Now, you have to be from about 1970 to understand what I just said. So let's move the bill.
Does anyone else wish to be heard on the amendment? Are there any amendments to the amendment? Seeing none, the question is on the amendment by Mr. Perry. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed signify by saying nay. It appears that the nays have it.
Mr. Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested. As previously announced pursuant to Committee Rule 6F, further proceedings on the question are postponed. Okay, moving on. We have another amendment from Mr. Molinaro and Ms. Sykes. Mr. Molinaro, you're recognized to offer your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk, Amendment 043.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2367, offered by Mr. Molinaro, number 043.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Mr. Molinaro, you are recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I hope Mr. Bost will indulge me with one last amendment before taking up the bill in chief. This Congress, or I should say last Congress, took significant steps in providing access to mental health support through the launch of 988, a national suicide hotline, a prevention and helpline phone number. Of course, throughout this country, we are facing a significant mental health crisis. And while that crisis isn't limited to certainly truck drivers rank 5th in the nation and highest at risk for work-related suicides. It would seem, Mr. Chairman, as we continue to expand access to those mental health supports and want to continue to provide information and resource through the 988 helpline, taking every advantage of opportunities to provide awareness and education as to the existence and use of the hotline is appropriate. So, Mr. Chairman, this amendment would simply expand awareness to require 988 suicide hotline information at truck rest stops, and further, Mr. Chairman, provide us a great opportunity to continue to expand the work of the last Congress in our efforts to address mental health, the mental health crisis, and suicide prevention. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And first, let me recognize the bill sponsors and also Congressman Molinaro for offering this amendment and allowing me to join as a co-sponsor for the second of the most simple and straightforward amendments that we will discuss here today. As Mr. Molinaro mentioned, suicide is continuing to be a problem in our community, and as suicide rates continue to tick up, especially post-COVID, it is more important for us to emphasize and encourage outreach for mental health services. There is a public health statement that I say often that if something is predictable, it is in fact preventable, and suicide is a wholly preventable, especially when people know that there is help for them. The 988 program was implemented less than a year ago, and it was declared that in August of 2020, 361,140 people reached out just in 1 month alone seeking services and streamlining mental health opportunities. It has also been estimated that 150,000 lives have been saved from having access to the 988 program, and we certainly know that a program is only any good if people know that it exists. So this amendment is only to help increase awareness so that we can continue to prevent suicide deaths, especially amongst our truckers, who again are a backbone of our economy, our supply chains, and do yeoman's work in ensuring that people can live a safe and comfortable American life here in this country. So thank you again to the bill sponsors, to Mr. Molinaro, and Mr. Chair, I yield back.
I yield myself 5 minutes. I do appreciate the sponsors' sincere efforts to use any venue, for that matter, to focus on efforts to highlight resources to combat suicide. I do want to state that this amendment is not meant to imply that motorists should be concerned about the mental state of any commercial motor vehicle driver on the highway next to them, but I'd be happy to accept the gentleman's bipartisan amendment. And does anyone else wish to be heard on the amendment? Seeing none, are there anyone else? Okay, seeing none, are there any amendments to the amendment? Seeing none, the question is on the amendment by Mr. Molinaro. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed signify by saying nay. The ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. Are there any other further amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2367? As noted, there are recorded votes to the
Mr.
amendments
Chairman.
that have been requested. So again, pursuant to Committee Rule 6F, further proceedings on the measure are postponed. And now we move on to our next item of consideration. I don't think so. Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Where's it? There. Mr. Collins.
is there any other discussion on the truck parking amendment, or are we through?
We're through.
Okay. I just wanted to add a few thoughts.
Our next item for consideration is H.R. 3013, the License Act of 2023. I'd ask unanimous consent to discharge the Committee on Highways and Transit from further consideration of H.R. 3013, and without objection, that is so ordered. I now call up the bill for consideration without objection. The first reading of the bill is dispensed with. The bill is now considered as read and open for amendment at any point. I'd recognize myself 4 or 5 minutes for a statement. This bill would permanently eliminate regulatory barriers and tackle the issue of truck driver shortages by permanently implementing 2 practical waivers issued by the Federal Motor Carriers Safety Administration regarding commercial driver's licenses. These waivers are initially authorized in response to the COVID-19 pandemic, and the Biden administration continued to extend them because it was in the public's interest to do so, and the waivers do not undermine safety. The License Act of 2023 will provide lasting relief for our nation's supply chain and for the trucking industry. I would urge support and yield back the balance of my time, and now recognize Mr. Larson for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I support this legislation, which would continue several policies put in place by the FMCSA during COVID to make it easier to administer commercial driver's license tests. I understand some members may make their own choices on this particular bill, but I will be supporting it. It would amend requirements for the CDL knowledge test examiners, expand flexibility for CDL applicants may take their tests consistent with those policies that were put in place in the early days of the pandemic. In granting the initial waivers, the FMCSA found that they were in the public interest. They were likely to achieve a level of safety at least equivalent to the underlying procedures. I'm not aware of any adverse impacts these changes in policy have had during the pandemic. Given that, I'll support the legislation to make them permanent. With that, I yield back.
Mr. Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm proud to support H.R. 3013, a bipartisan bill introduced by my colleague from Illinois, Mr. Darren LaHood. Truck driving provides a great opportunity to make a middle-class income without incurring college student loan debt. This bill directs the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration, FMCSA, to make permanent 2 waivers started during the Trump administration, then subsequently continued under the Biden administration. I can't think of too many times when you had bipartisan agreement like this. For FMCSA to issue waivers such as these, the FMCSA administrator had to certify that the waivers did not create any safety risk that could adversely affect the public interest. The first waiver that the License Act would make permanent allows for state and third-party examiners who have maintained a valid commercial driver's license, or CDL, test examiner certification and previously completed a CDL skills test examiner training course to administer the CDL knowledge test without completing a CDL knowledge test training course. This waiver was first issued on April 9th, 2020, and subsequently extended 7 times before FMCSA terminated it on February 3rd, 2022, which means this waiver was in effect for 665 days, spanning both a Republican and a Democrat administration. Last year, under Section 20 of S. 3580, the Ocean Shipping Reform Act, the FMCSA administrator was required to make this waiver permanent if, after review, there are no safety concerns. The review is overdue by 8 months. The second waiver allows the state to administer a driving skills test to any out-of-state CDL applicant, regardless of where the applicant received driver training. First issued on March 28, 2020, this waiver was subsequently extended 11 times and expired just a few months ago on February 23, 2023. This waiver was in effect for 1,062 days, again spanning both a Republican and a Democrat administration. To reiterate, each time a waiver was extended, the FMCSA administrator determined that the waivers would not create any increased safety risk that could adversely affect the public interest. Making these waivers permanent makes it easier for properly trained individuals to get their CDL so that they can start making a living moving freight. This results in more CDL drivers, which will increase efficiencies in our supply chain. This legislation extends common sense reforms, and I urge my colleagues to support this bill and yield back my time.
Mr. Johnson.
Mr. Chairman, the sponsor of the bill, Mr. LaHood, asked me to ask for unanimous consent to enter a letter from him into the record.
Without objection.
Very good. Mr. LaHood's bill makes a ton of sense. We all know there are times when government gets in the way. Licensing and credentialing make sense when they make us safer, but when we put too many bureaucratic obstacles in the way, we can actually make our communities, our states less safe. There were many of erosions of liberty during COVID. There were, luckily, some instances where we learned, though, that particular rules were not necessary to keep us safe. Mr. LaHood's bill grabs 2 of those best practices from the pandemic, makes them permanent, as Mr. Crawford said, eminently, they're good sense, and I would ask for a yes on the LaHood bill.
Does anyone else wish to be heard on the bill? Seeing no one, is there any amendments? Any amendments to the bill? Seeing none, the question is now on adoption and favorable reporting of H.R. 3013. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed signify by saying nay. The opinion of the chair is the ayes have it, and 3013 is agreed to and ordered favorably passed and reported to the House. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Moving on. Next item for consideration is H.R. 3408, the Drive Safe Integrity Act. And I'd ask unanimous consent that the subcommittee on Highways and Transit be discharged from further consideration of H.R. 3408. Without objection, that is so ordered. I now call the bill up for consideration, and without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. The bill is now considered as read and open for amendment at any point. Recognize myself for 5 minutes for statement. And I strongly support H.R. 3408, the Drive Safe Integrity Act, offered by the Highway and Transit Subcommittee Chairman, Mr. Crawford, and thank him for his continued leadership on the issue. Simply put, this bill makes sense. Currently, 49 states in the District of Columbia allow 18 and 20-year-old commercial motor vehicle drivers to engage in intrastate commerce. The Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act included a 3-year pilot program that would allow those drivers to engage in interstate commerce and provide data, and after years of debate about whether this is the right policy. Unfortunately, as we've seen in several pieces of the Infrastructure Act, the Biden administration is once again undermining the law, and in this instance, they are adding layers of bureaucracy that raise questions about whether or not they want the pilot to be successful. This bill is going to help ensure that the administration follows the law as directed and intended by Congress. As members of this committee have heard in our hearings, we need a consistent pool of commercial motor vehicle drivers to help safeguard the seamless movement of goods throughout a nation's supply chain and fostering economic growth and stability. I would urge support of this bill, having a district that has several communities that have state lines running right through the middle of it. This is something that I've looked at for years and years. With that, I yield back, and I now recognize Mr. Larson for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I join the 750,000 truck drivers represented by the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association and the Teamsters Union in opposing this legislation. This legislation is duplicative, unnecessary, and will do nothing to improve safety or truck driver quality of life, an integral component if we want to have a lasting, sustainable improvements to good movements in this country. In the bipartisan infrastructure law, Congress passed the Safe Driver Apprenticeship Pilot Program to allow drivers ages 18 to 21 to operate trucks across state lines. Allowing younger drivers has been a larger trucking company priority for the last decade. The BIL provision was enacted 18 months ago, and DOT launched the pilot program 4 months ago. To say the jury is still out on this program and its impacts on safety and driver recruitment and retention is an understatement. Rewriting this program now will further delay its launch and success, and if the goal is to get more drivers into the workforce to shore up the supply chain, this does the opposite. The BIL required younger apprenticeship drivers participating in the pilot to meet specific qualifications and be accompanied by an experienced driver. But HR 3408 rewrites the pilot program to allow younger drivers to be supervisors, 21 years old instead of 26 years old under the BIL, and to allow less experienced drivers to oversee apprentices. A supervisor can be anyone with 2 years driving experience compared to 5 years under the BIL pilot. The bill also makes the pilot program permanent, therefore not a pilot program, instead of allowing Congress to evaluate the impacts and affirmatively set appropriate safety and workforce policy in the next surface transportation bill. To support the supply chain, we need a well-qualified, well-trained, and well-compensated workforce. At this month's Highways and Transit hearing, 2 witnesses strongly opposed the legislation. Louis Pugh from the OOIDA submitted a statement to the committee that said, quote, since the pilot program's launch in January 2022, large carriers and others looking for the cheapest driver workforce have struggled mightily to find 18, 19, and 20-year-olds interested in participating. Teen drivers may not have the maturity to operate CMVs at the safest levels, but they have enough sense to see a bad deal when it's offered to them. Large carriers will continue to struggle to find participants in the Safe Driver Apprenticeship Pilot Program, but it's not because of any requirements imposed by the Biden administration. Mr. Pugh went on to say, quote, while promoting policies designed to create the cheapest driver workforce possible, large carriers are simultaneously ignoring many of the factors that contribute to their excessively high turnover rates among current drivers. Recent minor increases in driver compensation may be good for large fleets, public relations, and recruiting, but drivers remain grossly underpaid after decades of stagnant wages. Rather than expanding the driver pool to include teenagers, Congress should pursue policies that promote competitive pay for drivers and address many of the challenges that make careers in trucking unsustainable, end quote. If there are issues with DOT's implementation of the BIL pilot program, we can work together on a bipartisan basis on appropriate oversight and course correction. This bill doesn't offer that, it just accelerates a race to the bottom in trucking. So for that reason, those reasons, I oppose the bill, ask folks to vote no, and yield back.
Mr. Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm proud to have introduced H.R. 3408, the Developing Responsible Individuals for a Vibrant Economy Safe Integrity Act, or the Drive Safe Integrity Act, along with my Democrat colleague from Texas, Henry Cuellar. Mr. Chairman, I appreciate you bringing this bill up for consideration today so we can work towards increasing the number of qualified drivers and addressing supply chain challenges. Last year, the shortage of qualified drivers was estimated to be a near record high of 78,000, and the American Trucking Association's forecast that shortage could grow to 160,000 by 2031. We must have enough properly trained drivers in order to move cargo across our nation safely and efficiently. And I believe that with proper training, 18 to 20-year-old commercial motor vehicle drivers are safe behind the wheel. 49 states and the District of Columbia already allow these drivers to operate within their jurisdictional lines. And let me add this. So does the United States military. So an individual at age 18 can join the military and can drive a truck. In fact, they could even go to Afghanistan or Iraq, in which in many cases they did, and drive convoys and be shot at and dodge roadside IEDs, and that was perfectly okay at age 18 to 20. And so you can see the concern that we have about whether or not we're questioning the maturity of 18 to 20-year-olds to make a decision about what career path they want to follow. That's why last Congress I supported the Drive Safe Act, which would allow for a graduated driver license program for 18 to 20-year-old CMV drivers to cross state lines. And the Senate took that bill text and turned it into a 3-year pilot program, which ultimately was included in the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, or IJA. Unfortunately, the Biden administration is ignoring the clear bipartisan intent of this language, and it's trying to kill this pilot through onerous requirements, such as requiring that companies go through the Department of Labor's registered apprenticeship program. They're also forcing companies to use inward-facing cameras. Let's be clear, these additional requirements are not in the law, and there's a reason that companies and their employees typically negotiate over those items. Yet the Biden administration is intentionally slow-walking the IJA pilot so that there will not be enough data to make a recommendation in Congress, which is required in Section 23022 of the law, about whether the level of safety achieved by the pilot program is equivalent to or greater than the level of safety for equivalent commercial motor vehicle drivers aged 21 years or older. To be clear, I want the pilot program to be successful, and I'm not afraid of the data, so my bill is simple. I've included reporting requirements that I hope will spur this administration to get going and make this pilot program work. And if there's enough data collected for the Department of Transportation to make a decision, that's great. That's the intent of the law. But if participation in the pilot is hampered due to the bureaucratic red tape that this administration mandated, including requirements that are typically issues negotiated between a company and their employees, then my bill directs the administration to move forward with a graduated driver's license program for 18 to 20-year-old CMV drivers 1 year after the pilot program ends, unless credible and sufficient data from a representative sample shows that drivers in the program are less safe. Bottom line is, if commercial carriers don't want to hire 18 to 20-year-old drivers, they don't have to. There's nothing in this that forces them to. It just gives them the option to do so if they choose, if they find an otherwise qualified 18 to 20-year-old driver. My bill is endorsed by the American Trucking Associations and the International Food Service Distributors Association on behalf of the Drive Safe Coalition. I urge my colleagues to support my bill and yield back my time.
Mr. Mast.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to associate my comments with that of Representative Crawford's, and I think it was pointed to very specifically. Members of the military, if we had an amendment at the desk right now, an amendment to the amendment that said, hey, members of the military that are 18 years old, they have to be taken off the roads. They're not allowed to go to Fort Jackson, learn to drive trucks. That's no longer going to take place. Would my colleagues vote for that or not vote for that? My guess is they probably wouldn't vote to say 18-year-old members of the military will no longer be able to drive trucks on the roads here in combat, as reservists, as National Guards, men and women, active duty, you name it. That's just one very simple example, but it was pointed to, I believe, by the ranking member what this is really about. And it's a protectionist measure aimed at what he believes is keeping wages at a different place. It was said very specifically, this doesn't do anything to advance safety or driver quality of life. Well, that doesn't mean it doesn't do something to not discriminate against people because of their age. It doesn't mean that it doesn't do something to get more truckers on the road because it fits somebody's business model. It doesn't have to fit every single business model for us here in the House of Representatives to pass it into regulation. If somebody wants to let that go by because it doesn't fit their model, that's just fine. But it doesn't mean it doesn't help somebody else. But again, a protectionist measure. I am a Republican. I am for less regulation, period. That is what our side is supposed to stand for. Less regulation, freedom. Let Americans go out there, make those kind of decisions for themselves. Let America be what America is supposed to be. In that, again, I urge support for Chairman Crawford's amendment, Chairman Crawford's bill, and I yield back.
Does anyone else wish to be heard?
Mr. Chairman.
Bill. Who's calling? Mr. Collins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As someone that got their commercial driver's license at the age of 18, back when trucks were a whole lot less safer as far as the safety mechanisms that they have today, I do support this amendment. I I would have to take a look at some of the provisions that have been brought up as far as what I've just been told. But, you know, if we don't attract the 18-year-olds and we're telling them they have to stay till they're 21, as soon as they get out of school, we don't have the option or the opportunity to get them into the industry, and they go elsewhere. And as far as, you know, it being a race to the bottom as far as pay, I would say that if you keep them intrastate at 18 to 20, that's such a small niche of the trucking industry that they would be, the employees would actually be fighting over the jobs instead of the employers fighting over the employees. So I urge everyone to take a hard look. This is a good bill. 18-year-olds should be able to drive across interstate lines. I don't understand what the reason is that when you hit the state line that things go wacko and change. I would like to take a minute, though, Mr. Chairman, and go back to the Parking Safety Improvement Act. And one of my colleagues said that regulations and hours of service will force the trucks to be out on the road. While the Obama administration did change a lot of the hours of service for worse, the Trump administration came back and fixed that. I would submit that the real problem out there with trucking is the fact that we're not allowed to park, or the trucks are not allowed to park at the shippers and consignees anymore. And there's a reason for that. And it's simply called liability. We are such a sue-crazy country now that no one wants to take on liability until we take up tort reform in this Congress and act on that. Then you're not going to see people able to go back to even having the ability to park at the shippers and consignees. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Any other speakers on the bill? Seeing none, are there any amendments to H.R. 3408? Hearing none, the question is now on adoption and favorable reporting of H.R. 3408. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed signify by saying nay. Nay. Opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it. Gentleman requests to record a vote as previously announced pursuant to Committee Rule 6F. Further proceedings on the question are postponed. Moving on. The next item for consideration is H.R. 3318. I'd ask unanimous consent to discharge to the Subcommittee on Highways and Transit for further consideration of H.R. 3318, and without objection, that is so ordered. I now call up the bill for consideration, and without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. The bill is now considered as read and open for amendment at any point. I recognize myself for 5 minutes. I'm pleased to be marking up this bipartisan bill today, and I want to thank the Highways and Transit Subcommittee Chairman Rick Crawford and the Coast Guard and Maritime Transportation Ranking Member Mr. Carbajal for introducing 3318. Both members also serve on the Committee on Agriculture, and while dry bulk goods are used all over the country, the issue is of particular importance in our agriculture communities, including those in my district. Dry bulk can range from agriculture products like corn or flour to aggregate and plastic pellets. This bipartisan bill builds on the committee's past work and allows for a 10% axle variance when moving dry bulk goods. In my part of the world, it's called bridging, and it in no way increases or forces a weight increase on our highways, but what this does is give the flexibility to that's necessary because these goods often shift inside the trailer during transportation, and they do force the weight distribution in many cases out of compliance. It simply provides the flexibility for this. It's actually a kind of relatively unique situation. With that, I would urge support of the bill and yield back and now recognize Mr. Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I support this legislation, which was previously considered and included as part of the Invest in America Act in the last Congress. So I appreciate Chair Crawford and Ranking Member Carbajal for working together on this bipartisan legislation, which allows up to 10% weight variance on an axle of a commercial motor vehicle transporting dry bulk goods. It's a reasonable allowance to accommodate cargo that can shift during transport and affect the weight in different parts of the vehicle depending on the position of the cargo, including many of the potatoes that are driven out of my district to places around the country. So support passage of this legislation, and with that, yield back.
Mr. Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm proud to have introduced H.R. 3318 along with Ranking Member on Coast Guard Maritime Transportation Subcommittee, my colleague from California, Mr. Carbajal, with whom I serve on the Ag Committee, as the Chairman indicated. In addition to serving together on this committee, the Ag Committee, we have a pretty good insight into why this is so important. My bill, H.R. 3318, does not increase federal truck weight limits, as the Chairman indicated. Instead, it allows a 10% variance in the load shift for dry bulk commodities to ensure that specialized trucks that carry dry bulk commodities remain in compliance with the federal bridge formula. Dry bulk commodities, things like small granular items that can be easily separated but are part of one whole product, are used all over the country. This could include aggregates or plastic pellets, or in my case, in my district, it would include grain products, or feedstock, which is why so many in the ag communities that Mr. Carbajal and I represent would benefit from this policy. Even when these products are properly loaded, just given the nature of what's carried, the load will shift during transport. If the truck brakes hard, the load shifts to the front. When the truck quickly accelerates, the load shifts to the back. But unlike a liquid, dry bulk will take some time to right itself, and this usually won't happen in time once a truck stops to be placed on a roadside scale, resulting in the axle weight being out of compliance with the federal bridge formula. To counter this problem, trucks carrying these products are purposely loaded below the weight that they can safely carry, which means reduced supply chain efficiency and more trucks on the road. My simple legislation would help more efficiently move the dry bulk product that is critical to our ag communities and important for our supply chain. My bill is supported by a wide coalition of carriers, shippers, growers, and manufacturers, and ask unanimous consent to include a statement of support in the record.
Without objection.
And I urge support of this bill and yield back the balance of my time.
Mr. Carbajal, 5 minutes.
I'm very supportive of this amendment, obviously. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Does anyone else wish to be heard on the bill? Seeing none, are there any amendments to H.R. 3318? Hearing none, the question is now on adoption favorably reported of H.R. 3318. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed signify by saying nay. The ayes have it. 3318 is agreed to and offered favorably reported to the House.
On that, I request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested. As previously announced, pursuant to Committee Rule 6F, further proceedings on the question are postponed. I hate that rule.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Our next item for consideration is H.R. 3316. I'd ask unanimous consent to discharge the Subcommittee on Railroads, Pipelines, and Hazardous Materials, the Subcommittee on Highways and Transit, the Subcommittee on Coast Guard and Maritime Transportation, the Subcommittee on Aviation, from further consideration of H.R. 3316. Without objection, that is so ordered. I now call up the bill for consideration. And without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. The bill is now considered as read and open for amendment at this point. Call on Mr. Crawford. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm proud to have introduced H.R. 3316, which, as the Chairman noted, furthers one federal decision streamlining efforts. Specifically, this bill builds on bipartisan efforts to streamline the environmental permitting process by applying one federal decision to ports, airport infrastructure, and certain pipeline safety actions. Agencies such as Pipeline Hazardous Materials Safety Administration, or PHMSA, and the Federal Aviation Administration, or FAA, may be required to undertake lengthy and burdensome federal environmental reviews that can far too often take years to complete. As a result, essential infrastructure projects that grow our economy, create jobs, and improve the movement of energy, people, and goods remain stalled, increasing projects' costs and extending timeline to completion. This bill represents a step towards fixing that problem. The bill sets reasonable goals for reviewing the environmental impacts of certain pipeline safety, port, and airport projects. Specifically, it limits the project review time to 2 years, consolidates federal reviews into one streamlined process and document, and removes unnecessary delays to make final agency decisions. This bill builds on bipartisan support and precedent for requiring agencies to undertake one federal decision when reviewing the potential environmental impacts of a federal action. Similar efforts have been signed into law, including for federal reviews of highway projects as part of the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act signed by President Biden in 2021. Through the One Federal Decision framework, we can sensibly streamline energy and energy safety projects without compromising environmental protections. I urge my colleagues to support this bill and yield back the balance of my time.
Now I recognize Mr. Larson, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'm going to oppose H.R. 3316. I like the idea that we're trying to do because we did apply the bipartisan infrastructure law one federal decision process. We did pass that for environmental reviews that are applicable to highway and transit programs. And the bipartisan infrastructure law included these changes to the process to expedite highway and transit. This bill would try to apply the same permitting provisions to ports, pipelines, and aviation projects. Now, just to back up a little bit, the highway and transit environmental review process has been the focus of extensive debate in this committee and modification in surface transportation bills for the last decade. In MAP 21 in 2012, the FAST Act in 2015, and of course the BIL. The one federal decision procedures under Title 23 were crafted to make sense in the context of surface project development process, which includes steps outside of the environmental review. Now, the FAA, PHMSA, the Pipeline Hazardous Materials Safety Agency, and MARAD on the port side have not reviewed how simply deeming highway project development procedures as applicable to other modes will impact pipeline, aviation, or port projects. These affected modes would likely see significant changes to their own environmental review process, some of which are the same, and some of which could be very different than highways and transit. And so it does deserve, this process does deserve input from Congress. And as noted, when we passed the federal one decision, I and many others support the efforts to improve environmental reviews, including ensuring there's designated lead federal agencies for complex projects. But broad new authorities to consider a project without consultation with those agencies could risk delaying the investments already in the BIL. Now, we're considering reauthorization bills in all these modes, from the Coast Guard, the FAA, to pipelines in this Congress. And those bills, I think, would be a more appropriate vehicle where we could have discussions on the impacts to those particular modes of transportation in more detail and with more agency input. So I'd really urge my colleagues to oppose this bill. We can try to address the intent of this bill by considering the particular bills that govern those modes of transportation. So that I'd ask folks to oppose this, yield back, and hopefully we can work together on something similar for subsequent bills. With that, yield back. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Larson. Are any other members wish to be heard on the bill? Hearing none, for what purpose does Mr. Garamendi seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Crawford. I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
48.
Amendment to H.R. 3316, offered by Mr. Garamendi, number 046.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, Acting Chairman, and members, in 2015, in the highway bill, California was given the opportunity to use one NEPA CEQA program. In other words, a slight variation on what this amendment, what this bill would do. It allows California to, for highway projects and transit projects, to do a CEQA program which is deemed to be tougher than NEPA. That program has been in place in since 2015. What this amendment does is to allow that program to continue after the current expiration date, leaving it open for California to do one review that would be satisfactory for both CEQA, that is the California Environmental Quality Act, as well as NEPA. That's it. It simply removes the current deadline, and that's where we are. I would ask for an aye vote on this.
Gentleman yields. Thank you, Mr. Garamendi. I recognize myself for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment. I actually oppose this amendment. One federal decision for highways projects, which was passed as part of the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, is a much more efficient, collaborative, and comprehensive means of streamlining reviews for highway projects. Moreover, reviews should not be tied to complicated and lengthy review processes such as the California Environmental Quality Act requirements. With that, I urge my colleagues to vote no on the amendment. Does anyone else wish to be recognized on the amendment? Mr. Larson, Ranking Member Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Garamendi, for offering this amendment. And I understand the intent to show support for environmental streamlining provisions, but I too am going to oppose this amendment. It would make permanent a pilot program established by Congress in 2015 in the FAST Act to allow a state, in this case California, to substitute its own environmental reviews if determined to be equivalent for NEPA reviews. This, again, is a pilot program set to expire in 2027 with 4 more years left in the authorization. This is not something Congress needs to address right now, and I'd certainly be happy to learn more about California's experience with this environmental review process and the state's recommended modifications to NEPA substitution opportunities. But right now, I would ask folks to oppose the amendment, and with that, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Ranking Member. Mr. Carbajal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield my time to Representative Garamendi.
Thank you, Mr. Carbajal. I don't think I understand the opposition here. All of us seem to want to do permitting reform. California has had, since 2015, an opportunity to do serious permitting reform. That is, instead of having to do both a NEPA and a CEQA, CEQA being the California Environmental Quality Act, it could do one, that is the CEQA, because it is tougher than NEPA, saving a whole lot of time. Now, there is some opposition to this because there are certain organizations out there that would like to sue both under CEQA and simultaneously sue under NEPA. And I'm going, what? That doesn't make much sense unless you really like to do lawsuits. The way this amendment, it simply continues a pilot program that's been in effect since the FAST Act 2015, and it would eliminate the deadline and allow it to go forward. So what's the problem here? Unless you want to support those who like to sue and hold up projects. With that, I would ask for an aye vote on the amendment, but I think, given where we are, I'd rather not have a no vote. I'd rather have the opportunity to try to persuade the committee that this is a very, very good amendment, if you like permitting reform. So with that, I think it's, I don't know, do I want to fight or do I want to use some wisdom here and withdraw my amendment and work with the chair of the subcommittee and the full committee so that they could see permitting reform actually working. I will therefore withdraw the amendment.
Gentleman withdraws the amendment. Are there any members that wish to offer any further amendments? Mr. Garamendi is recognized.
I have an amendment at the desk, number 47.
Amendment to H.R. 3316, offered by Mr. Garamendi, number 047.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Mr. Garamendi is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on his amendment.
This amendment would actually add airports as a project eligible under the 2015 Highway Bills program. My previous amendment dealt with the expiration date of the pilot program and would waive that expiration date and allow the pilot program to go forward into the future. This amendment deals with a specific new addition to that pilot program, specifically airports. Once again, why don't we do some permitting reform here. And given the arguments in the previous amendment, I suspect I'm going to hear those same arguments now. Essentially, this amendment would apply the 2015 pilot program to airports. Do keep in mind that the 2015 program does not sunset immediately. It sunsets into the future, specifically 2027. So it would allow, under the present program, California and any other state that has a environmental quality program that is as rigorous as NEPA to use their program as the permitting decision. This amendment simply, under the present law, allow airports to be included. Good for California, good for any other state that has an Environmental Quality Act equal to or greater than NEPA. So I'd ask for an aye vote on the amendment.
Gentleman yields. I recognize myself for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment. I don't support this amendment. NEPA reviews for airports should not be tied to complicated and lengthy reviews such as CEQA. The underlying bill creates a reasonably streamlined process for major airport infrastructure projects without compromising environmental protections. And I would ask the gentleman from California if he might consider withdrawing this, because we are in the very near future preparing to mark up an FAA reauthorization. Perhaps we could work together to express the concerns that you have in that FAA reauthorization, which might be a better forum if the gentleman would consider.
Well, once again, I see an opportunity to go down in glorious defeat, which would therefore imperil further discussions. I believe that we have some serious misunderstandings about the way in which the 2015 FAST Act allows for permitting reform for any state, in this case specifically for California, in which we would have one permit and not have to do both CEQA and NEPA. However, I see an opportunity for further discussion and perhaps for a small victory for real permitting reform. With that, I accept the gentleman's suggestion and I will withdraw. Thank you.
Thank the gentleman. Are there any other amendments to be offered? Seeing none. Hearing none, the question is now on adoption in favor of reporting of H.R. 3316. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and H.R. 3316 is agreed to and ordered favorably reported to the House. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Our next item for consideration is H.R. 3365, asking unanimous consent to discharge the Subcommittee on Highways and Transit, the Subcommittee on Coast Guard and Maritime Transportation, and the Subcommittee on Railroads, Pipelines, and Hazardous Materials from further consideration of H.R. 3365 without objection. So ordered. I now call up the bill for consideration. Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. The bill is now considered as read and open for amendment at any point. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes to discuss the bill. Thank Chairman Graves, and I'm pleased to support H.R. 3365, which was introduced by my colleague from California, Mr. Duarte. The Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act increased by 5 times the amount of funding for competitive grants to be awarded by the Secretary of Transportation. This bill would ensure that priority consideration is given to projects that would improve or build resiliency into the supply chain under 3 of the largest discretionary grant programs funded in IJA, the RAISE, MEGA, and INFRA grant programs. I think we all agree that the supply chain disruptions caused by the COVID-19 pandemic impacted all Americans and that no one wants to return to the bare Soviet-style shelves we saw at the height of the pandemic. The bill simply ensures that in addition to adhering to all other criteria and requirements under the programs, the Secretary gives priority consideration to supply chain projects, especially as inflation has undermined our ability to capitalize on the funding increases IJA provided. It's important we target our federal resources toward projects that address our nation's supply chain challenges and avoid disruptions in the future. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and with that, I yield back the balance of my time. Recognize Ranking Member Larson for any comments he might have.
Mr. Chair, I support the bill, but I do have an amendment at the desk so when you're ready to call for amendments, I'm ready for that.
Amendment to H.R. 336.
Okay, we're not ready to call that up yet.
When the chair's ready to call for amendments, I'm ready.
Yeah, we're not quite ready for that. So any other members wish to be recognized? Mr. Duarte, you are recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I am proud to introduce the Supply Chain Improvement Act, H.R. 3365. 2 years ago, we had one of the worst supply chain crises in history. We couldn't get baby formula. We couldn't move or export building materials. Farmers in my district, both almond and walnut growers, saw some serious supply gluts in their markets as they couldn't move their product offshores through the ports, rails, and trucking. We couldn't even get cargo containers. Supply Chain Improvement Act will prioritize 3 grant programs, the INFRA, the MEGA, and the RAISE programs in the Infrastructure and Jobs Act. They will prioritize supply chain improvement projects that will increase resilience and allow for easier movement of goods instead of projects that fund sidewalk and bicycle lane improvements. This will be the first step in improving our supply chain, protecting business from disruption, instilling confidence in American people that we're spending their money wisely, and foster economic growth. Thank you, Chairman. I yield back.
Does any other member wish to be heard on the bill? Hearing none, are there any amendments to the bill?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Larson. Hold on just a sec. Mr. Rouser, I'm looking right at him. Mr. Rouser, do you wish to be heard on the bill?
Not on the bill, but I wanted to make sure you knew I had an amendment.
You have an amendment, okay. All right, we are now entertaining amendments. Mr. Larson, Ranking Member Larson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 3365, offered by Ranking Member Larson, number 010.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The ranking member is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'm offering this amendment to strike the RAISE grants from the list of programs covered by this legislation. Not every grant program has to have a freight focus, and there are equally worthy needs and priorities across the country. The RAISE program funds important community-based projects, many of which are focused on moving people and not freight, and it's important that we preserve that role. Just in fiscal year 22, RAISE grants were awarded to a number of community projects. For example, in the district of the chairman of the full committee, the city of Maryville, Missouri, received almost $6 million to replace aging sewer lines, construct a multi-use trail and sidewalks, streetlights, and underground electric power lines. There are other projects in the districts of all of our colleagues on this committee. For instance, FY22 RAISE grant is funding a $25 million complete streets project in Athens, Georgia, as well as $25 million to support a multimodal corridor, EV charging, and adding green space in Duluth, Minnesota. The most recent round of RAISE grants funded 34 bicycle and transportation projects, representing 18% of total RAISE grants. A similar percentage went to transit projects, leaving a lot more, plenty of money for freight projects. The share of RAISE grants given to transit, bicycle, and pedestrian projects are actually lower in this recent funding round than they have been since the start of the program in 2019, when it was known as the Tiger program and then the Build program. It's critical that we don't make it impossible for these projects to compete. The supply chain challenge this nation has faced in recent years are really important to consider. We've seen progress on those challenges, but we haven't made progress in other areas, like stopping traffic deaths in America, where pedestrian deaths are at a 40-year high. Bicyclist deaths are unacceptably high and rising as well. And we need the ability to invest in safe infrastructure in our safest modes, like transit, to ensure they're an attractive and reliable option. I do appreciate the intent behind the underlying bill. And in fact, the mega grant program and infra program are really more ideally suited for this prioritization. But I urge my colleagues not to forget that our transportation system is more about moving freight, it's about moving people. Just note, in the interest of full disclosure, my district was able to get 2 raise grants this last go-around, neither of which are freight-related, one of which is helping to build a bridge across Interstate 5 in the city of Linwood, a bridge I first heard about 10 and a half years ago. But to do a bridge across an interstate highway, you can't do that in nickels and dimes. You need one big chunk of money at one time to help do that. It is going to move people, but it's not necessarily a freight project at all, but still important for the city of Linwood. And another project to replace a 60-year-old, 60-year-old ferry in Whatcom County that serves the mainland to Lummi Island. And that's a $25 million grant as well. You could argue that some of what's going to be moved is freight, but it really is not a freight project. It's a part of the ferry system there that needs replacement frankly, after giving plenty of its life over the last 60 years to do that. So I just want to make that point because RAISE is really, and Build and Tiger before it, really initially designed to help communities get a large chunk of dollars from the federal government to partner with local dollars to do these projects that otherwise they would have to nickel and dime their way into funding. Not all of them were ever envisioned to be only, or even to prioritize freight. We had other programs to do that, and in fact do have other programs to do that, and mega and infra are really more, that's right up the alley of, I think, where my colleague wants to go with this amendment. So I'd ask adoption of the amendment to remove RAISE from this list. With that, yield back. Thank you.
Gentleman yields. I'll recognize myself to speak on the amendment. I do support this amendment. Look forward to working with ranking member. And with that, I will yield back. Are there any other members who wish to be recognized on the amendment? Seeing none, are there any amendments to the amendment?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Gentleman from North Carolina is, hold on, we're not quite there. We're still amending the amendment.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Yeah. Seeing none, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye. 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 All those opposed, say nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider any further amendments.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Rouser is recognized.
Need to call up the amendment.
That wasn't, hold on just a second. So Ms.
Oh, I do.
I'm sorry, Ms. Hoyle is next.
Sorry, my apologies.
I'm very excited for Mr. Rouser's amendment. He seems very excited about it too, and I really can't wait.
He's really excited. Yeah. Ms. Hoyle is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Current law places a 30% annual funding cap.
Gentlelady, yield for 1 second. We need to designate the amendment.
Yes, sir.
Clerk will designate.
Amendment to H.R. 3365, offered by Ms. Hoyle of Oregon, number 007.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Ms. Hoyle is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on her amendment. There you go.
Okay. Current law places a 30% annual funding cap on infra grant programs investment into multimodal freight projects. The other 70% goes specifically towards highway projects. The infra grant program provides grants for multimodal freight and highway projects of national and regional significance. This would simply allow US DOT the option to allocate more than 30% of infra grant funding to multimodal freight projects. It doesn't specify the amount, and US DOT does not have to allocate more than 30% of the investment in multimodal. It simply can now have that option too. We shouldn't be limiting the ability of worthy multimodal projects from receiving funding. Multimodal projects are important for improving the supply chain resiliency. Multimodal projects could and should still include highway investments, making it easier for trucks to access ports, rail yards, and other multimodal facilities in order to ship goods. We should give US DOT the flexibility to invest in worthy multimodal projects that can simultaneously enhance highway projects, truck shipping as well. My amendment would help promote funding for vital multimodal projects across the country, like the Port of Coos Bay Container Terminal Project on the south coast of Oregon. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield my time.
Gentlelady yields, and I recognize myself for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment. I do support this amendment, which would provide greater flexibility to fund projects that could improve the supply chain by removing the current 30% cap on freight projects. With that, I yield back. Are there any other members who wish to be recognized on the amendment? Mr. Duarte is recognized.
Yes, I support the amendment. In my district, we have huge ambitions for inland ports, which would be multimodal and help us move our agricultural commodities out of the West Coast port market, hopefully down to the Gulf and South Coast port market to give us flexibility on that element of the supply chain. So yes, and I thank the member for the amendment.
Gentleman yields back. Ranking Member Larson recognized.
Yep, Mr. Chair, thank you very much. I support this amendment, and I want to thank the Highways and Transit Subcommittee Vice Ranking Member Hoyle for her efforts to increase investment in multimodal freight projects. She's described this amendment. I won't get into that. I'll just say that it does provide greater flexibility to allow funding for the best projects that directly improve our supply chain and make it more efficient. So I urge colleagues to support this amendment.
Are there any other members who wish to be recognized on the amendment? Not Mr. Rouser. Seeing none, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Mr. Rouser is recognized.
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 3365, offered by Mr. Rouser, number 023.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Mr. Rouser is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on his amendment. You're up, Slugger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment to the amendment prohibits projects related to electric vehicles from having priority consideration by the Department of Transportation when awarding infra, mega, and RAISE grants until which time the GAO has conducted a study of implications on a number of fronts, including, but not limited to, number one, infrastructure integrity given the additional weight of electric vehicles, which, by the way, do not have additional axles for the disbursement of such extra weight. Number two, grid security. Number three, fire safety. Number four, labor, including slave labor in China and other countries. And five, overall implications for American competitiveness. Now, once this study is complete and made available to Congress and the public, electric vehicles can then be considered for prioritization, provided Congress enacts a law allowing such prioritization. The objective of the amendment is not to issue a blanket permanent ban on prioritizing projects associated with electric vehicles for these grants, but rather to take a pause and make sure that Congress and the American people have the full picture of the spectrum of issues associated with a large-scale conversion to electric vehicles for supply chain purposes. I'll note there have been incidents of electric vehicles spontaneously catching on fire throughout the country and the world. As recently as last month, a Ford F-150 Lightning caught on fire in Dearborn, Michigan. Unfortunately, the flames spread to two other vehicles connected by charging stations. And this is the result of a phenomenon they call thermal runaway, when one lithium-ion cell overheats, spreads, and continues to increase in temperature. Firefighters and first responders report that fires of this nature are much more difficult to put out. In fact, experts say fires originating from electric vehicles not only take longer to extinguish, but can require almost 30 times more water than a gas fire. In fact, I have a picture here, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, of that particular fire. It looks like you're in the Middle East when you look at this picture. In fact, I'd like to submit this article for the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
Now, many of us are also familiar with the bad environmental practices of China and other countries that use slave labor to mine lithium in very adverse conditions with no consideration of the health of those mining or that of the environment. And I read just the other week where a garage in New York collapsed under the weight of a number of parked electric vehicles. Now, I doubt electric vehicles were the sole reason for the collapse. I'm sure they're not. But they were a major contributing force. Some weighed 2 times as much as their gas equivalent. Bottom line is, there are a number of unintended consequences of the wholesale movement at all cost to move to electric vehicles. We should be thoughtful about this, particularly in the context of the very fragile and just-in-time delivery supply chain. Mr. Chairman, I urge adoption of my amendment, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman, and I recognize myself for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment. There are already programs supporting EV infrastructure. The underlying bill targets limited discretionary resources to projects improving the supply chain, and the gentleman's amendment further ensures these limited resources are focused on projects that will help improve the movement of goods and people. I support this amendment and yield back. Are there any further speakers on this amendment? Mr. Larson, a ranking member, is recognized.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I rise to oppose Mr. Rouser's amendment. I was real excited to hear about it, and I'm just so disappointed after all that, after all those opportunities.
I can't imagine.
But it does deprioritize investments in electric vehicles, and I would just note there's nothing slow right now about the market for electric vehicles in the United States. Companies who make cars are building these electric vehicles. People are buying them. States like mine are setting a standard on how many newly registered cars will be EVs. We're moving down the road on electric propulsion, electric power for trucks. Not there yet, certainly. And I'm not making an argument that we are where we need to be, but companies are coming into my office wanting to know, are we going to be able to continue or actually build up support for electric trucks? I've got cities in my district who are investing in charging stations, cities in my district who are applying for grants to invest in charging stations. All this is happening right now. Electric vehicles are already here, and though I appreciate the study, the support for a study, the cat's a little bit out of the bag, and we're gonna, if you want to stay competitive in the EV world, relative to the investments that countries like China are making, or relative to the investments like regions like Europe are making, and if the U.S. wants to be competitive in this space, pausing for any amount of time is just going to put us, make us less competitive. This is an argument about whether we ought to do EV or not. That decision's done. The private market's already decided that. And so I just would urge colleagues to vote no on this particular amendment. Don't take away a tool that we have to support where the private market's already headed on EV, and with that, I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Are there any further speakers on this amendment? Seeing none, are there any amendments to the amendment? Seeing none, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed saying nay. Nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to.
Call for a roll call.
Gentleman is requesting a roll call vote. Pursuant, as previously announced, pursuant to Committee Rule 6F, further proceedings on the question are postponed. All right, we are looking at, are there any other amendments to H.R. 3365? Seeing none, again, as noted, there are recorded votes to amendments requested, so pursuant to Committee Rule 6F, further proceedings on the measure are postponed, and now we move to our next item of consideration. Now, we're going to make an audible here because in order to get through a few more bills prior to first votes on the floor, we will go slightly out of order than you have been notified. So H.R. 915 and H.R. 3317 will be entertained in that order without objection. So ordered. So H.R. Our next item for consideration is H.R. 915, the Motor Carrier Safety Selection Standard Act. I ask unanimous consent to discharge the Subcommittee on Highways and Transit from further consideration of H.R. 915 without objection. So ordered. I now call up the bill for consideration. Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. The bill is now considered as read and open for amendment at any point. I recognize myself for 5 minutes for a statement on the bill. I thank the chairman for his leadership, and I'm proud to support H.R. 915, a bipartisan bill introduced by a former member of this committee, Mike Gallagher of Wisconsin. H.R. 915, the Motor Carrier Safety Selection Standard Act, will help increase efficiencies in our supply chain by encouraging brokerage firms to use newer and smaller companies, including minority-owned and disadvantaged business enterprises, while helping to improve safety. The bill will result in greater consumer choice and increased competition between motor carriers, which will benefit our economy. This committee has held multiple hearings about the state of our nation's supply chain, and we've heard about the role of third-party logistics companies, including freight forwarders and brokers, that serve as intermediaries within the nation's multimodal segmented freight supply chain in contributing to the movement of goods across the country. As we have heard, these companies have identified a problem with the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration's Safety Measure System, or SMS, that does not allow new or smaller companies to compete with larger firms. FMCSA performs safety audits on all motor carrier new entrants. After the new entrant safety audit and once the motor carrier has begun operations, FMCSA's SMS rates the safety of commercial motor carriers in 3 categories: satisfactory, conditional, or unsatisfactory. Because the SMS targets FMCSA safety reviews and interventions on motor carriers with high crash risk, it is riskier motor carriers that get rated. Therefore, 92% of commercial motor carriers are unrated. This does not mean these motor carriers are unsafe. In fact, unrated carriers can be safer than satisfactory motor carriers. A motor carrier can be unrated simply because it was not identified as high risk by SMS, has not undergone a full compliance review, or because a focused safety review yielded no safety problems. Currently, under FMCSA's SMS, a motor carrier can operate on our nation's roadways unless it has received an unsatisfactory safety rating or has been ordered to discontinue operations by the FMCSA. The intent of the SMS is good, to encourage competition while allowing FMCSA to focus their enforcement efforts in a manner that will have the greatest impact, including by using physical audits on problematic motor carriers. But the current system is being exploited. If an unrated carrier is involved in a crash, both the carrier and the freight broker are pulled into litigation. The freight broker is often incorrectly accused of selecting an unsafe motor carrier because that motor carrier did not have a safety rating under the SMS. Brokers see that the legal system is treating brokers that use unrated carriers as irresponsible and is viewing unrated carriers as dangerous. Therefore, brokers protected themselves by avoiding unrated motor carriers. This gives 8% of the motor carriers operating in the United States an inherent competitive advantage and squeezes out newer entrants to the industry, including those owned by minorities and women. This drives up costs and inefficiencies for all of us. The solution proposed by Representatives Gallagher and Moulton and currently 18 other bipartisan co-sponsors would address this problem. H.R. 915 would require FMCSA to develop a new safety fitness determination process to change the way a motor carrier is rated. The bill also implements an interim safety standard until final regulations are promulgated, ensuring continuity of safety during this transitional period. Despite claims to the contrary, there is simply no incentive for a broker to purposefully hire unsafe trucking companies with bad drivers. Unsafe motor carriers destroy lives, lead to lawsuits, damage reputations, and cost money. It's simply bad for business. This will help improve safety while increasing competition and lowering costs throughout the supply chain. I urge my colleagues to support this bill and yield back my time. Now recognize Ranking Member Larson for a statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree the underlying problem. I agree that the underlying problem this legislation raises, a lack of meaningful and universal motor carrier rating standards by federal regulators, is an issue that needs attention. But at its core, the legislation is about the liability of transportation intermediaries when a truck crash occurs, not about necessarily raising the bar on safety. So I'd ask folks to oppose this bill. For newer members who may be hearing about this particular issue for the first time, there is some context. It's not a new issue. Brokers have been asking this committee for legislative intervention on this issue since 2014. Congress rejected a similar proposal twice under Republican leadership in the 2015 FAST Act and the 2018 FAA reauthorization bill. This bill is a response to litigation and not supply challenges. Brokers want certainty when they're sued for negligence in their selection of motor carriers to haul freight. Because U.S. DOT has not provided a clear safety rating for all carriers in the industry, brokers are asking Congress to pass a selection standard. So why did the DOT not act? Because Congress stopped the department's efforts to advance a safety rating system. In 2015, Congress prohibited DOT from implementing its new motor carrier compliance model to assess more carriers and adopting a new safety rating system, calling instead for an extensive Inspector General review and approval. The 2018 House THUD appropriations bill further prohibited the DOT from finalizing a rule. In 2019, the previous administration formally rescinded the proposed safety rating rule. So what will this bill do? Trucking brokers can play an important role in raising the bar on safety by not contracting with unsafe or fraudulent carriers, but this legislation doesn't actually require a higher bar for safety. Instead, it provides a blanket cover for any legal requirement when contracting for the movement of goods by truck, stating they shall be, quote, considered reasonable and prudent in the selection of that carrier. To get that cover, a broker has to verify three things, all of which a motor carrier must already do to legally operate in the industry: have a valid registration, carry minimum insurance, and not be deemed unfit to operate by the DOT. And as we heard in the recent Highway and Transit Subcommittee hearing in the preparation for this markup, over 90% of the trucking industry is unrated. And of those who are rated, many ratings are outdated. So only a few hundred of the over 750,000 active motor carriers are deemed unfit at any given time. The verification under this bill is not a meaningful gauge on whether a carrier is safe. So I think we should give the DOT the resources and authority to issue a safety fitness rule as soon as possible. Democrats directed DOT to finalize this rule within 1 year in the INVEST Act and repealed the portions of the FAST Act that tied DOT's hands. Not shockingly, these were not carried forward in the BIL by the Senate. I oppose artificially cutting off illegal resources as well available to truck crash victims and families. We need to be talking about how to save the lives of these 5,788 people who were lost in large truck crashes in 2021. So this bill doesn't advance safety. I fail to see how it will help resiliency of our supply chain, and I would ask members to vote no, and with that, yield back.
Thank the ranking member. Are there any other members that wish to be recognized? Mr. Stauber.
Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much for your leadership for bringing H.R. 915 up for the committee's consideration today. FMCSA has failed to update and modernize the safety fitness determination to assign trucking companies safety ratings. This issue was supposed to be resolved by FMCA's effort titled CSA 2010. It is now 2023, and it is still a problem. The lack of leadership has caused broad negative impacts to our supply chains. At one end of the spectrum, there are shippers and brokers who don't perform any due diligence. When FMCSA declares a trucking company an imminent hazard, these companies don't stop giving them freight. On the other end of the spectrum, state policies are so restrictive that safe but small trucking companies are being excluded from market opportunities. And if we need further proof of just how bad things have gotten, I point you to the 40 guilty pleas secured by the law enforcement in the state of Louisiana for an attorney staging fraudulent truck accidents. We have all come to know this as Operation Sideswipe. Past Congresses have worked to provide the clarity needed to bring greater safety to our nation's highways by including a version of this provision in the 2018 House-passed FAA bill. As demonstrated by Operation Sideswipe, the problem has only gotten worse since 2018. So let us act now instead of letting this play out in the courts. I urge everyone's support for this common sense legislation that will improve truck safety and help shippers, freight brokers, and trucking companies focus on creating a world-class supply chain. Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Mr. Moulton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. On June 21st, 2019, a truck carrying a trailer in New Hampshire collided with a motorcycle club called the Jarheads, and 5 Marine veterans and 3 other club members were killed. To make matters worse, the truck driver who caused the crash was arrested for driving under the influence just over a month earlier, but the record of that arrest was not successfully shared with other states, and so he was not taken off the road. After this incident, my team and I began working concertedly on ways to reduce tragedies on our nation's highways. And that fundamentally is the goal of this bill. The bill does 2 things, and a lot of acronyms being thrown out here in this discussion, but it does 2 things fundamentally. 1, it pushes PHMSA to actually conclude this rulemaking so we can get past having 92% of motor carriers unrated on our nation's highways. And the ranking member is correct in running through the history of how Congress has intervened in that rulemaking. It'd be a positive step for Congress to come together in a bipartisan way and say, let's get this done. The second thing it does is it establishes an interim standard until that rulemaking is complete. And I must confess that, that we just learned this morning through analysis from the committee staff that the ranking member is also correct that the three things it does to establish that interim standard already exist. So fundamentally, this bill does advance highway safety because it pushes PHMSA to make the final ruling. But the interim standard is not up to snuff. It does not, in the interim period, do anything to improve highway safety. I don't think this should be about liability and who gets to sue whom. That's really not the point here. The point is, what can we do to improve safety on our nation's highways? And while this is an important step forward in pushing PHMSA to make the final ruling, I'm not satisfied with the interim steps that it takes. So I'm going to take the unusual step of voting against a bill that I have been part of co-leading in the hopes that we can improve it and get it to the point where it truly does improve highway safety, not just in the long term, but in the short term as well. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Mr. Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in opposition to H.R. 915. This legislation does very little to increase the resilience of our supply chains. Despite the bill's title, it does not improve the safety of our roadways either. Instead, this bill diminishes accountability throughout the supply chain. I urge my colleagues across the aisle to join me in working to update the minimum insurance requirements for interstate motor carriers. The minimum insurance levels of commercial motor vehicles has not been updated since 1980. Due to this fixed insurance level, many truck drivers and crash victims, I should emphasize, do not receive appropriate compensation for these tragic events. Raising the minimum to reflect today's costs will mean better care for those recovering from large truck crashes, and it will improve safety throughout the supply chain. Families should not be saddled with long-term financial debt after dealing with a devastating injury or loss of a loved one. Road safety should be a #1 priority for us all. I strongly encourage my colleagues to vote no on this bill. Thank you.
Gentleman yields. Any other member wish to be recognized on H.R. 915? Seeing none, are there any amendments to H.R. 915? Hearing none, the question is now on adoption in favor of reporting of H.R. 915. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and H.R. 915 is agreed to and ordered favorably reported to the House. Mr. Larson.
That's for a recorded vote.
Recorded vote having been requested, as previously announced pursuant to Committee Rule 6F, further proceedings on the question are postponed. Our next item for consideration is H.R. 3317, the Rolling Stock Protection Act. I ask unanimous consent to discharge the Subcommittee on Highways and Transit from further consideration of H.R. 3317 without objection. So ordered. I now call up the bill for consideration. Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. The bill is now considered as read and open for amendment at any point. I recognize myself for 5 minutes for a statement on the bill. Once again, I thank Chairman Graves for his leadership on this. I'm proud to speak in support of H.R. 3317, which I introduced again this Congress. This bill is simple. It closes a loophole that has allowed for our largest transit agencies serving our nation's largest cities to continue to contract with state-owned and state-supported entities, or SOEs, to procure rolling stock using federal transit funding. In 2019, the Transportation Infrastructure Vehicle Security Act, or TIVSA, was enacted as part of the National Defense Authorization Act and prohibited public transportation agencies from using federal transit funds to procure rolling stock from SOEs. TIVSA was enacted in direct response to alarming national security and economic concerns related to China's SOE rolling stock manufacturers, China Railway Rolling Stock Corporation, CRRC, and Build Your Dreams, BYD, whose presence in the bus and rail car markets had grown significantly. In fact, a 2019 Radar Lock report found that both CRRC and BYD are at the forefront of the People's Republic of China military-civil fusion strategy with documented connections to the People's Liberation Army, China's Communist Party, and restricted PRC telecommunication entities. These SOEs are laser-focused on relying exclusively on Chinese-produced components, a practice that damages our domestic workforce. Furthermore, they've been able to undercut market-based rolling stock manufacturers with the limitless financial backing of China and the Communist Party. China's ultimate goal isn't to make money off our government contracts, but rather to secure enough contracts to run other companies out of business and dominate the global market. For example, in 2018, CRRC stated that it accounts for 83% of all rail products in the world and suggested it was seeking to conquer the remaining 17%. Clearly, this is a direct threat to the 5,600 United States auto parts suppliers, and it undermines our manufacturing base and supply chain. Unfortunately, the Federal Transit Administration, or FTA, interpreted TIFSA as providing a lifetime exemption to the 4 transit agencies that had existing contracts with CRRC, allowing them to continue to execute new contracts. This bill would close that loophole by eliminating those lifetime exemptions and thereby preventing the Chinese Communist Party from undermining our national security and economy and weakening our country's manufacturing base and supply chain. With that, I urge colleagues to support this bill and yield back the balance of my time. And now recognize Ranking Member Larson for any comments he might have.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I support this legislation and ask my colleagues to support it, which ensure all U.S. transit agencies are prohibited from using federal funds to procure rail rolling stock from state-owned enterprises or SOEs. As of today, U.S. does not have a domestic transit rail car manufacturing industry. Our transit policies have been designed over the years to reflect that reality while still encouraging domestic manufacturing where it's possible. While we remain, at least for now, dependent on global transit car manufacturers, we need to ensure fair competition among all manufacturers, including SOEs. When one entity receives government subsidies that support artificially low bids, if left unchecked over time, other manufacturers will be driven out of business, making transit cars more expensive in the long run and leaving systems across the country reliant on that one manufacturer. As noted, the 2020 National Defense Authorization Act first prohibited most U.S. transit agencies from using federal transit funds to purchase rolling stock from SOEs. Transit car manufacturers that do not receive government subsidies, including manufacturers in South Korea, Japan, Spain, and other countries, are not affected by this ban. While 4 U.S. transit agencies were initially exempt from this policy, many of their initial impacted contracts are over. It is time to level the playing field so that all U.S. transit agencies operate under the same rules. I'd also note that nothing in this legislation impacts what transit agencies do with their local funding. It only affects federal funding for transit rail cars. So I ask colleagues to support the legislation and yield back.
I thank the ranking member. Are there any other members who wish to be recognized on H.R. 3317? Seeing none, are there any amendments to H.R. 3317? Seeing none, the question is now on adoption in favor of reporting of H.R. 3317. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman, request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested. As previously announced pursuant to Committee Rule 6F, further proceedings on the question are postponed. The chair has been notified there will be a series of votes occurring on the House floor. The committee shall stand in recess, subject to the call of the chair.
Mr. Chair, before you do that, I understand that when we come back, we will be taking votes that have been rolled before we start moving into the bills.
That is our goal.
All right. And my goal is to get all my members back here.
Correct.
Immediately after votes. Hint,
As
hint.
is our goal. So, thank you.
Excellent.
With that, we stand in recess.
Thank you, Mr. Crawford.
All right.
We're going to call the committee to order. The committee previously postponed proceedings on, the first one is H.R. 3399 by Mr. James. The question is now on the adoption of and favorably reporting of H.R. 3399 to the House of Representatives, which previously passed by a voice vote, in which a roll call vote was recorded. Is a roll call vote still requested?
Roll call vote is no longer requested.
That means that the bill is agreed to and ordered favorably reported to the House, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Next, consideration of H.R. 1836. The committee previously postponed proceedings on H.R. 1836. The question is now on the amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 1836. It's previously postponed. First, amendment number 180 offered by Mr. Perry to the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to withdraw my request.
Request has been withdrawn. The amendment is not agreed to. Next, the question is now on the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 1836 as amended. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed signify by saying nay. The ayes have it. The amendment in the nature of a substitute as amended is agreed to. The question is now on the adoption of and favorably reporting H.R. 1836 as amended to the House of Representatives. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying nay. No. The ayes have it. The bill as amended is agreed to and ordered favorably reported to the House. And without objection, the motion to reconsider.
Mr. Chairman, on that, I request a recorded vote.
A roll call vote has been requested. The clerk will, so we're going to run through these fast, which I encourage the clerk to make sure we get the count right and everybody stay close. A roll call vote is requested. The clerk, please call the roll.
Chairman Graves.
No.
Chairman Graves votes no. Ranking Member Larson.
Aye.
Ranking Member Larson votes aye. Mr. Crawford.
I'll change it. No.
Mr. Crawford votes no. Ms. Norton.
Yes.
Ms. Norton votes aye. Mr. Webster of Florida.
Can the clerk pause for just a second? Because I've given the wrong signal. I want to change my vote to an aye, and I know that's highly irregular.
Mr. Graves votes aye.
Object.
Mr.
Now.
Webster of Florida. Mr. Webster of Florida votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano. Mr. Massey. Mr. Massey votes no. Mr. Cohen. Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Perry. Mr. Perry. Mr. Perry votes no. Mr. Cohen votes aye. Mr. Garamendi. Mr. Garamendi votes aye. Mr. Babin. Mr. Babin votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Georgia. Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Graves of Louisiana. Mr. Carson. Mr. Rouser.
Aye.
Mr. Rouser votes aye. Ms. Titus. Ms. Titus votes aye. Mr. Bost.
Aye, and I mean it.
Mr. Bost votes aye. Mr. Huffman. Mr. Huffman votes aye. Mr. LaMalfa. Mr. LaMalfa votes aye. Ms. Brownlee. Ms. Brownlee votes aye. Mr. Westerman. Mr. Westerman votes aye. Ms. Wilson of Florida.
Aye.
Ms. Wilson of Florida votes aye. Mr. Mast. Mr. Mast votes aye. Mr. Payne. Mr. Payne votes aye. Mrs. Gonzalez-Colon. Mrs. Gonzalez-Colon votes aye. Mr. DeSagne.
Aye.
Mr. DeSagne votes aye. Mr. Stauber. Mr. Stauber votes aye. Mr. Carbajal.
Aye.
Mr. Carbajal votes aye. Mr. Burchett. Mr. Burchett votes aye. Mr. Stanton. Mr. Stanton votes aye. Mr. Johnson of South Dakota. Mr. Johnson of South Dakota votes aye. Mr. Allred. Mr. Allred votes aye. Mr. Van Drew. Mr. Van Drew votes aye. Ms. Davids of Kansas. Ms. Davids of Kansas votes aye. Mr. Nels. Mr. Garcia of Illinois. Mr. Garcia of Illinois votes aye. Mr. Gooden of Texas. Mr. Gooden of Texas votes aye. Mr. Pappas. Mr. Mann. Mr. Mann votes aye. Mr. Moulton. Mr. Moulton votes aye. Mr. Owens. Mr. Owens votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss. Mr. Auchincloss votes aye. Mr. Yakum.
Aye.
Mr. Yakum votes aye. Ms. Strickland. Ms. Strickland votes aye. Mrs. Chavez DeReamer.
Aye.
Mrs. Chavez DeReamer votes aye. Mr. Carter of Louisiana. Mr. Carter of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards votes aye. Mr. Ryan. Mr. Ryan votes aye. Mr. Kane of New Jersey. Mrs. Peltola. Mrs. Peltola votes aye. Mr. Diaz-Fazito.
Aye.
Mr. Diaz-Fazito votes aye. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Menendez votes aye. Mr. Burleson. Mr. Burleson votes aye. Ms. Hoyle of Oregon. Ms. Hoyle of Oregon votes aye. Mr. James. Mr. James votes aye. Mrs. Sykes. Ms. Sykes votes aye. Mr. Van Orden. Mr. Van Orden votes aye. Ms. Skolton. Mr. Williams of New York. Mr. Williams of New York votes aye. Mrs. Fushi. Mrs. Fushi votes aye. Mr. Molinaro. Mr. Molinaro votes aye. Mr. Collins. Mr. Collins votes aye. Mr. Ezell. Mr. Ezell votes aye. Mr. Duarte. Mr. Duarte votes aye. Mr. Bean of Florida. Mr. Bean of Florida votes aye.
Mr. Clerk, am I recorded?
I'm sorry, who's that? Mr. Crawford?
Yep.
Mr. Crawford is recorded as voting no.
I need to be a yes, please.
Mr. Crawford votes aye.
Mr. Clerk, Mr. Carson, how's Carson recorded?
Mr. Carson is not recorded.
An aye.
Mr. Carson votes aye.
Mr. Clerk, how is Massey recorded?
Mr. Massey is recorded as voting no.
Massey votes yes.
Mr. Massey votes aye.
Does anyone else wish to be recorded? Please announce the vote.
Do you want to run through the ones that haven't voted?
Oh, Burchett just came in. Stay close.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 58 ayes and 1 no.
The bill, as amended, is agreed to and ordered favorably reported to the House. Without objection, the motion to reconsider for 1836 is laid on the table. Next, consideration of H.R. 3395. The committee previously postponed proceedings on 3395. The question is now on the adoption of and favorably reporting of H.R. 3395 as amended to the House of Representatives, which previously passed by voice vote, in which a roll call vote was requested. Is a roll call vote still requested? A roll call vote is not requested. The bill as amended is agreed to and ordered favorably reported to the House. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Consideration of H.R. 886. The committee previously postponed proceedings on H.R. 886. The question is now on the adoption of and favorably reporting of H.R. 886 as amended to the House of Representatives, which previously passed by a voice vote in which a roll call vote was requested. Is a roll call vote still requested? A roll call vote. A roll call vote is still requested. Clerk, please. Oh,
Chairman Graves.
hang on. Is a roll call vote? It's still requested. Please call the roll.
Chairman Graves.
Aye.
Chairman Graves votes aye. Ranking Member Larson.
Aye.
Ranking Member Larson votes aye. Mr. Crawford. Mr. Crawford votes aye. Ms. Norton.
Aye.
Ms. Norton votes aye. Mr. Webster of Florida.
Yay.
Mr. Webster of Florida votes no.
No. Yay.
Oh, apologies. Mr. Webster of Florida votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano. Mr. Massey.
No.
Mr. Massey, no. Mr. Cohen. Mr. Cohen votes aye. Mr. Perry. Mr. Perry votes no. Mr. Garamendi. Mr. Garamendi votes aye. Mr. Babin. Mr. Babin votes no. Mr. Johnson of Georgia. Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Graves of Louisiana. Mr. Carson. Mr. Carson votes aye. Mr. Rouser.
Aye.
Mr. Rouser votes aye. Ms. Titus. Ms. Titus votes aye. Mr. Bost.
Aye.
Mr. Bost votes aye. Mr. Huffman. Mr. Huffman votes aye. Mr. LaMalfa. Mr. LaMalfa votes aye. Ms. Brownlee. Ms. Brownlee votes aye. Mr. Westerman. Mr. Westerman votes aye. Ms. Wilson of Florida. Ms. Wilson of Florida votes aye. Mr. Mast. Mr. Mast votes no. Mr. Payne. Mr. Payne votes aye. Mrs. Gonzalez-Colon. Mrs. Gonzalez-Colon votes aye. Mr. Desagne. Mr. Desagne votes aye. Mr. Stauber.
Aye.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Mr. Carbajal.
Aye.
Mr. Carbajal votes aye. Mr. Burchett. Mr. Burchett votes no. Mr. Stanton. Mr. Stanton votes aye. Mr. Johnson of South Dakota. Mr. Johnson of South Dakota votes aye. Mr. Allred. Mr. Allred votes aye. Mr. Van Drew.
Yes.
Mr. Van Drew votes aye. Ms. Davids of Kansas. Ms. Davids of Kansas votes aye. Mr. Nels.
No.
Mr. Nels votes no. Mr. Garcia of Illinois. Mr. Garcia of Illinois votes aye. Mr. Gooden of Texas.
Aye.
Mr. Gooden of Texas votes aye. Mr. Pappas. Mr. Pappas votes aye. Mr. Mann. Mr. Mann votes aye. Mr. Moulton. Mr. Moulton votes aye. Mr. Owens. Mr. Owens votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss. Mr. Auchincloss votes aye. Mr. Yakum.
Aye.
Mr. Yakum votes aye. Ms. Strickland. Ms. Strickland votes aye. Mrs. Chavez-DeRemer.
Aye.
Mrs. Chavez-DeRemer votes aye. Mr. Carter of Louisiana. Mr. Carter of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards votes aye. Mr. Ryan. Mr. Ryan votes aye. Mr. Kane of New Jersey. Mrs. Peltola. Mrs. Peltola votes aye. Mr. D'Esposito.
Aye.
Mr. D'Esposito votes aye. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Menendez votes aye. Mr. Burleson. Mr. Burleson votes no. Ms. Hoyle of Oregon. Ms. Hoyle of Oregon votes aye. Mr. James. Mr. James votes aye. Ms. Sykes. Ms. Sykes votes aye. Mr. Van Orden. Mr. Van Orden votes aye. Ms. Skolton.
Aye.
Ms. Skolton votes aye. Mr. Williams of New York. Mr. Williams of New York votes aye. Mrs. Fushi. Mrs. Fushi votes aye. Mr. Molinaro. Mr. Collins. Mr. Collins votes no. Mr. Ezell. Mr. Ezell votes aye. Mr. Duarte. Mr. Duarte votes aye. Mr. Bean of Florida. Mr. Bean of Florida votes no.
Does anyone else wish to be recorded that wasn't recorded? Yeah.
Mr. Graves of Louisiana? Mr. Graves of Louisiana votes aye.
Anyone else wish to be recorded?
I'm sorry, who is this? Mr. King? You are not recorded, sir. Mr. Kane of New Jersey votes aye. Mr. Molinaro is not recorded. Mr. Molinaro votes aye.
Anyone else wish to be recorded? Seeing none, clerk, please announce the vote.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 55 ayes and 9 noes.
55 ayes and 9 noes. The bill as amended is agreed to and ordered favorably reported to the House. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Consideration of postpone vote, H.R. 2367, which the committee previously postponed. The question is now on the amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2367, previously postponed. First, amendment number 174, offered by Mr. Perry, to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2367, on which a recorded vote was ordered, which was not agreed to by voice vote. Is the recorded vote still ordered? Recorded vote is still requested. Clerk, please call the roll.
Chairman Graves.
No.
Chairman Graves votes no. Ranking Member Larson.
No.
Ranking Member Larson votes no. Mr. Crawford.
No.
Mr. Crawford votes no. Ms. Norton.
No.
Ms. Norton votes no. Mr. Webster of Florida. Mr. Webster of Florida votes no. Mrs. Napolitano. Mr. Massey. Mr. Massey votes aye. Mr. Cohen. Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Perry. Mr. Perry votes aye. Mr. Garamendi. Mr. Garamendi votes no. Mr. Babin. Mr. Babin votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Georgia. Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no. Mr. Graves of Louisiana. Mr. Graves of Louisiana votes no. Mr. Carson. Mr. Carson votes no. Mr. Rouser.
No.
Mr. Rouser votes no. Ms. Titus. Ms. Titus votes no. Mr. Bost. Mr. Bost votes no. Mr. Huffman. Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. LaMalfa. Mr. LaMalfa votes no. Ms. Brownlee. Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Westerman. Mr. Westerman votes no. Ms. Wilson of Florida. Ms. Wilson of Florida votes no. Mr. Mast. Mr. Mast votes aye. Mr. Payne. Mr. Payne votes no. Mrs. Gonzalez-Colon. Mrs. Gonzalez-Colon votes no. Mr. DeSagne. Mr. DeSagne votes no. Mr. Stauber. Mr. Stauber votes no. Mr. Carbajal. Mr. Carbajal votes no. Mr. Burchett. Mr. Burchett votes aye. Mr. Stanton. Mr. Stanton votes no. Mr. Johnson of South Dakota. Mr. Johnson of South Dakota votes aye. Mr. Allred. Mr. Allred votes no. Mr. Van Drew. Mr. Van Drew votes no. Ms. Davids of Kansas. Mr. Nels. Mr. Garcia of Illinois. Mr. Garcia of Illinois votes no. Mr. Gooden of Texas. Mr. Gooden of Texas votes aye. Mr. Pappas. Mr. Pappas votes no. Mr. Mann. Mr. Mann votes aye. Mr. Moulton. Mr. Moulton votes no. Mr. Owens. Mr. Owens votes no. Mr. Auchincloss. Mr. Auchincloss votes no. Mr. Yakum.
No.
Mr. Yakum votes no. Ms. Strickland. Ms. Strickland votes no. Mrs. Chavez-DeRemer.
No.
Mrs. Chavez-DeRemer votes no. Mr. Carter of Louisiana. Mr. Carter of Louisiana votes no. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards votes no. Mr. Ryan. Mr. Ryan votes no. Mr. Kane of New Jersey.
No.
Mr. Kane of New Jersey votes no. Mrs. Peltola. Mrs. Peltola votes no. Mr. D'Esposito.
No.
Mr. D'Esposito votes no. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Menendez votes no. Mr. Burleson. Mr. Burleson votes aye. Ms. Hoyle of Oregon.
No.
Ms. Hoyle of Oregon votes no. Mr. James. Mr. James votes no. Ms. Sykes? No. Ms. Sykes votes no. Mr. Van Orden? Ms. Skolten?
No.
Ms. Skolten votes no. Mr. Williams of New York? Mr. Williams of New York votes no. Mrs. Fushi? Mrs. Fushi votes no. Mr. Molinaro? Mr. Molinaro votes no. Mr. Collins? Mr. Collins votes aye. Mr. Ezell? Mr. Ezell votes no. Mr. Duarte? Mr. Duarte votes no. Mr. Bean of Florida? Mr. Bean of Florida votes aye.
Chairman? How is David's recorded?
I'm sorry, once again?
David's of Kansas?
David.
Ms. Davids is not recorded.
Mr. Chairman, how's Mr. Nels recorded?
Oh, nay.
Ms. Davids of Kansas votes no.
How's Mr. Nels recorded?
Mr. Nels is not recorded.
He's an aye.
Mr. Nels votes aye.
How is Mr. Van Orden recorded?
Mr. Van Orden is not recorded.
Mr. Van Orden is no.
Mr. Van Orden votes no.
Has everyone been recorded that wishes to be recorded? Hearing none, please announce the vote.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 12 ayes and 52 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. The question is now on the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2367 as amended. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed signify by saying nay. The ayes have it. The amendment in the nature of a substitute as amended is agreed to. The question is now on the adoption of and favorably reporting of H.R. 2367 as amended to the House of Representatives. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed signify by saying nay. The ayes have it. The bill as amended is agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, can I get a recorded vote?
A recorded vote has been requested. Clerk, please call the roll.
Chairman Graves?
Aye.
Chairman Graves votes aye. Ranking Member Larson?
Aye.
Ranking Member Larson votes aye. Mr. Crawford? Mr. Crawford votes aye. Ms. Norton?
Aye.
Ms. Norton votes aye. Mr. Webster of Florida? Mr. Webster of Florida votes no. Mrs. Napolitano? My apologies. Mr. Webster of Florida votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano? Mr. Massey? Mr. Massey votes no. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Cohen votes aye. Mr. Perry? Mr. Perry votes no. Mr. Garamendi? Mr. Garamendi votes aye. Mr. Babin? Mr. Babin votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Georgia? Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Graves of Louisiana?
Yes.
Mr. Graves of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Carson? Mr. Carson votes aye. Mr. Rouser?
Aye.
Mr. Rouser votes aye. Ms. Titus? Ms. Titus votes aye. Mr. Bost?
Aye.
Mr. Bost votes aye. Mr. Huffman? Mr. Huffman votes aye. Mr. LaMalfa? Mr. LaMalfa votes aye. Ms. Brownlee? Ms. Brownlee votes aye. Mr. Westerman? Mr. Westerman votes aye. Ms. Wilson of Florida? Ms. Wilson of Florida votes aye. Mr. Mast? Mr. Mast votes aye. Mr. Payne? Mr. Payne votes aye. Mrs. Gonzalez-Colon? Mrs. Gonzalez-Colon votes aye. Mr. DeSanye? Mr. DeSanye votes aye. Mr. Stauber? Mr. Carbajal? Mr. Carbajal votes aye. Mr. Burchett? Mr. Burchett votes aye. Mr. Stanton? Mr. Stanton votes aye. Mr. Johnson of South Dakota? Mr. Johnson of South Dakota votes aye. Mr. Allred? Mr. Allred votes aye. Mr. Van Drew? Mr. Van Drew votes aye. Ms. Davids of Kansas? Mr. Nels? Mr. Nels votes aye. Mr. Garcia of Illinois. Mr. Garcia of Illinois votes aye. Mr. Gooden of Texas. Mr. Gooden of Texas votes aye. Mr. Pappas. Mr. Pappas votes aye. Mr. Mann. Mr. Mann votes aye. Mr. Moulton. Mr. Moulton votes aye. Mr. Owens. Mr. Owens votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss. Mr. Auchincloss votes aye. Mr. Yocum.
Aye.
Mr. Yocum votes aye. Ms. Strickland. Ms. Strickland votes aye. Mrs. Chavez de Reamer.
Aye.
Mrs. Chavez de Reamer votes aye. Mr. Carter of Louisiana. Mr. Carter of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Edwards. No. Mr. Edwards votes no. Mr. Ryan. Mr. Ryan votes aye. Mr. Kane of New Jersey.
Aye.
Mr. Kane of New Jersey votes aye. Mrs. Peltola. Mrs. Peltola votes aye. Mr. De-Esposito.
Aye.
Mr. De-Esposito votes aye. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Menendez votes aye. Mr. Burleson. Mr. Burleson votes no. Ms. Hoyle of Oregon. Ms. Hoyle of Oregon votes aye. Mr. James. One more time, sir. Aye. Mr. James votes aye. Ms. Sykes.
Aye.
Ms. Sykes votes aye. Mr. Van Orden. Mr. Van Orden votes aye. Ms. Skolton.
Aye.
Ms. Skolton votes aye. Mr. Williams of New York. Mr. Williams of New York votes aye. Mrs. Fushi. Mrs. Fushi votes aye. Mr. Molinaro. Mr. Molinaro votes aye. Mr. Collins. Mr. Collins votes aye. Mr. Ezell. Mr. Ezell votes aye. Mr. Duarte. Mr. Duarte votes aye. And Mr. Bean of Florida. Mr. Bean of Florida votes aye.
Stauber votes aye.
Mr. Stauber votes aye.
Mr. Chair. Davids votes aye.
Ms. Davids of Kansas votes aye.
Does anyone else wish to be recorded? We've got some people at small business. They've got a markup going on there too. Anyone else? Go ahead and give me the vote. 2367.
On that vote, Mr. Chairman, there were 60 ayes and 4 noes.
I vote of 60 ayes and 4 noes. The bill, as amended, is agreed to and ordered favorably reported to the House. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Committee previously postponed proceedings on H.R. 3318. Question is now on adoption of and favorably reporting 3318 to the House of Representatives, which previously passed by a voice vote, in which a roll call vote was requested. Is a roll call vote still requested?
No, it is not, Mr. Chairman.
A roll call vote has not been requested, or has been dropped, so the bill is agreed to and ordered favorably reported to the House. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. We'll now jump to H.R. 3365. The committee previously postponed proceedings on H.R. 3365. The question is now on the amendment to H.R. 3365, previously postponed. Amendment number 23, offered by Mr. Rouser to H.R. 3365, in which a recorded vote was ordered, which was agreed to by voice vote. Is a recorded vote still requested?
Yes, yes.
Recorded vote is still requested. Clerk, please call the roll.
Chairman Graves.
Aye.
Chairman Graves votes aye. Ranking Member Larson.
No.
Ranking Member Larson votes no. Mr. Crawford. Mr. Crawford votes aye. Ms. Norton.
No.
Ms. Norton votes no. Mr. Webster of Florida. Mr. Webster of Florida votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano. Mr. Massey. Mr. Massey votes aye. Mr. Cohen. Mr. Perry. Mr. Perry votes aye. Mr. Garamendi. Mr. Garamendi votes aye. Mr. Babin. Mr. Babin votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Georgia. Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no. Mr. Graves of Louisiana. Mr. Carson. Mr. Carson votes no. Mr. Rouser.
Aye.
Mr. Rouser votes aye. Ms. Titus. Ms. Titus votes no. Mr. Bost.
Aye.
Mr. Bost votes aye. Mr. Huffman. Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. LaMalfa. Mr. LaMalfa votes aye. Ms. Brownlee. Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Westerman. Mr. Westerman votes aye. Ms. Wilson of Florida. Ms. Wilson of Florida votes no. Mr. Mast. Mr. Mast votes aye. Mr. Payne. Mr. Payne votes aye. Mrs. Gonzalez-Colon. Mrs. Gonzalez-Colon votes aye. Mr. DeSagne. Mr. DeSagne votes aye. Mr. Stauber. Mr. Stauber votes aye. Mr. Carbajal.
No.
Mr. Carbajal votes no. Mr. Burchett. Mr. Burchett votes aye. Mr. Stanton. Mr. Stanton votes no. Mr. Johnson of South Dakota. Mr. Johnson of South Dakota votes aye. Mr. Allred. Mr. Allred votes no. Mr. Van Drew. Mr. Van Drew votes aye. Ms. Davids of Kansas. Ms. Davids of Kansas votes no. Mr. Nels. Mr. Nels votes aye. Mr. Garcia of Illinois. Mr. Garcia of Illinois votes no. Mr. Gooden of Texas. Mr. Gooden of Texas votes aye. Mr. Pappas. Mr. Pappas votes no. Mr. Mann. Mr. Mann votes aye. Mr. Moulton. Mr. Moulton votes no. Mr. Owens. Mr. Owens votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss. Mr. Auchincloss votes no. Mr. Yakum.
Aye.
Mr. Yakum votes aye. Ms. Strickland. Ms. Strickland votes no. Mrs. Chavez-DeRemer.
No.
Mrs. Chavez-DeRemer votes no. Mr. Carter of Louisiana. Mr. Carter of Louisiana votes no. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards votes aye. Mr. Ryan. Mr. Ryan votes no. Mr. Kane of New Jersey.
Aye.
Mr. Kane of New Jersey votes aye. Mrs. Peltola. Mrs. Peltola votes no. Mr. D'Esposito.
Aye.
Mr. D'Esposito votes aye. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Menendez votes no. Mr. Burleson. Mr. Burleson votes aye. Ms. Hoyle of Oregon. Ms. Hoyle of Oregon votes no. Mr. James. Mr. James votes aye. Ms. Sykes. Ms. Sykes votes no. Mr. Van Orden. Mr. Van Orden votes aye. Ms. Skolton.
No.
Ms. Skolton votes no. Mr. Williams of New York. Mr. Williams of New York votes aye. Mrs. Fushi. Mrs. Fushi votes no. Mr. Molinaro. Mr. Molinaro votes aye. Mr. Collins. Mr. Collins votes aye. Mr. Ezell. Mr. Ezell votes aye. Mr. Duarte. Mr. Duarte votes aye. Mr. Bean of Florida. Mr. Bean of Florida votes aye. Mr. Garamendi is recorded as having voted aye. Mr. Garamendi votes no.
Mr. Chairman, how am I recorded?
Who said that?
Payne.
Thank you. Mr. Payne is recorded as having voted aye.
No.
Mr. Payne votes no.
Mr. Chairman, how am I recorded? DeSagne?
Mr. DeSagne is recorded as having voted aye.
No.
Mr. DeSagne votes no.
Like it's changed.
Mr. Graves of Louisiana votes aye.
Is everyone that wishes to be recorded, are they recorded? Anyone else? Okay, please announce the vote.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 34 ayes and 29 noes.
Mr. Rouser's amendment is agreed to. The question is now on the adoption of and favorably reporting of H.R. 3365 as amended to the House of Representatives. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed signify by saying nay. The ayes have it. The bill as amended is agreed to and ordered favorably. reported to the House. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. We next move on to H.R. 915. The committee previously postponed proceedings on 915. The question is now on adoption of and favorably reporting of H.R. 915 to the House of Representatives, of which a recorded vote was ordered, which was agreed to by voice vote. Is the recorded vote still requested?
Yes.
Yes. The recorded vote is still requested. The clerk, please call the roll.
Chairman Graves.
Aye.
Chairman Graves votes aye. Ranking Member Larson.
No.
Ranking Member Larson votes no. Mr. Crawford. Mr. Crawford votes aye. Ms. Norton.
No.
Ms. Norton votes no. Mr. Webster of Florida. Mr. Webster of Florida votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano. Mr. Massey. Mr. Massey votes aye. Mr. Cohen. Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Perry. Mr. Perry votes aye. Mr. Garamendi. Mr. Garamendi votes no. Mr. Babin. Mr. Babin votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Georgia. Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no. Mr. Graves of Louisiana.
Yes.
Mr. Graves of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Carson. Mr. Carson votes no. Mr. Rouser.
Aye.
Mr. Rouser votes aye. Ms. Titus. Ms. Titus votes no. Mr. Bost.
Aye.
Mr. Bost votes aye. Mr. Huffman. Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. LaMalfa. Mr. LaMalfa votes aye. Ms. Brownlee. Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Westerman. Mr. Westerman votes aye. Ms. Wilson of Florida. Ms. Wilson of Florida votes no. Mr. Mast. Mr. Mast votes aye. Mr. Payne. Mr. Payne votes no. Mrs. Gonzalez-Colon. Mrs. Gonzalez-Colon votes aye. Mr. Desanye. Mr. Desanye votes no. Mr. Stauber. Mr. Stauber votes aye. Mr. Carbajal. Mr. Carbajal votes no. Mr. Burchett. Mr. Burchett votes aye. Mr. Stanton. Mr. Stanton votes no. Mr. Johnson of South Dakota. Mr. Johnson of South Dakota votes aye. Mr. Allred. Mr. Allred votes no. Mr. Van Drew. Mr. Van Drew votes aye. Ms. Davids of Kansas. Ms. Davids of Kansas votes no. Mr. Nels. Mr. Nels votes aye. Mr. Garcia of Illinois. Mr. Garcia of Illinois votes no. Mr. Gooden of Texas. Mr. Gooden of Texas votes aye. Mr. Pappas. Mr. Pappas votes no. Mr. Mann. Mr. Mann votes aye. Mr. Moulton. Mr. Moulton votes no. Mr. Owens. Mr. Owens votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss. Mr. Auchincloss votes no. Mr. Yocum.
Aye.
Mr. Yocum votes aye. Ms. Strickland. Ms. Strickland votes no. Mrs. Chavez-DeRemer.
Aye.
Mrs. Chavez-DeRemer votes aye. Mr. Carter of Louisiana. Mr. Carter of Louisiana votes no. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards votes aye. Mr. Ryan. Mr. Ryan votes no. Mr. Kane of New Jersey.
Yes.
Mr. Kane of New Jersey votes aye. Mrs. Peltola. Mrs. Peltola votes aye. Mr. D'Esposito.
Aye.
Mr. D'Esposito votes aye. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Menendez votes no. Mr. Burleson. Mr. Burleson votes aye. Ms. Hoyle of Oregon. Ms. Hoyle of Oregon votes no. Mr. James. Mr. James votes aye. Ms. Sykes. Ms. Sykes votes no. Mr. Van Orden. Mr. Van Orden votes aye. Ms. Skolton.
No.
Ms. Skolton votes no. Mr. Williams of New York. Mr. Williams of New York votes aye. Mrs. Fushi. Mrs. Fushi votes no. Mr. Molinaro. Mr. Molinaro votes aye. Mr. Collins. Mr. Collins votes aye. Mr. Ezell. Mr. Ezell votes aye. Mr. Duarte. Mr. Duarte votes aye. Mr. Bean of Florida. Mr. Bean of Florida votes aye.
Anyone wish to be recorded that isn't recorded? Hearing no one, please announce the vote.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 36 ayes and 28 noes.
A vote of 36 ayes, 28 noes. The bill is agreed to and ordered favorably reported to the House. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Next, we have 3317. Committee previously postponed proceedings on 3317. Mr. Crawford, the question is now on the adoption of and favorably reporting of H.R. 3317 to the House of Representatives, which a recorded vote was ordered, which was agreed to by voice vote. Is a recorded vote still requested?
No, Mr. Chairman.
A recorded vote is no longer requested. The bill is agreed to and ordered favorably reported to the House. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Thank you, everyone, for working with me on the recorded votes. That finishes the first batch. So now we're going to go back into considering bills. Our next item for consideration is H.R. 1500, the Intelligent Transportation Integration Act. I ask unanimous consent to discharge the Subcommittee on Highways and Transit for further consideration of H.R. 1500. Without objection, that is so ordered. I now call up the bill for consideration. Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. The bill is now considered as read and open for amendment at any point. Mr. Graves of Louisiana is recognized to offer his amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment.
Please designate the amendment.
An amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 1500 offered by Mr. Graves of Louisiana.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, H.R. 15...
Hang on. Without objection, the amendment to the nature of substitute shall be considered and read and shall be considered as base text for the purpose of further amendment. Mr. Graves, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, H.R. 1500 represents legislation that this committee has adopted not once but twice. This House has adopted not once but twice and has always had bipartisan support. In this case, we worked closely with Congressman Carbajal, a good friend of mine, and we're able to come to an agreement on the text of this legislation. It is designed to address two primary objectives. Number one is collecting, I want to be very clear on this, anonymized private data, absolutely nothing that in any way can track back to an individual, and aggregating that data to the point to where it can inform future transportation planning. Let me see if I can describe that a little bit differently. The idea is that if you take all the data from Waze or Google Maps or what have you, and you begin seeing trends in where people are initiating their journeys and where they're ending, and you realize that the only way to get from A to B is by going through this circuitous route, what you're doing is you're adding miles of concrete, you're adding miles of asphalt, you're adding miles of more congestion, you're burning more gasoline, you're giving off more emissions, you're giving more miles of an opportunity for somebody to get in a wreck. What this does is it's designed to take that aggregated anonymous data and using it to inform transportation planning, realizing that your morning commute, people are getting from A to B. How can we help to straighten that line? How can we help to reduce the miles traveled? How can we help to improve the efficiency of that route? So it's designed to inform transportation planning for greater efficiency. I'll say it again, Mr. Chairman. This is about less miles traveled, less time in traffic, less gasoline, less wrecks, less emissions. The second component of this legislation has to do with ITS, or Intelligent Transportation Systems. Right now, once again, you're driving down the road and you're trying to get from your house to the Capitol. And as you're driving, you may have your Waze app up, and that Waze app may tell you, hey, there's a wreck ahead. There's a wreck ahead, you need to turn right up here and go around it. And so you're getting a little bit of a live timing of what's going on. This is designed to take it next level. And what it's designed to do is begin communicating with municipal intelligent transportation systems to where those transportation systems will know, all right, I've got 30 cars that are heading north on Main Street and about to hit 2nd. And I've got 12 cars that are going east on 2nd Street about to hit Main. So where you can begin doing proportional lights. Your app will be able to tell you, hey, if you drive at 32 miles an hour, and when you get to that light, it's going to be green. Just helping to improve the efficiency of transportation systems using AI to help improve that efficiency. Again, saving gas, improving safety. And I want to be crystal clear on this. We worked with a number of privacy groups to make sure that we protected the privacy of the information and anonymize the data. And so that's what this legislation does. I want to thank, again, my friend Congressman Carbajal, as well as Jago, if you're here, for working with us on this. Mr. Chairman, I yield back and urge adoption and yield back.
That's all right. Recognize Mr. Larson for 5 minutes.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I support the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by Representative Graves. The legislation is similar to something we adopted last year or a couple years ago, but I appreciate the stated purposes of improving safety, reducing congestion, decreasing vehicle miles traveled, and enhancing environmental conditions. Those are priorities I share. Also, I support the legislation's goal of reducing wait times at freight facilities, a topic that we've heard a lot about, and even today. We've heard from the Department of Transportation that the bill in its original form could have created duplicative requirements and hindered other efforts. So I appreciate the bipartisan efforts to address those concerns reflected in the ANS and support the ANS as the base text. I yield back.
Mr. Crawford, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm proud to support H.R. 1500, which was introduced by my colleague from Louisiana, Mr. Garrett Graves. Using third-party data will help address transportation management and, in turn, improve traffic flow and congestion that hinders the efficient movement of freight and people. Previously, the American Transportation Research Institute estimated that congestion adds $74.5 billion in operational costs for the trucking industry per year. Traffic congestion not only hinders our economic competitiveness by stifling the movement of freight, but it also undermines Americans' quality of life. In 2019, Texas A&M Transportation Institute released a study that found the average American wastes 54 hours per year in traffic congestion. We all know we'd rather be at home with our families or not risk being late to work than sitting in hours of traffic. Already, we see some states using third-party data to help address congestion and improve traffic flows. The Department of Transportation estimates that the volume of freight on our nation's highways will increase by 44% over the next 30 years. This bill is designed to help all states take advantage of third-party data to bolster the efficiency of our transportation network, which will help alleviate challenges in our supply chain. I urge my colleagues to support this bill and yield back the balance of my time.
Mr. Carbajal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wasn't planning on speaking, but I wholeheartedly support this legislation sponsored by my colleague, Representative Garrett Graves. This bill, again, will require the Department of Transportation to set up a program to leverage anonymized data, which will, in essence, use real-time data to actively manage the transportation network more effectively. It will also improve our infrastructure planning for the future. And lastly, it will also improve the environment when we are not needlessly stuck in traffic when there's, especially at a light, when there's no one traveling in an opposite direction. Mr. Chair, yield back.
Does anyone else wish to be heard on the bill? On the amendment in the nature of a substitute, at least? Seeing none, are there any amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 1500? Mr. Perry.
Mr. Chairman, I've got several amendments at the desk. I don't know how you want to handle it. I understand the chair is amenable to unblocking 169 and 173. I'm amenable to unblocking 171 and 172, which would lead 170 out on its own.
All right.
Willing to work with the chair however he wants to handle that.
We'll unblock 169 and 173. Clerk, please designate the amendments.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 1500, offered by Mr. Perry in block number 169 and number 173.
Without objection, the amendments will be considered as read. Mr. Perry, you have 5 minutes. 169 and 173. Just for
all right, Mr. Chairman, understanding that the chair might be amenable to accepting these two amendments, I'm going to go with the short version instead of the long version of the description. 169 precludes the sources from providing the data, providing the program with ELD data. So I would encourage adoption of that. 173 specifies that data cannot be used for automated traffic enforcement, red light, and speed camera government programs. And I'll just add a personal anecdote. As we sit here, Washington, D.C., the very place where we sit, is considering, because they have a budget shortfall, expanding their red light camera program. We had the mayor in. We also had many members of the board in, and where they explicitly said that they're going to expand the red light camera program to increase revenues. Because I asked, is this about safety or is this about revenue? Well, they didn't have any problem telling us it was about revenue. I just don't think that that's where our country should be. And just one final anecdote, I could not get into the Capitol on Inauguration Day. Could not get off the highway to get in. So I stopped a police officer and I said, "Sir, I've got all the documentation. I need to be in the Capitol. How do I get in?" He said, "Follow me." And I proceeded to follow him through every red light that he went through. I followed him just as directed. He didn't slow down. He didn't hit the brakes. He just drove right through, and I got to the parking garage, and I attended the event, and it was summarily cited for going through red lights with a red light camera. I appealed. My appeal was rejected, and I had to pay the fine. This is why I think that these amendments are important. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield the balance.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to offer $20 to help pay for the fine.
Mr. Larson, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Because there's 5 amendments that we're considering, two en bloc here and two additional are en bloc and one similar. We sorted through this, and on this en bloc, this is one we'll accept, and I don't think there's anything left to discuss, but I'm sure that Mr. Graves has further conversation to discuss. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to be heard on the amendments? Garrett?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, amendment number 169 regarding ALDs, I'm not sure that the amendment fully appreciates how that program works, but we view this amendment as being innocuous, somewhat of a solution in search of a problem. 173, certainly sensitive to any traffic tickets that my friend Mr. Perry's getting, and so anything we can do to prevent him from getting traffic tickets, I'm on board with. So I urge adoption. Yield back.
Anyone else wish to be heard on the amendments? Seeing none, the question is on en bloc amendment number 169 and 173, both by Mr. Perry. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed signify by saying nay. The ayes appear to have it. The amendment is agreed to. Mr. Perry, we will move to amendment number 170, and that one's by itself, correct?
Yes, sir,
Yep.
Mr. Chairman.
170, please.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment simply removes a catch-all phrase from this.
Offer it, and then we'll designate it.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. Perry 170.
Mr. Clerk, please designate.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 1500, offered by Mr. Perry, number 170.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Mr. Perry, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment removes a catch-all phrase from the bill which allows, in my opinion, way too much discretion to the Secretary for a program which, by tacit admission, is in its drafting generates several privacy and civil liberty concerns. The phrase at issue allows the Secretary to enable the use of anonymized data derived from third-party entities, and I quote, "for any other purpose the Secretary determines is necessary to improve transportation management capabilities and efficiency on federal aid highways and other assets on the nation's transportation system," unquote. Let's break that down a little bit. To improve transportation management capabilities and efficiency. That could mean anything from traffic lights to metering on exit ramps to signage indicating a wreck. Or how about other assets on the nation's transportation system? Well, that isn't even defined in the bill. How do intelligent transportation systems extend to our nation's rail, aviation, or transit systems? I know my colleagues may disagree with me on what is worth funding, and I acknowledge that. However, if our purpose is to create a gigantic Skynet for every possible mode of Transportation, let's at least come out and just say that. Let's not leave it up to the Secretary or any other future administration, Democrat or Republican for that matter, to decide how far this program goes. If you want to give your information to some private, let's just name, well, I'm not going to name one, some private app that's going to track your location and so on and so forth and allow you to make your trip efficient based on what you see on your device, your phone or your car or your iPad or whatever, well, God bless you. That should be your choice. But if you don't want to, I certainly don't want to give it to the government and trust anonymized data. I don't know how, look, if you're not getting the fact that the federal government has not been a very judicious arbiter of your data in their hands, handing it over to all manner of other federal agencies, taking information from the private sector. If you've got a telephone and you think that your data, your metadata is not being hooked up with you, well, I'm just going to tell you, holding this phone up in particular, and tell you that the federal government, if it wants your data, it's damn well going to take it. It's going to take it. If you're for that, God bless you, but I am not. So I would urge adoption, and I yield the balance.
Chair recognizes Mr. Larson, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I oppose Perry Amendment 170, which strikes the language allowing the DOT to use third-party data to improve efficiency on the national highway system. Specifically, this amendment limits the ability of the secretary, of any secretary, to use data collected under this program to improve efficiency on our roadways. This amendment removes standard language in grant programs that allows the secretary to address emerging issue areas or challenges. Mr. Perry's amendment does not help us solve supply chain challenges. Instead, it prohibits using new data for innovative solutions. This amendment directly conflicts with the name of the underlying bill, the Intelligent Transportation Integration Act. Our goal is to fully utilize new data in innovative ways to reduce congestion. For that reason, I oppose the amendment and yield back.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Massey, 5 minutes.
I support the amendment. I think any part of any bill that starts out with, for any other purpose the secretary determines is necessary, is just asking for trouble. We've seen what they do with the phrases, for any other purpose the secretary determines is necessary. And we're given way too much authority there. I can be persuaded to vote for this bill if the Perry amendments are made in order. And otherwise, I have difficulty with giving this much latitude. With that, I yield back.
Oh, you, Garrett, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I think Mr. Perry's amendment deserves some consideration. It's well known that anonymized data is used today, for example, credit card transactions and other things. And even with 5 pieces, or as little as 5 pieces of anonymized data, your exact identity can be determined. That's well known and used in digital tracking today. And if you were to overlay that with dynamic real-time transportation information, you can actually track someone, even with anonymized data, potentially by overlaying with other pieces of metadata that are unrelated, for example, like anonymous credit card transactions. And I would just say that the use of this data should be very carefully considered by this body, and giving wide range to the secretary could have a whole range of unintended consequences and uses for which would require some study and perhaps some expert opinion.
Mr. Graves, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I think it's important that we first put this provision in context. No, I'm not going to blow you up on this one. I'm going to blow you up on the next one. I'm going to blow you up on the dumb one. No, seriously, Mr. Perry, we very seriously, we share the objective of protecting privacy. We do. And that's why before we introduced this bill, we actually worked with privacy groups to try to make sure we developed text that covered that. And so I do think it's important because I have always been a strong privacy advocate. I've voted against FISA and other things that I think didn't have appropriate protections in place. But you've got to look at the subsection here that this applies to. The Secretary shall enable the use of anonymized data. So at that point, we're talking about anonymous data that does not tie back to an individual. Then you apply in what you're making reference to that says for other purposes, Secretary determines it's necessary to improve transportation management capabilities, efficiency, and so on. But I did want to ask you a favor. If I could ask you a favor, Mr. Perry, would you be willing to withdraw this amendment if we give you a commitment to work with you? Because I'll tell you again, we sat down, I think it was with 3 privacy groups on the front end of this, because we did not want to do this very thing that you're talking, or that you're concerned with. Just give you my commitment that we won't move the bill to the floor until we figure out some type of protection measure there to ensure that we are achieving the goal that we share here. And then I'll blow you up.
So that's a
on the next
commitment, if I can, Mr. Chair. So that's a commitment to not move the bill until we come to some agreement of the terms regarding the privacy, and that applies only to 170, this amendment, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Graves. Perry withdraws the amendment.
Thank you.
The amendment's been withdrawn. We next move on to, we're going to combine Perry 171 and Perry 172. Please call up your 2 amendments and we'll have them designated.
Mr. Chairman, I've got 2 amendments at the desk on block 171 and 172.
Clerk, please designate the amendments.
Amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 1500, offered by Mr. Perry in block number 171 and 172.
Mr. Perry, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll go in order. 171. Folks, when my constituents back in South Central Pennsylvania hear that we're considering legislation about so-called intelligent transportation systems, they get a little skeptical. First off, I'm really not sure what an intelligent transportation system is. Going off a statutory definition from Public Law 105-178, it's electronics, communications, or information processing used singly or in combination to improve the efficiency or safety of a surface transportation system. That's pretty broad, and I guess potentially efficiency and all those other things lie in the beholder. DOT, in its 2021 copy of the History of Intelligent Transportation Systems, gives a few examples of the systems. Some are somewhat innocuous, like the Easy Pass or other forms of electronic tolling. Others raise some eyebrows, like automated vehicles and environmental research, which develop applications like ones that apply adaptive cruise control and wireless communication with traffic signals to control a vehicle's approaching and departing speed in an eco-friendly manner. I just want you to think about that, in an eco-friendly manner. It doesn't talk about safety, not talking about safety, talking about something else there. I don't really understand why any of this is necessary, especially when the bill tasked the Secretary with protecting supposedly anonymized data for these intelligent transportation systems. And I will just tell you, I don't think any of the data is going to be anonymized. You can believe that if you want to, and it might start out that way, but I don't think it's going to last. This amendment strikes enhancing environmental conditions as a decision informed by the anonymized transported data used in this bill. The administration, and quite honestly, other administrations throughout history have used unscientific scaremongering, especially regarding climate, as an excuse to reshape American life, and I don't trust them to not do the same on this. On 172, I understand that the U.S. government has approved the funding for so-called intelligent transportation systems, at least through pilot programs for a few years now. But again, my bosses, and quite honestly, people around the country that talk to me, don't want the government breathing down their neck. Through this bill, though this bill has provisions that direct the Transportation Secretary to prevent the re-identification of consumer data and prevent the use of biometric or automatic license plate reader data, at least one of the goals of the program is decreasing miles traveled, and seems to run counter to that. They're going to have to, at some point, hook the car up that's traveling with the person that's in it to make sure that this data is used to make it more efficient. That's going to happen at some point. You ever wonder when you're driving? It tells you all this stuff. If you have one of these apps, if you're in a store, if you're having a conversation with somebody in your family and your phone's there, and the next time you go to search something and, oh, you happen to be talking about new fixtures in your home, and it shows up on your phone, does anybody wonder how that anonymized data happened? Do you think it went to everybody's phone? Look, you can believe what you want to believe, but I don't believe that this is going to be used anonymously, even if it starts out that way. And it's going to be used to make you efficient, whether you want to be or not. When these vehicles are all become electric, like they're going to, right, because that's going to be the law. We were told that in oversight last week. You're going to buy an electric vehicle whether you like it or not, because that's what's going to be allowed. That's what we were told in oversight last week. And then when you decide, I don't want to go this way at this time of the day, I want to go that way, the secretary or some other bureaucrat's going to say, well, that's not very efficient for you. It's not very efficient of you. And they're going to decide. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not going to be a part of that. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield a correction. I urge adoption, and I yield the balance.
Mr. Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We'll stand against this en bloc amendment and stand against both amendments. First off, on 171, to strike the underlying program's purpose, one of many purposes of leveraging data to enhance environmental conditions. I want to commend Representative Graves of Louisiana for including this goal in the bill. Transportation's impacts on the environment are substantial. The transportation sector is the #1 source of carbon pollution in the U.S. Transportation can create smog, pollute stormwater runoff, creates noise pollution, habitat destruction, does a lot of good things too. However, transportation does those things, and much of the pollution from transportation leads to negative health outcomes. Reducing the environmental harms caused by transportation is a goal that we share. I think it makes sense to include that in the underlying bill and oppose that amendment. And on 172, it would strike one of the underlying purposes to leverage data to help decrease vehicle miles traveled, or VMT. I commend, again, Representative Graves for Louisiana for including the language in the underlying bill. It's a goal we share. There are no shortage of transportation choices that can lead to reduced vehicle miles traveled. We can make it easier for people to combine errands and trips. We can help people make those choices by making data available to them. We can help people choose to work remotely or not. There's no one-size-fits-all, but reduced vehicle mile travel benefits. But reduced VMT benefits all of us via reduced congestion on our roadways, less time and money wasted in traffic jams, and less air pollution. And I support this goal and oppose this amendment. As a result, ask folks to oppose this en bloc consisting of 171 and 172. With that, I yield back.
Anyone else wish to be heard on the amendments? Mr. Graves.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I heard my friend from Pennsylvania bring up citizens of Pennsylvania and intelligent transportation systems. What I would do, rather than rattling off conspiracy theories about what it is I would send them to the Pennsylvania Department of Transportation website on intelligent transportation systems. And I'd learn about what the state is doing with intelligent transportation systems. I didn't see anything in here that requires a tinfoil hat. Let me be very clear. Reducing vehicle miles traveled in terms of finding more efficient routes, because this bill is designed to improve transportation planning, is a very clear objective of this bill. I want to be very upfront about that. That absolutely is an objective of this bill. Because if we can find more efficient routes between A to B and get people to their job or their home faster, and they're also safer, and they're also using less gasoline, saving them money, they're also blowing off lower emissions, I think those are good things. I'm not sure what my friend is opposed to there, but I think those are good things. And so I want to associate myself to the comments, with the comments from my friend from Washington, in that I do not think that these amendments are relevant. They challenge one of the very objectives of the bill, and that I'm not sure why anyone would want someone to have to drive a more circuitous route to get from A to B. That's like saying, please give me more government red tape. I'm not sure that I've ever heard anyone say that. So Let me say it again. One, if anybody in Pennsylvania has questions about ITS, you have a website. I'd urge you to go there to learn about what your state's doing. Number two, a clear objective of this bill is to reduce vehicle miles traveled. So if you support this amendment, you are saying you want people to drive further, longer, buy more gasoline, get in more wrecks, take more time in the car. I always hear people say, gosh, if I could just have more traffic. Not. So I urge rejection of this en bloc amendment. I'm happy to work with my friend on any concerns that he has in this legislation that actually has merit. And again, I do want to thank my friend for giving us a chance to work together on 170. I think this is an important objective of this bill, one that I think all of us in this committee should share. I urge rejection of the en bloc and yield back.
Mr. Massey.
I don't think you have to wear a tinfoil hat to support Scott Perry's amendment. If the goal of this bill were to increase quality of life for our constituents, that's a goal everybody can get behind. And if the byproduct is that you might travel fewer miles in the process of increasing your quality of life, that's a fine thing. But to say that the goal, like on the other side of the aisle characterized the bill, that the goal is to reduce CO2 emissions, now we're making judgments about what improves somebody's quality of life. I might have a better quality of life if I drive further, if I'm going where I want to go, if I'm going on vacation. Now, if I'm unnecessarily driving further, that's not going to improve my quality of life, and that'd be a good thing if the bill prevented unnecessary driving further. I think what Mr. Perry objects to is the notion that we're going to increase people's quality of life with this bill by setting goals like CO2 emissions in this bill. And so, I think it's a good bill. I think it's a great bill. I mean, we shouldn't be a bunch of Luddites and not want to use this information that everybody's already using themselves to try and get around bad infrastructure, to try to avoid bad infrastructure. So I support the premise of the bill, but I also support Perry's amendments because we can't sit up here and decide what improves somebody's quality of life. But if we're trying to make their travel more efficient, that's a worthy goal. And I think we're getting off track when we decide that we're trying to reduce CO2, and I yield back, or unless Mr. Perry has something to say.
Well, I would just offer this in the time remaining, since you brought up the CO2 emission and the quality of life. What happens when you're driving your car and it says, look, you're going to say, well, they would never do that. So let me start with that. They would never do that, would never happen. You're driving your car, and one of the goals is to reduce CO2 emissions, and you've reached your maximum CO2 emissions for the day, or the month, or the week, or the hour. And this thing's hooked up, and it says, you're done. You're done driving for this period of time. Now, I know you're saying they would never do that. They would never force your daughter to change in front of men in a bathroom either. They would never do that either. They would never do that. Ladies and gentlemen, they will do that. They absolutely will do that, and this is the beginning of that. I yield.
I yield
Anyone
back.
else wish to be heard on the amendments? Mr. Lamafa.
Mr. Chairman and members, I represent a very rural area, as several of us on the committee do. And so transportation routes are to be decided on various things, especially for rural people. If you're hauling a particular heavy load or wide load, or maybe you just want to avoid main routes because of the nature of the load or the type of driving you want to do. Or maybe it's recreational driving and such. So entrusting a secretary or entrusting other government officials with what's the most efficient route for you to use that day, or periods coming down the pike here, I just don't buy it, because I've seen a whole lot of authority that's been given to federal government over the last 2.5 years that's been abused, and they want to keep abusing it. I'm a little tired myself of having somebody in planning somewhere decide how my life is. I'm not enthused about electric cars. I'm not enthused about electric tractors and trucks, and this is all stuff coming down the pike. We see the routes, we see gated off neighborhoods now. We see the ideas of, and you'll see it in other foreign countries that we seem to love to emulate here, of, oh, you're not going to drive in this area anymore. We have this 15-minute city business, all this sort of thing. And, you know, we're giggling in here in the committee about this stuff, but it's very real. So I appreciate what Mr. Graves is doing on the bill in chief, but I don't think what Mr. Perry is talking about is really unreasonable or unforeseeable. As far as the CO2 business, the CO2 was 0.03% of our atmosphere in 1960. Now it's 0.04 after that period of time. And we're contorting ourselves into this CO2 ball game everybody wants to play over a tiny increase of that could be attributed to many things besides what people are doing in North America with energy or their vehicles. So I think it's certainly worthy of this conversation that Mr. Perry's having on 171, on 172, and even 170 that we just bypassed. So I would like to see us work in a direction that gives more autonomy, more freedom, more choices to people instead of a central planner somewhere deciding like, well, we don't think this route's the best one for you today, even though it might be a suggestion now. Soon you have gates, soon you have cutoff options, because this is what they do. They do it in my forest roads, they do it in neighborhoods where they call it traffic calming, all this sort of thing. So I'm going to support Mr. Perry's efforts. I yield back.
Would the gentleman yield?
He yielded back.
Judge,
He yielded back.
I yield to my colleague. I yield to my colleague, Mr. Massey.
Does anyone else wish to be heard on the amendments?
I yield to my friend, Mr. Massey.
Thank Mr. Babin. Let's just be clear what Perry's amendment does. There's a lot of goals in this bill, and I think the underlying bill is a good bill. Reduce congestion, decrease miles traveled, increase safety, improve efficiency. These are some of the goals. All he's saying is he's a little nervous about this one that says decrease miles traveled. And all of us in rural areas are a little nervous about decreased miles traveled. It's the same exact bill if you adopt the Perry Amendment and just strike decreasing miles traveled and you strike enhancing environmental conditions. Those are byproducts that will come from this bill in good ways if your goal is to reduce congestion, improve safety, and improve efficiency. You'll probably get some of that other stuff, but to say it's a goal and then to tell the secretary, do whatever you think's necessary to achieve those outcomes, I don't think he's wearing a tinfoil hat. I don't see a tinfoil hat. His hair's getting a little gray, but it's not a tinfoil hat up there. And I think it's a reasonable amendment. It'd be a great way to get more support for this bill by adopting the amendments. I yield back.
Does anyone else wish to be heard on the amendments? Seeing none, the question is on Amendment 171, 172 by Mr. Perry. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed signify by saying nay.
Nay.
The nays appear to have it. The nays do have it.
I ask for a recorded vote.
Recorded vote has been requested. As previously announced, pursuant to Committee Rule 6F, further proceedings on the question are postponed. Is that the, yeah. We're gonna jump up to the soapbox derby. Next item for consideration is House Concurrent Resolution Number 43. I'd ask unanimous consent to discharge the Subcommittee on Economic Development, Public Buildings, Emergency Management from further consideration of House Concurrent Resolution 43. Without objection, that is so ordered. I now call up the resolution for consideration. Without objection, the first reading of the resolution is dispensed with. The resolution is now considered as read and open for amendment at any point. I recognize myself for 5 minutes for a statement. So each year, we authorize the use of the Capitol grounds for the annual Soapbox Derby event, which has been going on since 1934 and provides opportunities for young people of Greater Washington, D.C. area to demonstrate their ingenuity through family-friendly competitions. I support the approval of this resolution. This is a good thing. Like I say, folks, we've been doing this for years. And with that, I recognize Mr. Larson for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Today we're considering House Concurrent Resolution 43 to authorize the use of the Capitol grounds for the Greater Washington Soapbox Derby. The Derby is an annual competitive event, one in which I came in last when I was a young man, that encourages girls and boys ages 9 through 16 to construct and race their own soapbox vehicles. This Capitol Hill event has become a popular tradition in the D.C. area over the last 26 years. It provides a great opportunity for children to learn about the workmanship necessary to build the vehicles and enjoy the thrill of competition. Organizers will work with the architect of the Capitol and the Capitol Police to ensure appropriate rules and regulations are in place and that the event remains free to the public. I urge my colleagues to support this resolution. With that, I yield back.
Does anyone else wish to be heard on the bill? Ms. Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to strike the last word. I also am in support of this legislation. As you may know, the Soapbox Derby is held annually in Ohio's 13th Congressional District, and since 1933, we have been recognizing folks who have created ingenuity and have been a part of the birthplace of champions, and even including our ranking member who came in last. We are still thankful for your contributions to the Soapbox Derby. So with that, I ask all of my colleagues to support this legislation, and we look forward to welcoming all of those who compete here in Akron, Ohio, and Ohio's 13th Congressional District this year. Thank you, and I yield back.
Does anyone else wish to be heard? Seeing no further speakers, are there any amendments to House Concurrent Resolution 43? Hearing none, the question is now on the adoption and favorable reporting of House Concurrent Resolution 43. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it, and House Concurrent Resolution 43 is agreed to and offered favorably reported to the House. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. We'll now move to now going to move to H.R. 3372. So here's the way it's going to work. We've got to vote it for. It's one vote. So we'll start this process, and then we will recess. We'll get through this, and but I encourage everybody to get right back over here after the vote. Just go over and vote, and we'll recess early enough so we can get out where we got people with a lot of commitments tonight. And I never intended for this to go this long, but regardless, we will go ahead and get started. Our next item in consideration, H.R. 3372, I ask unanimous consent to discharge the Subcommittee on Highways and Transit from further consideration of H.R. 3372, and without objection, that is so ordered. I call up the bill for consideration without objection. The first reading of the bill is dispensed with. The bill is now considered as read and open for amendment at any point. With that, I recognize Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've talked a lot about supply chains today. I think we all realize the best way to improve the supply chain is to make more efficient use of the tools that we already have. So how do we make sure great drivers can do more? How do we make sure that trucks can do more? How do we make sure that we do more with the roads that we've got? That's what this bill would do. It really allows states to opt into a pilot program that would allow additional weight when they add a sixth axle. This does not make trucks longer. It does not make them taller. It does not make them wider. There may be some questions about, well, what's the impact of this additional weight and the additional axle? So let me be clear. Number one, it is safer. An extra axle gives you an extra set of brakes. You don't need to take my word for it. In 2015, USDOT came forward with an analysis that it does brake more quickly with the sixth axle and the additional weight. What about wear and tear? I would note that in Canada, their weight limit is 102,000 pounds. They have found that this does not have an undue impact on wear and tear. In Minnesota, they did an analysis that showed that wear and tear was 37% less when you add a sixth axle and additional weight. What about modal shift? I know a number of my friends with short lines have been concerned. Well, you don't need to take my word for it, but again, the US DOT has done an analysis, and they indicate that the total amount of modal shift is likely to be less than 0.5%. The last concern I've heard is, what about environmental impact? What we know is that there would be 21,400 fewer metric tons of CO2 emitted in a year if we go with additional weight and a sixth axle. That comes from the Rocky Mountain Institute. So what does this mean in real life? If you look at analysis by the dairy industry, they say that there would be 105,000 fewer truck trips in a year hauling cheese, hauling powder, hauling other dairy products if this was the law of the land. In the forest industry, it would be 1.4 million fewer truck trips a year. But I want to make it clear, we're not going to make anybody do anything. If this isn't good for your state, that is fine. Your state need not opt into this entirely voluntary pilot program. The question would be, do we want to allow other states like South Dakota to be able to avail themselves of this pilot project so we can get a better understanding of the impacts? We think it's better on safety, the environment. We think it's better on the supply chain. This pilot program makes sense. I will note to the members of the committee, we have been working closely with Ms. Davids on an amendment that she will be offering shortly. It is viewed, it is a friendly amendment. We think that it pulls together an even better coalition to pass this bill. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I would reserve.
Recognize Mr. Larson for 5 minutes.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I just want to say, appreciate all the hard work people are doing, not just this year, but in the 22 years I've been in Congress on this issue as well. And the same with the chair, has been here that long as well. I think more as we move forward in time, we are going to be faced with a very set of critical questions on truck weights as well, as we consider that trucks may be getting heavier, or the tractors may be getting heavier as they adopt electric vehicles, electric trucks, which are heavier than what we have now, which is going to take weight away from cargo. And we're going to be faced with some questions in the future about how best to balance this investment in electric truck drivetrains versus the weight limits that we have on roads. And I think that's a critical debate that we need to have. And we need to get everybody in and around the table to have this discussion over time to accommodate that. So I want to make that point because this is something that we'll be faced with in a different context, but faced with nonetheless. And that said, what I want to get to then is, what about this bill? Well, this bill doesn't consider that broader debate necessarily, and so I'm going to oppose the legislation that sets up this 10-year pilot project, though I do appreciate that the legislation would require these trucks to have additional axles and be subject to state permitting. Unfortunately, there are some downsides to the proposal. Heavier trucks having longer braking distances. It's arguable, with maybe arguing a bit with Mr. Johnson on that. Less stable. A few other things. A study in my state showed that 91,000-pound six-axle trucks had a crash rate which is higher than five-axle trucks. In 2021, as I noted on an earlier bill, nearly 6,000 people were killed in crashes involving large trucks. We need to ensure that safety is paramount in our decision-making, and we've heard messages from survivors of truck crashes and their families, as well as from local law enforcement who are tasked with keeping our roads safe. It's not the only concern. Obviously, the weight on bridges is important. According to the DOT, this legislation would cause an estimated 1,500 interstate bridges to be load posted. Compared that to 2019, when 35 bridges on the entire system were load posted. We've learned from local governments that 72,000 local bridges couldn't accommodate this weight. So we're talking about rerouting. I have rerouting issues in my district, especially through rural areas and smaller towns who are subject to some of the rerouting because of limitations on Interstate 90 in our state. So we've got this bill in and of itself. We have the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association testifying that 68% of their members felt heavier trucks would make it harder to recruit and retain drivers. So a lot of issues why I'm opposing this legislation. But I would say, just note, as we consider the other technologies that are coming into this industry, especially as it applies to how trucks are built, how what their propulsion systems are. Sorry, talking aviation here, aviation language. what makes them go. That is going to take weight from the trucks that would otherwise go to cargo, and we are going to be faced with some other sets of questions about weights of trucks and amount of cargo transported on those trucks. So I do not expect this pass. If it passes or doesn't pass, this will not be the last time we have this discussion. It may be in a very different context, but it is. But I will say to the safety advocates, to truckers, to shippers, it's one that we have to have, and folks are going to have to come around and sit around the table and stare at each other and help us come up with solutions on some very real challenges we're going to be facing in the future. So with that, I yield back.
Anyone else? Mr. Garamendi.
Would Mr. Johnson yield for a question?
Most assuredly.
Did you say that this bill is optional state by state?
Yes, sir. It creates a pilot program that states can opt into. If they choose not to, they are unaffected by this legislation.
Thank you.
Mr. Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm proud to support H.R. 3372, which was introduced by my colleague from South Dakota, Mr. Johnson, with bipartisan support. This bill directs the Department of Transportation to set up a 10-year voluntary pilot program that allows states to increase gross vehicle weight on their federal interstate highways up to 91,000 pounds using a 6-axle configuration. As we've noted a few times during today's markup, our nation's supply chain is currently experiencing a shortage of commercial vehicle drivers. Last year, the shortage of qualified drivers was estimated to be a near record high of 78,000. The American Trucking Association's forecast that shortage could grow to 160,000 in 2031. This voluntary program will help companies more efficiently move cargo with the drivers they already have. The bill would allow companies to use fewer trucks to move the same amount of goods, which is critical as the nation is still bearing the brunt of record high diesel prices. This more efficient movement of goods would help reduce emissions and congestion by reducing the number of trucks on the road. Let me again say this proposal is for a voluntary pilot program. If the state doesn't want to participate, they don't have to. By requiring trucks in the pilot program to use 6 axles, the commercial motor vehicles would be bridge formula compliant, which means they would meet the necessary weight per axle test to maintain safety. The federal gross vehicle weight limit was set at 80,000 pounds in 1982. While there has been some tinkering since that time, the federal gross vehicle weight limit has essentially remained the same. A lot has changed in the last 41 years. There have been massive improvements in the safety technology you'll find on trucks today, on cars, on roadways, and in driver training programs. Previously, DOT found that 91,000-pound 6-axle vehicles handle similarly to 80,000-pound trucks on 5 axles. However, to recommend any more changes to the federal gross weight limit, DOT stated that it would need more data. This bill helps provide that data. I urge support of the bill, and I yield back.
We're going to go, vote's been called. We're going to recess for, let's take us to get over and get back. 20 minutes? 30? Get over and get back. We're just going to recess for a short period of time.
serious this time. The committee will come to order. We are in debate on H.R. 3372. Are there any other members who wish to be recognized on H.R. 3372? Mr. Edwards.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate Congressman Johnson bringing this to us. When we look at what's happening right now and how our economy has been devastated through the pandemic, moving goods from one location to another has a significant role in the costs for consumers and for small businesses. I applaud Representative Johnson for bringing this to us because it seems to be a well thought out, common sense solution to a complex problem. No one particular solution is going to fix this. He's thought it out very well. It's voluntary for the states that want to participate. The braking distance seems to not be an issue with the sixth axle. It reduces emissions, and I know that it will reduce costs overall. So I will support this amendment, and I hope the rest of you will too.
Gentleman yields. Any other members wish to be recognized on H.R. 3372? Mr. Collins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When I take a look at anything out there, especially when we're making changes, I try to look at three different, especially in this particular arena. And I look at productivity, safety, and infrastructure. And so what I'd like to start out with is, first of all, safety. And I know my colleague on the other aisle said that he spouted off how many accidents trucks were involved with. Well, you know, the latest study that I looked at, which happened to have had AAA Foundation involved in that study, found that over 80% of the crashes out there where there was a commercial vehicle and a car involved, the car was at fault. So to just simply state that there were that many accidents with commercial vehicles out there is only half of the story. Speaking of safety, the trucks are able to hold that 90,000 pounds without a problem. They're already built for that. But in addition to that, back in 2010, I started buying equipment that had disc brakes on it. Those disc brakes allowed those trucks to stop almost 200 feet shorter going at 60 miles an hour. Since then, we've had lane mitigation, collision avoidance, which slows the trucks down if they come up on a slower vehicle, and rollover stability, which is why you rarely see a jackknife truck and trailer anymore. So the safety aspect is there. Then you move on to the productivity or the efficiency that Mr. Johnson was talking about. With this, you'll gain a 13 to almost 14% more productivity, which if you want to put that in other terms, if you see 8 trucks out there on the road today, and they're all hauling that 80,000 where they weigh out before they cube out, in other words, they still got room on the trailer, you could take one of those trucks off the road. And that's pretty clear to see. As far as infrastructure, you know, the interstate system was built for military equipment. And, you know, and I would just rest on the fact that seems like last Congress, you know, this Congress passed a $1.2 trillion infrastructure bill out there supposedly to take care of these roads and bridges out there. Now, I would argue against that a little bit, but they passed that money for that. So anyway, with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Mr. Carter, recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous, Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record these 2 letters in opposition from the Department of Transportation of Louisiana and Louisiana State Troopers Association to the instrument before us.
Without objection, so ordered. Does the gentleman yield? Thank you. Gentleman yields. Mr. Larson, ranking members asked for 10 seconds to speak out of order.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to assure your other side that when I spout off, you'll know it.
Okay. Thank the gentleman. Mr. Rouser is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to commend my friend Dusty Johnson for really what I think is a really good bill. I've listened to the other side and the arguments from the other side. I hear what they're saying. but it really doesn't compute with me, because when you add the extra axle, if you have any question about whether or not this is a good policy, when you add the extra axle, it ensures, if you believe it's not a good policy, it ensures that it's a good policy when you add that extra axle. If you do the math, 80,000 pounds divided by 5 axles is more than 91,000 pounds divided by 6 axles. Now, granted, you may not have quite as much weight on the front axle as you do on the others, et cetera. But the fact of the matter is, under current practice, these trucks are rerouted or are routed to the back roads, the towns, small towns in my district. These are roads that are very narrow. These are roads that are heavily traveled. These are roads that, quite frankly, these trucks really don't need to be on. They need to be on the interstate, even if it's 5 axles and not 6. But with 6, you've got a much, you got an exceptionally strong case here that this makes the trucks safer if you believe that they're not safe. It enables them to stop quicker if you're worried about that. It enables them to be much more productive in terms of moving more goods. So you should have fewer trucks on the road, not more trucks on the road. I really don't see a negative at all for all the above reasons. And so, Mr. Chairman, I urge support for the gentleman's bill. It's a good bill. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Mr. Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I too support Mr. Johnson's efforts here. One more axle equals one more set of brakes for that axle. We're talking about increased truck weight, but the increased truck weight will be distributed over all the axles, including the extra axle. So arguments, look, the only argument that I can see that has any merit is the one where the truck is sitting on a bridge independently, on the entire weight is on the bridge. I think that's a valid argument. The only way we're going to know is to deal with it and find out. And so I applaud the gentleman's effort. Let's not go blindly into the night. Let's not argue over things that are hypothetical. Let's figure it out and then move forward as informed individuals here. And so with that, I urge adoption and support. I think it's a good bill. I think it's well planned, well timed, and I yield the balance.
Gentleman yields. Mr. Ezell.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I too am in support of this bill, and having worked my entire career as a law enforcement officer, running up and down the highways and interstates, and seeing the improvement that we have seen with the trucks over the last several years. And I will say this again as a reminder, this is a pilot program that states can opt in or out. So I would say let's go forward with this. Let the states adopt it if that's what they want to do. And this will be a big boost for the trucking industry in my state. And as a career law enforcement officer, and I've seen both sides of this, and I've been on both sides of this, but I see this as a good bill, and I'm in full support.
Gentleman yields. Any member wish to be recognized? Further comment on H.R. 3372? Hearing none, the bill is now open to amendment. Are there any members that wish to make an amendment? Ms. Davids is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the table.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 3372, offered by Ms. Davids of Kansas, number 009.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Ms. Davids is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have to say this. Rarely have Mr. Perry and I agreed on things, but I'm going to quote you. Let's not go blindly into the night. So I support the principles of H.R. 3372 for a number of different reasons. One is, Ranking Member Larson mentioned this earlier, this is just the beginning of the conversations we're going to be having about weights as EVs start to come online more and more. And since the start of my time here in Congress, there has that conversation has been happening around an increase in the federal gross vehicle weight limit. And my central concern this entire time has been that we need data. And this bill recognizes that. You know, we've heard already from some of my colleagues about federal regulators indicating that they can't make determinations on the safety concerns around increased gross vehicle weight or the efficiency because we don't have any standard data sets at this point. So I do support a national pilot program to gather the data with the inclusion of the sixth axle and additional braking systems for trucks. I know that there are a lot of stakeholders who are coming together to try to figure out how to get to a yes on this. And then, of course, with USDOT setting goals and parameters around the pilot. Originally, this, as the bill stands now, it includes a 10-year timeline with the possibility for an extension for another 10 years. And with those timelines, I express concern that it fails to exist as a pilot, but rather would be something like a de facto increase in gross vehicle weight. And so we came together. I'm proposing an amendment that would reduce the length of the pilot program to 5 years with the option to extend the timeline by an additional 5 years. And that would also be at the discretion of the secretary, so that part remains the same. And then, you know, we can analyze the data that gets collected in order to determine what was successful and what deserves further extension or a possibility for remaining permanent. I completely agree with some of my colleagues here. What we're looking for are common sense compromises, ways to try to get to yes, and so I submit my amendment in that vein. Thank you, and I yield back.
Does any other member wish to be recognized on the amendment? Mr. Johnson.
I know sometimes people think this town is only about politics, but I really want to applaud a number of members on the other side of the aisle, Mr. Chairman, who were focused on policy. Ms. Davids did exactly what you're supposed to do. She raised this issue yesterday. She raised it again this morning. We talked about ways to solve it. She proposed something. I counter-proposed. She told us where she'd be comfortable. She drafted the language, and here we are. Ms. Skolton asked questions about the technical policies of the bill, and we got her some answers that I think made her more comfortable. I want to thank Ms. Davids and others in working hard to get to yes. This is an amendment that we view favorably, and I would ask people to vote yes on it.
Gentleman yields. Do any other members wish to be recognized? I'll recognize myself for 5 minutes. I support this amendment. I appreciate the gentlewoman's amendment. We look forward to working with her and accept the amendment. With that, I yield back. Are there any further speakers? I see none. The question is on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Are there any other amendments to H.R. 3372? Hearing none, the question is now on adoption and favorable reporting of H.R. 3372 as amended. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and H.R. 3372 as amended is agreed to and ordered favorably reported to the House. Mr. Ranking Member.
I'll ask for a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested as previously announced pursuant to Committee Rule 6F. Further proceedings on the question are postponed. Our next item for consideration is H.R. 2948, the CARS Act. I ask unanimous consent to discharge the Subcommittee on Highways and Transit from further consideration of H.R. 2948 without objection. So ordered. I now call up the bill for consideration. Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. The bill is now considered as read and open for amendment at any point. I recognize myself for 5 minutes for a statement. I'm proud to support H.R. 2948, which was introduced by my colleague from Texas, Mr. Gooden. This is a responsible, targeted bill. Stinger-steered automobile transporters are a special kind of equipment. They're designed to safely carry cars on the road. The bill before us would allow for a 10% truck weight increase for this specialty hauler from 80,000 pounds to 88,000 pounds. It's been over 40 years since truck weights were increased on the federal interstate system. The reality is that cars built today are heavier than cars from 40 years ago, yet the weight limit on automobile transporters has not been updated. In 2019, SUVs and pickups accounted for 70% of cars sold in the United States, which means when given the choice, consumers are choosing to buy these vehicles, which typically are heavier and larger. And frankly, assuming no other differences, a bigger, heavier vehicle provided better crash protection than a smaller, lighter one would. They ride higher on the road, are easier to get in and out of than smaller sedans, and are big enough for families to comfortably get to school, to soccer practices, to the store, to their vacations, what have you. So by keeping the overall vehicle limit on automobile transporters the same, current law makes it more expensive for constituents to purchase new vehicles, since instead of hauling 9 cars to the dealership in one trip, it takes 2 trips. Current law also means there's a greater number of trucks on the road, which results in greater truck-related emissions. Further, it requires more drivers to move the same amount of freight. Finally, I'd like to add that most Stinger-steered combination vehicles do not have a sleeper cab, which means that most trips tend to be under 300 miles. If a transporter is delivering to more than one location or carrying a mixed load, it will drop under the current gross vehicle weight limit of 80,000 pounds after it delivers 1 or 2 cars to a dealership. With that, I urge my colleagues to support this bill and yield back the balance of my time. Mr. Larson, ranking member, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the time, and I want to just go back to earlier comments I made about the issue, the broader issue of accommodating heavier trucks, heavier tractors, and that as it relates to weight on the road. A debate that we need to have, a debate we ought to have, and unfortunately, this particular bill doesn't get us there as well, requiring states to allow heavier trucks with a gross weight of 88,000 pounds on not just interstates, but on the broader network of federal aid primary highways within state borders. In this bill, there's a discussion about, in the debate, there's a discussion about trying to account for and accommodate for the transportation of heavier electric vehicles by auto haulers, and that's a very important point. As written, though, this is a far broader exemption. Electric vehicles are not mentioned in the text. The definition of vehicle configuration covered by the legislation also is not limited to auto haulers or transportation of automobiles. Indeed, electric vehicles are heavier than gas-powered cars, and recognize that Congress needs to have that serious discussion about truck weight regulations to accommodate these vehicles. And just everyone, we need to get ready for that broader conversation. But we haven't had that, either as in a roundtable, in briefings, or hearings on that particular topic. So for that reason, I hope we can oppose this. But the CARS Act also is not drafted, as drafted, is not an allowance, it's a mandate on states. And the bill preempts states' authorities to regulate their own roadways and block states from enacting or enforcing a law denying reasonable access to heavy vehicles, including on bridges. And as written, this bill would require all bridges on the interstate and national highway system to be load rated and, if necessary, posted for this newly legal loads. So there's a lot of legitimate issues that I would ask people to consider as we move forward on this bill. But I do think that we're looking at a bill that doesn't fully get to its as advertised status, but does bring up very critical issues that this committee needs to consider. Until then, I really would ask folks to oppose this legislation and yield back.
Mr. Gooden?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will say this is probably one of the simplest pieces of legislation this committee has heard. It is, in fact, very specific. It specifically says Stinger-steered combination automobile transporters. So we're talking about car carriers here. I was not very familiar with this concept before I got involved with this bill, but we're not talking about big trucks. We're talking about these, I wish I could pass the picture around. I'll try to hold it up. But we're talking about these auto carriers that go very short distances for the most part. These cars, they come in and they fill up the carrier, and they're overweight when they fill them up. I don't know how good your eyes are, if you guys can see from way over here, but it's these short haul carriers, and when they're full, they're over capacity by about 10%. And so what this bill does, it just says we're going to increase that overweight limit by 10%. States around the country, 41 out of 50 already are doing this. In Washington State, the limit is 105,000 pounds. We're just going up to 88,000. And the thinking is if we don't do this, then we're going to be continuing to send out trucks that are not fully loaded with cars. So we either increase the limit by just a little bit so the trucks can go full, or we're basically saying that we're okay with extra loads and more fuel being burned. The bridge formula is not changed at all. The axles, the additional axles in this truck make it absolutely compliant. From a safety perspective, we don't anticipate any changes from where we are already, and I would appreciate your consideration. We'll also mention the electric vehicle issue. This is not geared toward electric vehicles. This is geared toward vehicles in general, and vehicles are heavier than they used to be. So whether they're electric vehicles that are heavier or trucks or Suburbans that are heavier, all will benefit. And if you like electric vehicles, then you'll like this bill. If you hate electric vehicles, then you shouldn't have a problem with this bill. Everyone should be happy. Thank you. Yield back.
Anyone else wish to be heard on the bill? Hearing no one, we have amendments. Mr. Perry, you're recognized. Amendment number 178.
178, Mr. Chairman.
Offered. Yep. Okay. Please.
Amendment to H.R. 2948, offered by Mr. Perry, number 178.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Mr. Perry, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me just start out by saying I don't disagree with the intent of the maker of the bill or the bill generally, but this amendment ensures this weight variance created under this bill does not apply to automobile transporters carrying electric vehicles and hybrid vehicles. Now, some of you are going to gasp, but again, this amendment is about fairness. It's about fairness for those who actually pay into the Highway Trust Fund and ensuring we don't give them preferential treatment to the heavier vehicles that freeload off those who do not pay into the trust fund. The underlying bill allows for increased weights for auto transporters, and I agree with that. Well, this is a positive step. Its application to auto transporters carrying heavier electric vehicles and hybrid vehicles means that heavier trucks will be further degrading our nation's highway to carry cars that will not pay into the trust fund. Not adding an axle, just adding weight. Weight associated with batteries and heavy electric vehicles that don't pay into the trust fund. As a reminder, that trust fund that I'm talking about is in shambles and has been for over a decade. Since 2008, more than $155 billion in general fund diversions into the trust fund were necessary just to keep it afloat. Even with that money, the trust fund was set to become insolvent in 2022, with a projected shortfall of $190 billion by 2031, until the IAJA transferred another $118 billion. This massive influx of cash from our constituents brought the solvency of 2027 4 years away. That's it. As the Biden administration seeks to destroy the ability to drive for every American and forces electrification on those wealthy enough to afford it, the solvency of the trust fund will rapidly deteriorate. Hasn't been solved, hasn't even been addressed. Yet we're going to encourage, through this legislation, without this amendment, even more of them. We should not be facilitating the further degradation of our highways for the wealthy elite who do not pay into the system that we all sought to be on this committee so that we could solve, so we could have highways and a reasonable infrastructure in a 21st world and a first world country. And so with that, I urge adoption. I yield the balance.
Mr. Larson, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the interest of time, I'll be a briefer. I oppose the amendment offered by Mr. Perry. One of the arguments given to me to support this bill was the whole idea of being able to transport electric vehicles on auto haulers, and this amendment says, frankly, no, you can't do that at all. And it sounds like perhaps people are talking past each other on this debate. I just don't see where this makes sense. This particular amendment makes any sense at all to the underlying argument. That said, I'd ask folks to vote against it and yield back. Thanks.
Anyone else wish to? Mr. Garamendi.
Mr. Perry has raised a very, very important point. It's actually a side issue to the bill we have in front of us. But the Highway Trust Fund is now in trouble, as he said. It's going to be even more so. Mr. Perry and perhaps others want to stop the electrification of our automobile and truck fleet. I suspect they're not going to be successful at that because it is happening not only here but around the world for any number of reasons, and we won't go into climate change and other reasons. But this committee has, over the last decade, from time to time, looked at the crystal ball here and said, oh my, we've got a problem with the Highway Trust Fund. We have talked about vehicle miles driven as an alternative. We're going to have to consider that. So for the newbies here in this committee, be ready for it. It's coming much faster than many would like to consider, but the Highway Trust Fund is going to have to be, the funding for the Highway Trust Fund is going to have to be changed. Otherwise, it'll be a general taxation, which Mr. Perry correctly pointed out. I would prefer to see us continue the Highway Trust Fund being funded by those who are using the highways, and that's going to require a different mechanism. There are several ideas out there. The most current and most talked about is vehicle miles driven, subject and modified by the weight of the vehicle. With that, I yield back.
Anyone else wish to be heard on the amendment? Hearing no one, the question is on the amendment. Perry 178. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed signify by saying nay. The opinion of the chairs, the nays have it. The nays do have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Next, we have Mr. Menendez. Do you seek recognition? Offer your amendment.
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
Please designate the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 2948, offered by Mr. Menendez, number 006.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Mr. Menendez, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today, I am offering this amendment to H.R. 2948, the CARS Act, as I am concerned about the toll that the increased weight limit would have on our roads and bridges. Today, 1 in 3 U.S. bridges are considered to be in need of repair or replacement, and on a daily basis, there are 163 million crossings on bridges that are considered to be in poor condition. And while the bipartisan infrastructure law provides for critical investments in our infrastructure, we need to ensure that in the meantime, our roads and bridges are not put at risk by heavier trucks. Additionally, we must ensure that the safety of other drivers and pedestrians is kept in mind, as we know that the heavier a truck is, the potentially more dangerous it is in a car accident. That is why I am offering a common sense amendment that would address concerns with this bill in an appropriate manner. This amendment includes a trigger mechanism for the CARS Act that would require an assessment of our nation's bridges and infrastructures by DOT prior to the implementation of this act. I hope that my colleagues on both sides of the aisle can support this reasonable and essential amendment. I yield the remainder of my time.
Anyone else wish to be heard on the amendment? Go ahead. Mr. Larson.
Mr. Chairman, I support this amendment that Mr. Menendez is offering to require an assessment of how the underlying bill would affect the safety of our roads and bridges and the people traveling on roads and bridges before the provisions go into effect. Heavier trucks pose risks to structural integrity of our infrastructure, particularly our bridges. They're deadlier in a crash. In spite of these risks, the underlying bill overrides the ability of states to decide whether they want these heavier trucks on the roadways. I don't think we should move forward on this policy without the effect of, to let it go into effect without full information and getting a clear-eyed assessment of that, and I would urge a yes vote on Menendez's amendment. Yield back.
Mr. Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I oppose this amendment. We already have the federal bridge formula, and further study is not needed. As drafted, the amendment would ensure this study languishes in indefinite bureaucratic review, which is another reason I can't support it, and with that, I yield back.
Mr. Gooden.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just echo that this bill does not waive the federal bridge formula on gross or axle limits. And it's, I believe, 65 feet from front axle to the fifth axle, and these carrier trucks are within compliance for the current regulations. So I would urge opposition to the amendment as well, very respectfully. Thank you.
Mr. Mast.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wonder if the author would answer something. What would it have to, what kind of weights would it have to say for you to be in favor? Or what would it have to say for you to be opposed? What answers are you looking for?
Gentleman yield.
Yes, I yield.
So it's a two-part thing. One is seeing, ensuring the safety that the increased weight would have, ensuring that there's no safety concerns to other vehicles on the road as well as to pedestrians. And two is to understand what the additional weight would do to our bridges and infrastructure. So I don't have a set metric in mind, but I just want to, as we've talked about in the last two bills, have that additional information as we look moving forward to increasing weight, specifically with respect to this bill. But I think it would be important for all future conversations to have this additional data. I yield back.
And regaining my time. So what I gather is there's not a specific weight that you're looking for, something that you say this is outside of the parameters, this is inside of the parameters of safe. And I bring that up to say, you look at what real traffic looks like on the roadways and bridges specifically. Understand that there are traffic jams where you could have an entire bridge with vehicles on both sides lined up, literally just sitting there weighing it down. But it's not something that we necessarily talk about it as being the same kind of threat. And so the point I'm making is I think it's important to know what weight limits you're looking at for saying there is a threat that is posed or is a threat that is not posed, and I'm not hearing that out of this amendment, and I urge opposition.
Does anyone else wish to be heard on the amendment? Hearing no one, the question is on the amendment. Mr. Menendez, number 6. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed signify by saying nay. Nay. In the opinion of the chairs, the nays have it. The nays do have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Are there any other amendments on H.R. 2948? Hearing none, the question is now on adoption and favorable reporting of H.R. 2948 as amended. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and H.R. 2948 as amended is agreed to and favorably reported to the House. Without objection, the motion to, you want to?
I've asked for a recorded vote.
Recorded vote.
On the
Request a recorded vote is previously announced pursuant to Committee Rule 6F. For the proceedings on the question are postponed. All right, moving on. Next item for consideration is H.R. 3447. I'd ask unanimous consent to discharge the Subcommittee on Highways and Transit from further consideration of H.R. 3447, and without objection, that is so ordered. I now call up the bill for consideration. Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. The bill is now considered as read and open for amendment at any point. With that, Mr. Hoos? You recognize to offer the amendment?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead. You're recognized for 5 minutes on the bill.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hydrogen fuel cell long-haul trucks have the potential to diversify our energy use portfolio and improve air quality for communities throughout the country. With a range of up to 500 miles and refueling time of just 20 minutes, these vehicles are being embraced by businesses eager to move into the future. In my home state of Arizona, Nikola is readying its Trey FCEV serial production for the North American market for a late 2023 launch. Of course, these trucks are heavier than traditional diesel-powered trucks. Many alternative fuel vehicles are. That's why the FAST Act included a very modest weight exemption for natural gas vehicles to compensate for additional weight of its fuel systems and tanks. This helped level the playing field for these trucks. In 2019, the provision was expanded to include battery electric vehicles. My bill would take it one step further to add hydrogen fuel cell vehicles to the mix. It would ensure that these trucks have equal access to move freight through the federal interstate system that the other alternative fuel vehicles have currently. By simply adding hydrogen fuel cell vehicles to the current exemption, we can support the ongoing efforts to reduce pollution from the transportation sector, create safer driving environments, and keep America and our commercial vehicle fleets on the cutting edge of technology innovation. I urge my colleagues to support the bill, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Stanton. I recognize myself for 5 minutes to make a statement. And today we're considering, obviously, a variety of bills to enhance the supply chain. And it's important that as new technologies are developed by private companies, that we in Congress ensure a very level playing field for all those who compete. Hydrogen-powered commercial motor vehicles represent a viable option for the safe delivery and freight across our nation, and this bill would grant hydrogen-powered trucks the same flexibility provided to their natural gas-powered and electric-powered or electric battery counterparts, an additional 2,000-pound weight allowance. I actually sponsored the version of this for natural gas. It obviously took me years over the course of my tenure on this committee. I made sure that when we were working on this with natural gas, that those truck engines received a very similar allowance, and it did take years to get that done. With that, I want to thank Mr. Stanton for introducing the bill. I would urge support, and with that, I yield back and recognize Mr. Larson for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will just echo your comments about urgent support for this bill, and with that, yield back.
Anyone else wish to be heard on the bill? Seeing no one, are there any amendments to the bill? Mr. Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've got an amendment at the desk, number 177.
Clerk, please designate the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3447, offered by Mr. Perry, number 177.
The amendment will be considered as read without objection. And with that, Mr. Perry, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment strikes the underlying bill and inserts a repeal of the electric vehicle carve-out that allows electric vehicles that weigh up to 82,000 pounds on the interstate highway system. This amendment is not in opposition to increased truck weights, certainly not in opposition to hydrogen fuel. I wish we would let the market decide instead of having the federal government weigh in and force certain vehicles at the expense of other ones, but that's the way it is. This is an important step to prevent further degradation of our roads and bridges by vehicles that do not, I just say again, do not pay into the Highway Trust Fund. Not just because I say so. Congressional Budget Office says so as well, and they don't expect them ever to pay in. Allowing vehicles that do not pay into the trust fund to ride on our nation's highway at heavier weights than those that disproportionately pay into the trust fund is so backwards, it could only come out of Washington, D.C. The Highway Trust Fund, as I've said before, is in shambles and has been for over a decade, since 2008. Again, more than $155 billion in general fund diversions into the Highway Trust Fund were necessary just to keep the trust fund afloat. And even with that money, it's set to become insolvent it was set to become insolvent in 2022 with a projected shortfall of $190 billion by 2031 until the IAJA transferred another $118 billion. It's a massive influx of cash from our constituents that pushed back the inevitable insolvency to 2027, which is just 4 years away. Now, the administration seeks to destroy the ability to drive for every American and force electrification on those wealthy enough to afford it. The solvency of the trust fund, in the meantime, will rapidly deteriorate. I can't imagine why we want to make this special carve-out for these heavier vehicles that don't pay in. All I'm simply asking, look, they're going to be on the road, whether I agree with it or not, whether it's subsidized or not, that's another issue. But if they're going to be on the road, my goodness. I mean, we're every day we're telling everybody that this is the way it's going to be, and we're going to increase these vehicles that are on the road. And even if you don't like it, you're going to be forced to buy them because it's the only thing that's going to be available, yet they don't pay into the trust fund, and this is a transportation committee. I don't know if everybody's lost their mind or maybe it's just me. Anyhow, given these facts, it's just simply irresponsible to allow trucks that do not pay into the trust fund that exceed weight restrictions and further degrade the highways. I urge adoption of the amendment, and I yield the balance.
Mr. Larson. Mr. Stanton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate Congressman Perry's advocacy for full funding of the Highway Trust Fund. I look forward to working with him in the year's future to ensure that we have a fully funded highway trust fund. However, this particular amendment takes a significant step backward in our efforts to transition to and invest in more sustainable and energy-efficient trucking technologies. It eliminates the addition of hydrogen fuel cell vehicles to the current weight exemption, but also wipes out the exemption for battery electric trucks that's been in place since 2019. We need to be leveling the playing field for newer technology vehicles, not creating winners and losers. I urge a no vote on the amendment, and I yield back.
Any other members wish to be heard on the amendment? Mr. LaMalfa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm noticing an interesting pattern here that we can make exemptions for weight for politically correct vehicles that have an alternative fuel or electric, what have you. But like Mr. Johnson's there, I noticed it wasn't a unanimous vote to help on his bill, which had actually, with the additional axle, 6 axles, to increase to 91,000 pounds, you get less overall weight per axle and less truck trips because of a heavier load. I mean, my neighboring state of Oregon, I can go up there and see triples, trucks pulling triple trailers down the highway. I can see the fuel vehicles have trailers with extra axles so they can haul greater amounts but still have less footprint on the road with additional axles. So the committee probably isn't going to support Mr. Johnson's bill unanimously, but we're going to go in this direction if it's the politically correct type of alternative fuel or vehicle or whatever, in the several pieces of legislation here. That's all hunky-dory. And so is it really about additional weights are bad for the highways, or is it about a bigger political statement being made here? Because I don't see the consistency that when actually an additional amount of weight that is covered, the bases are covered by the number of axles, actually making the road, less weight on the road, less footprint. That was a great bill, but I don't think it's going to get unanimous votes here today. So it's kind of a curious thing I'm observing. I yield back.
Does anyone else wish to be heard on the amendment? I'll recognize myself for 5 minutes, and I agree with Mr. Stanton that we need parity. I obviously did the natural gas bill. I also agree with Mr. Perry that everyone should be paying in to the trust fund. I think that's a debate for another day. Unfortunately, it was not taken up in the infrastructure bill or the underlying surface transportation bill, which I wished it would have been, because I do think that everybody should be paying for the use of that system. Having said that, I do oppose the amendment because I think that's a debate for another day. And with that, the question is on the amendment. Mr. Perry, number 117. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed signify by saying nay.
Nay.
In the opinion of the chairs, the nays have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Are there any other amendments to H.R. 3447? Seeing none, the question is now on the adoption and favorable reporting of H.R. 3447. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. In H.R. 3447.
Mr. Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested, as previously announced, pursuant to Committee Rule 6F. Further proceedings on the question are postponed. Now we're on the last bill. Next item for consideration is H.R. 1796, the Disaster Survivors Fairness Act 2023, and I ask unanimous consent to discharge the Committee on Economic Development, Public Buildings, and Emergency Management from further consideration of H.R. 1796. Without objection, that is so ordered. I now call up for the bill for consideration. Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. The bill is now considered as read and open for amendment at any point. Ms. Titus, you're recognized to offer your amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll offer the amendment in the nature of a substitute. Do we have to call it up again, or?
Just offer it up. You have an amendment at the desk. Clerk designate it.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 1796, offered by Ms. Titus.
Without objection, the amendment in the nature of a substitute shall be considered as read and shall be considered as base text for the purposes of further amendment. I now recognize Ms. Titus for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As ranking member of the Subcommittee on Economic Development, Public Buildings, and Emergency Management, I strongly support this bill, the Disaster Survivors Fairness Act, which will simplify the process for seeking assistance following a major disaster. It'll expand communities' access to hazard mitigation assistance so they can build resiliency for the future, and it will save taxpayer dollars by ensuring FEMA resources are going to those who need it most. Last year, our subcommittee held an informal roundtable with stakeholders to identify post-disaster housing needs when it comes to emergency management. It's no surprise that climate change and the related severe weather events are changing the emergency management landscape. Today's disasters are more frequent, and they cause more damage, they have greater impacts on communities, and they require more time and money to recover. Therefore, it's imperative that FEMA cut the red tape within its assistance programs to deliver resources to individuals and communities in need and ensure we're being good stewards of taxpayer dollars. The legislation before you will do that. It will cut red tape by providing states with more flexibility to pursue post-disaster housing solutions that are most accommodating to their specific severe weather risk. We'll also deliver valuable resources to those in need more quickly by creating a universal application form for federal disaster assistance, thereby expanding eligibility for hazard mitigation assistance and providing oversight to ensure the majority of assistance isn't being awarded to wealthy homeowners while low-income areas are denied. Finally, as I said before, this legislation will save taxpayer dollars by putting people back in their homes quicker, thus reducing the need for costly FEMA sheltering. Who can forget the pictures of all those trailers following Katrina? I want to thank Mr. Graves of Louisiana for again partnering on this bill, as well as Chairman Perry for bringing it forward to this markup. It's common sense legislation, and I ask my colleagues to support it. Thank you. I yield back.
Before I recognize Ms. Gonzalez-Colon, make sure we let our members know that we're going to be voting right after this, we finish this bill. So we need to get to the floor. We're not going to wait. Ms. Gonzalez-Colon, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to express my full support for the amendment in the nature of the substitute to H.R. 1796, the Disaster Survivors Fairness Act. This legislation is a step towards updating disaster recovery procedures for our citizens who are impacted by natural disasters. During Puerto Rico's multiple disasters recovery over the past years, one of the biggest calls I have heard from the island residents is why can there be a simpler way to receive federal aid? This legislation will have FEMA work with other federal agencies towards a universal disaster assistance application and an online system so that different agencies in disaster recovery can share information to facilitate the processing of applications while also protecting the individual's information. Under this bill, there will be a requirement for transparency and security in reporting the application process. FEMA will be expected to publish information about the number of such applications, approvals, denials, and the reasons behind such denials. The General Accounting Office will be required to report on how to prevent identity theft and other unlawful activities in assistance applications. The President will be authorized to have FEMA provide direct assistance to individuals and families to reduce the need for long-term shelters or temporary housing and reimburse the state or local government for related expenses. It also allows individuals to qualify for hazard mitigation assistance after a major disaster, even if the home was not rendered completely uninhabitable, which will ensure the homeowner can build resiliency to future disasters. People in disaster-struck communities cannot wait long periods of time to know if they can count on the federal assistance to rebuild. This proposal will help make that wait shorter and have the assistance delivered more effectively. I encourage all my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Does anyone else wish to be heard? Mr. Carter.
Mr. Chairman, I urge support for disaster survivor Fairness Act to the committee for consideration with my colleagues, Congresswoman Titus and Congressmember Graves. This bill will require FEMA to establish and maintain a web-based interagency electronic information sharing system under the URL disasterassistance.gov. This site will facilitate a universal application for direct federal assistance to survivors of natural disasters. It will also allow the President to provide assistance for disaster-related housing needs for folks who have been displaced by disaster and for other measures like repairs and hazardous mitigation measures. This climate crisis has made natural disasters more prevalent, stronger, and larger in scope. In Louisiana, we know that disasters are when, not if. In the Gulf, we cannot escape this threat, but we can make measures to ensure that our recovery is just, equitable, and inclusive for those suffering. While we filed this bill last Congress in the wake of the devastation of Hurricane Ida, a storm that ravaged my district and so many others along the Gulf Coast and the Northeast, it was in the midst of the recovery that we formed the Bipartisan Disaster Preparedness and Recovery Caucus with the understanding that storms don't care about political party, color, or socioeconomic status. Our current disaster recovery system needs substantial reform. I am proud of the reform this caucus and once again commit to advocating for effective preparedness and recovery measures that best serve Americans and don't leave anyone behind. I urge you to vote yes on the Disaster Recovery Fairness Act. I yield back.
Does anyone else wish to be heard on the bill? Mr. Lamoffa, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of the bill as well, as we've seen that we have a variety of disasters that are presenting themselves in a more dramatic ways this year. I would mention the Camp Fire in Paradise, California of about 5 years ago, that indeed it was a little different avenue for FEMA to deal with, as rampant wildfire with massive loss of life hasn't been hasn't occurred nearly as often, of course, as what we've seen with hurricanes and floods and such. All are important, but I also, my hat's off to FEMA for adapting in that situation here, for the people that had great need after that Camp Fire in Paradise and the surrounding communities on housing and on cleanup. And so they did really good work in combining with the California Office of Emergency Services. But we also have to remember there's still real people in that gap when you have basically 30,000 people displaced because of a fire in that situation, and figuring out housing. A lot of folks found their own, but FEMA did indeed come in. Part of the issue is how quickly can it get done, and adapting to these different types of disasters and the needs on that. So indeed, this legislation helps with the flexibility for what's necessary to meet people's immediate needs in disaster, including, in this case, fire disaster that was of acute need right afterwards. And so I appreciate the good effort that was made, but given FEMA additional tools to be able to adapt even more quickly and help meet those immediate needs, as well as having no penalties on the other end, such as clawing back of some of the benefits or some of the aid that had gone out, and then we're even seeing a taxability aspect to some of these things that have cropped up as well. So I appreciate the bill and the effort here, so I yield back.
Does anyone else wish to be heard on the bill? Hearing no one. Are there any amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Mr. Garamendi, you have an amendment?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Please
Number
designate the
45.
amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 1796, offered by Mr. Garamendi, 045.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Mr. Garamendi, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The underlying bill is really very, very important and very necessary, and fully support it. There's an additional issue. Mr. Lamoffa was speaking around the edges of that issue, and that is the ability of a local agency, perhaps a state, but more than likely a city or a county, to be able to upfront pay for the major disaster recovery projects. In the case of Mr. Lamoffa's area, it's roads, infrastructure, and the like. The county simply doesn't have the upfront money to do it. A couple of years back, we initiated a program in which the money would be advanced by FEMA in exchange for the state, first the county or city, local agency, then the state submitting a binding cost estimate for the project. Seemed like a really, really good idea. However, it's not been used. And we raised the question as to why. The counties have not come in with a lot of money. The cities haven't, the special agencies have not. But for one reason or another, the FEMA program isn't working as intended. And I will tell you, this is continuing problem for the smaller cities, counties, and local agencies who simply don't have a stockpile of money to front the improvements under the program. So this directs the GAO to find out what's going on here. Why isn't this working, even though the problem remains? I can cite several counties that I used to represent and counties that I know of in California that would like to take advantage of this program, but for various reasons cannot. We need to know the reasons. We need to be able to modify the law if necessary. And with that, I would ask for support.
Thank you. I'd recognize myself for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment. I do support this amendment. Last Congress, we passed my Speed Recovery Act for small projects. And similarly, Section 428 was intended to speed up recovery of large projects. Yet FEMA seems to have made the process more complicated than it needs to be, and this amendment would assist in examining why that is occurring. And with that, I would yield back. Does anyone else wish to be heard on the amendment? Seeing no one, the question is on the amendment. Mr. Garamendi, number 8. Is it 45? 45. The question is on the amendment. Mr. Garamendi, number 45. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed signify by saying nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The amendment is agreed to. Are there any other amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Hearing none, the question is now on the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 1796 as amended. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed signify by saying nay. The ayes have it. The amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. The question is now on the adoption of and favorable reporting of H.R. 1796 as amended to the House of Representatives. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed signify by saying nay. The ayes have it. The bill as amended is agreed to and ordered reported favorably to the House. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. All right. The committee previously postponed proceedings, and we're going to start through that process. We have 4 or 5 votes. We will start with the previously postponed proceedings on H.R. 1500. The question is now on the amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 1500 previously postponed. First amendment to be amendments offered en bloc, amendments 171 and 172 offered by Mr. Perry to the amendment in the nature of a substitute. Which the recorded vote was ordered and which a recorded vote was not agreed to by, or voice vote was not agreed to. Is a recorded vote still requested?
Yes.
Yes. Recorded vote is still requested. The clerk shall call the roll. And again, this is Perry 171 and 172. Please call the roll.
Chairman Graves.
No.
Chairman Graves votes no. Ranking Member Larson.
No.
Ranking Member Larson votes no. Mr. Crawford. Mr. Crawford votes no. Ms. Norton.
No.
Ms. Norton votes no. Mr. Webster of Florida. Mr. Webster of Florida votes no. Mrs. Napolitano.
He voted yes.
My apologies. Mr. Webster of Florida votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano. Mr. Massey.
Yes.
Mr. Massey votes aye. Mr. Cohen. Mr. Perry. Mr. Perry votes aye. Mr. Garamendi. Mr. Garamendi votes no. Mr. Babin. Mr. Babin votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Georgia. Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no. Mr. Graves of Louisiana. Mr. Carson. Mr. Carson votes no. Mr. Rouser.
Aye.
Mr. Rouser votes aye. Ms. Titus. Ms. Titus votes no. Mr. Bost. Mr. Huffman. Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. LaMalfa.
LaMalfa, aye.
Mr. LaMalfa votes aye. Ms. Brownlee. Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Westerman. Mr. Westerman votes aye. Ms. Wilson of Florida. Mr. Mast. Mr. Mast votes aye. Mr. Payne. Mrs. Gonzalez-Colon. Mrs. Gonzalez-Colon votes no. Mr. DeSagne. Mr. Stauber. Mr. Stauber votes aye. Mr. Carbajal.
No.
Mr. Carbajal votes no. Mr. Burchett. Mr. Burchett votes aye. Mr. Stanton. No. Mr. Stanton votes no. Mr. Johnson of South Dakota. Mr. Johnson of South Dakota votes aye. Mr. Allred. Mr. Allred votes no. Mr. Van Drew. Ms. Davids of Kansas. Ms. Davids of Kansas votes no. Mr. Nels. Mr. Nels votes aye. Mr. Garcia of Illinois. Mr. Garcia of Illinois votes no. Mr. Gooden of Texas. Mr. Gooden of Texas votes aye. Mr. Pappas. Mr. Pappas votes no. Mr. Mann. Mr. Mann votes aye. Mr. Moulton. Mr. Moulton votes no. Mr. Owens. Mr. Owens votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss. No. Mr. Auchincloss votes no. Mr. Yakum.
No.
Mr. Yakum votes no. Ms. Strickland. Mrs. Chavez-DeRemer.
No.
Mrs. Chavez-DeRemer votes no. Mr. Carter of Louisiana.
No.
Mr. Carter of Louisiana votes no. Mr. Edwards.
No.
Mr. Edwards votes no. Mr. Ryan. No. Mr. Ryan votes no. Mr. Kane of New Jersey. Mr. Kane of New Jersey votes no. Mrs. Peltola. Mrs. Peltola votes no. Mr. D'Esposito. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Menendez votes no. Mr. Burleson. Mr. Burleson votes aye. Ms. Hoyle of Oregon. Ms. Hoyle of Oregon votes no. Mr. James. Mr. James votes no. Ms. Sykes. Ms. Sykes votes no. Mr. Van Orden. Mr. Van Orden votes aye. Ms. Skolton.
No.
Ms. Skolton votes no. Mr. Williams of New York. Mr. Williams of New York votes aye. Mrs. Fushi. Mrs. Fushi votes no. Mr. Molinaro. Mr. Molinaro votes no. Mr. Collins. Mr. Collins votes aye. Mr. Ezell. Mr. Ezell votes aye. Mr. Duarte. Mr. Duarte votes aye. Mr. Bean of Florida. Mr. Bean of Florida votes aye.
Since we had a few members come in and give just a little bit more time on this, go ahead and just read the absentees and allow them to vote. Read the absentees, allow them to vote.
Mrs. Napolitano. Mr. Cohen.
How am I recorded? You're not. Surprise, surprise. I'm going to vote no.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Graves of Louisiana. No. Mr. Graves of Louisiana votes no. Mr. Bost.
What is this, a yes?
Ms. Wilson of Florida. Ms. Wilson of Florida votes no. Mr. Payne. Mr. Payne votes no. Mr. Desaulniers. Mr. Van Drew. Mr. Van Drew votes aye. Mr. D'Esposito.
Does anybody else wish to be heard?
Mr. Desaulniers votes no.
Does anyone else wish to be heard that hasn't voted? Wish to be recorded? Hearing no one, please announce the vote.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 23 ayes and 38 noes.
I voted 23 ayes and 38 noes. The amendment is not agreed to. I do want to thank Mr. Graves today for, Mr. Graves, I do want to thank you for speaking on the correct amendment you brought up instead of the wrong amendment. So I thought that was very,
I've been practicing.
I thought that was very good. So the question is now on the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 1500 as amended. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying nay. The ayes appear to have it. The amendment in the nature of a substitute as amended is agreed to. The question is now on the adoption of and favorably reporting of H.R. 1500 as amended to the House of Representatives. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed signify by saying nay. The ayes appear to have it. The bill as amended is agreed to and ordered favorably reported to the House. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The committee previously postponed proceedings on H.R. 3372. The question is now on the adoption of and favorably reporting of H.R. 3372 as amended to the House of Representatives, was previously passed by a voice vote in which a roll call vote was requested. Is a recorded vote still requested? Recorded vote is still requested. Clerk, please call the roll.
Chairman Graves.
Aye.
Chairman Graves votes aye. Ranking Member Larson. No. Ranking Member Larson votes no. Mr. Crawford. Aye. Mr. Crawford votes aye. Ms. Norton.
No.
Ms. Norton votes no. Mr. Webster of Florida. Yay. Mr. Webster of Florida votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano. Mr. Massey.
Yes.
Mr. Massey votes aye. Mr. Cohen. Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Perry. Aye. Mr. Perry votes aye. Mr. Garamendi. Mr. Garamendi votes no. Mr. Babin. Mr. Babin votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Georgia. Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no. Mr. Graves of Louisiana. Mr. Carson. Mr. Carson votes no. Mr. Rouser.
Aye.
Mr. Rouser votes aye. Ms. Titus. Ms. Titus votes no. Mr. Bost. Mr. Huffman. Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. LaMalfa.
Aye.
Mr. LaMalfa votes aye. Ms. Brownlee. Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Westerman. Mr. Westerman votes aye. Ms. Wilson of Florida. Ms. Wilson of Florida votes no. Mr. Mast. Mr. Mast votes aye. Mr. Payne. Mr. Payne votes no. Mrs. Gonzalez-Colon. Mrs. Gonzalez-Colon votes aye. Mr. Desaulniers. Mr. Desaulniers votes no. Mr. Stauber. Mr. Stauber votes no. Mr. Carbajal. Mr. Carbajal votes no. Mr. Burchett. Mr. Burchett votes aye. Mr. Stanton? Mr. Stanton votes no. Mr. Johnson of South Dakota? Mr. Johnson of South Dakota votes aye. Mr. Allred? Mr. Allred votes aye. Mr. Van Drew? Mr. Van Drew votes aye. Ms. Davids of Kansas? Ms. Davids of Kansas votes aye. Mr. Nels? Mr. Garcia of Illinois? Mr. Garcia of Illinois votes no. Mr. Gooden of Texas? Mr. Gooden of Texas votes aye. Mr. Pappas? Mr. Pappas votes aye. Mr. Mann? Mr. Mann votes aye. Mr. Moulton? Mr. Moulton votes no. Mr. Owens? Mr. Owens votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss? Mr. Auchincloss votes no. Mr. Yakum?
Aye.
Mr. Yakum votes aye. Ms. Strickland? Mrs. Chavez-DeRemer?
No.
Mrs. Chavez-DeRemer votes no. Mr. Carter of Louisiana? Mr. Carter of Louisiana votes no. Mr. Edwards? Mr. Edwards votes aye. Mr. Ryan? Mr. Kane of New Jersey?
No.
Mr. Kane of New Jersey votes no. Mrs. Peltola? Mrs. Peltola votes aye. Mr. D'Esposito? Mr. Menendez? Mr. Menendez votes no. Mr. Burleson? Mr. Burleson votes aye. Ms. Hoyle of Oregon? Ms. Hoyle of Oregon votes no. Mr. James? Mr. James votes aye. Ms. Sykes?
Aye.
Ms. Sykes votes aye. Mr. Van Orden? Mr. Van Orden votes aye. Ms. Skolton?
Aye.
Ms. Skolton votes aye. Mr. Williams of New York? Mr. Williams of New York votes aye. Mrs. Fushi? Mrs. Fushi votes no. Mr. Molinaro? Mr. Collins? Mr. Collins votes aye. Mr. Ezell? Mr. Ezell votes aye. Mr. Duarte? Mr. Duarte votes aye. Mr. Bean of Florida? Mr. Bean of Florida votes aye.
All members wish to be recorded?
Oh, can I,
You haven't been?
how did I vote? Babin, right here. Am I recorded?
Mr. Babin is recorded as having voted aye.
No.
Mr. Babin votes no. Mr. Ryan has not been recorded. Mr. Ryan votes no.
Anybody else wish to be recorded?
Mr. Graves of Louisiana votes no.
Okay, all right. I'll, Babin again, move me back to a yes.
Mr. Babin votes aye.
Can I ask the clerk what the recorded vote is? What the totals
No,
are?
you can't, no.
Can't?
Miss- Anyone else wish to be recorded?
Mr. Nels votes no.
Anyone else wish to be recorded? Clerk, please report the vote.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 33 ayes and 27 noes.
I voted 33 ayes, 27 noes. The bill as amended is agreed to and ordered favorably reported to the House. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Committee previously postponed proceedings on H.R. 2948. The question is now on the adoption of and favorably reporting of 2948 to the House of Representatives, which previously passed by voice vote and which a roll call vote was requested. Is roll call vote still requested?
Yes.
Roll call vote is still requested. Clerk, please call the roll.
Chairman Graves.
Aye.
Chairman Graves votes aye. Ranking Member Larson. No. Ranking Member Larson votes no. Mr. Crawford. Mr. Crawford votes aye. Ms. Norton.
No.
Ms. Norton votes no. Mr. Webster of Florida. Mr. Webster of Florida votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano. Mr. Massey.
Yes.
Mr. Massey votes aye. Mr. Cohen. Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Perry. Mr. Perry votes no. Mr. Garamendi. Mr. Garamendi votes no. Mr. Babin. Mr. Babin votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Georgia. Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no. Mr. Graves of Louisiana. Mr. Carson. Mr. Carson votes no. Mr. Rouser. Ms. Titus. Ms. Titus votes no. Mr. Bost. Mr. Huffman. Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. LaMalfa.
Do we have votes on?
Mr. LaMalfa. Mr. LaMalfa votes no. Ms. Brownlee.
That didn't mean no, that mean I'm waiting.
Mr. LaMalfa has yet to vote. Mr. Westerman. Mr. Westerman votes aye. Ms. Wilson of Florida. Ms. Wilson of Florida votes no. Mr. Mast. Mr. Mast votes aye. Mr. Payne. Mr. Payne votes no. Mrs. Gonzalez-Colon. Mrs. Gonzalez-Colon votes aye. Mr. Desanye. Mr. Desanye votes no. Mr. Stauber. Mr. Stauber votes no. Mr. Carbajal. Mr. Carbajal votes no. Mr. Burchett. Mr. Stanton. Mr. Stanton votes no. Mr. Johnson of South Dakota. Mr. Allred. Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Johnson of South Dakota. Mr. Van Drew. Ms. Davids of Kansas. Ms. Davids of Kansas votes no. Mr. Nels. Mr. Nels votes aye. Mr. Garcia of Illinois. Mr. Garcia of Illinois votes no. Mr. Gooden of Texas. Mr. Gooden of Texas votes aye. Mr. Pappas. Mr. Pappas votes no. Mr. Mann. Mr. Mann votes aye. Mr. Moulton. Mr. Moulton votes no. Mr. Owens. Mr. Owens votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss. Mr. Auchincloss votes no. Mr. Yacom.
Aye.
Mr. Yacom votes aye. Ms. Strickland. Mrs. Chavez-DeRemer.
Aye.
Mrs. Chavez-DeRemer votes aye. Mr. Carter of Louisiana. Mr. Carter of Louisiana votes no. Mr. Edwards.
Aye.
Mr. Edwards votes aye. Mr. Ryan. Mr. Ryan votes no. Mr. Kane of New Jersey.
Yes.
Mr. Kane of New Jersey votes aye. Mrs. Peltola. Mrs. Peltola votes no. Mr. De-Esposito.
Aye.
Mr. De-Esposito votes aye. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Menendez votes no. Mr. Burleson. Mr. Burleson votes aye. Ms. Hoyle of Oregon. Ms. Hoyle of Oregon votes no. Mr. James. Mr. James votes aye. Ms. Sykes.
No.
Ms. Sykes votes no. Mr. Van Orden. Mr. Van Orden votes aye. Ms. Skolton.
No.
Ms. Skolton votes no. Mr. Williams of New York. Mr. Williams of New York votes aye. Mrs. Fushi. Mrs. Fushi votes no. Mr. Molinaro. Mr. Collins. Mr. Collins votes aye. Mr. Ezell. Mr. Ezell votes aye. Mr. Duarte. Mr. Duarte votes aye. Mr. Bean of Florida. Mr. Bean of Florida votes aye.
Mr. Chairman, how am I recorded, Mr. Perry?
Mr. Perry is recorded as no.
Mr. Perry will vote aye.
Mr. Perry votes aye. Mr. Van Drew votes no.
Mr. Chairman, Rouser votes aye.
Mr. Rouser votes aye. Mr. Van Drew votes aye.
Does anybody else wish to be recorded that hasn't been recorded?
Mr. Chairman, this was the one again on the super heavy cars being loaded on the truck train. Electric, okay, I'll vote aye.
Car transport.
Mr. LaMalfa votes aye. Mr. Burchett votes no.
Does anybody else wish to be recorded that hasn't been recorded? Hearing no one, clerk announce the vote.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 30 ayes and 29 noes.
Wow. The bill is agreed to and ordered favorably reported to the House by a vote of 30 ayes, 29 noes. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. All right, last one. The committee previously postponed proceedings on H.R. 3447. Committee previously postponed proceedings on H.R. 3447. The question is now on the adoption of and favorably reporting of H.R. 3447 to the House of Representatives, which previously passed by a voice vote in which a recorded vote was requested. Is a recorded vote still requested? Is a recorded vote still requested?
Mr. Perry says yes. Mr. Perry says yes.
Yes, recorded vote is requested. Please call the roll.
Chairman Graves.
Aye.
Chairman Graves votes aye. Ranking Member Larson.
Aye.
Ranking Member Larson votes aye. Mr. Crawford. Mr. Crawford votes aye. Ms. Norton.
No.
Ms. Norton votes no. Mr. Webster of Florida. Mr. Webster of Florida votes aye. Ms. Napolitano. Mr. Massey.
Nay.
Mr. Massey votes no. Mr. Cohen. Mr. Perry. Mr. Perry votes no. Mr. Garamendi. Mr. Garamendi votes aye. Mr. Babin. Mr. Babin votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Georgia.
Is this on Titus?
Hydrogen.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes aye.
Hey,
Mr. Graves of Louisiana. Mr. Carson. Mr. Carson votes aye. Mr. Rouser.
Aye.
Mr. Rouser votes aye. Ms. Titus. Ms. Titus votes aye. Mr. Bost.
Aye.
Mr. Bost votes aye. Mr. Huffman. Mr. Huffman votes aye. Mr. LaMalfa. Mr. LaMalfa votes aye. Ms. Brownlee. Mr. Westerman. Mr. Westerman votes aye. Ms. Wilson of Florida. Ms. Wilson of Florida votes aye. Mr. Mast. Mr. Mast votes aye. Mr. Payne. Mr. Payne votes aye. Mrs. Gonzalez-Colon. Mrs. Gonzalez-Colon votes aye. Mr. DeSagne. Mr. DeSagne votes aye. Mr. Stauber. Mr. Stauber votes aye. Mr. Carbajal. Mr. Carbajal votes aye. Mr. Burchett. Mr. Burchett votes no. Mr. Stanton. Mr. Stanton votes aye. Mr. Johnson of South Dakota. Mr. Johnson of South Dakota votes aye. Mr. Allred. Mr. Allred votes aye. Mr. Van Drew. Mr. Van Drew votes aye. Ms. Davids of Kansas. Ms. Davids of Kansas votes aye. Mr. Nels. Mr. Garcia of Illinois. Mr. Garcia of Illinois votes aye. Mr. Gooden of Texas. Mr. Gooden of Texas votes aye. Mr. Pappas. Mr. Pappas votes aye. Mr. Mann. Mr. Mann votes aye. Mr. Moulton. Mr. Moulton votes aye. Mr. Owens. Mr. Owens votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss. Mr. Auchincloss votes aye. Mr. Yocum.
Aye.
Mr. Yocum votes aye. Ms. Strickland. Mrs. Chavez-DeRemer.
Aye.
Mrs. Chavez-DeRemer votes aye. Mr. Carter of Louisiana. Mr. Carter of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards votes aye. Mr. Ryan. Mr. Ryan votes aye. Mr. Kane of New Jersey.
Yes.
Mr. Kane of New Jersey votes aye. Mrs. Peltola. Mrs. Peltola votes aye. Mr. D'Esposito.
Aye.
Mr. D'Esposito votes aye. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Menendez votes aye. Mr. Burleson. Mr. Burleson votes aye. Ms. Hoyle of Oregon. Ms. Hoyle of Oregon votes aye. Mr. James. Mr. James votes aye. Ms. Sykes. Ms. Sykes votes aye. Mr. Van Orden. Mr. Van Orden votes aye. Ms. Skolton.
Yes.
Ms. Skolton votes aye. Mr. Williams of New York. Mr. Williams of New York votes aye. Mrs. Fushi. Mrs. Fushi votes aye. Mr. Molinaro. Mr. Molinaro votes aye. Mr. Collins. Mr. Collins votes aye. Mr. Ezell. Mr. Ezell votes aye. Mr. Duarte. Mr. Duarte votes aye. And Mr. Bean of Florida. Mr. Bean of Florida votes aye.
Webster votes nay.
Mr. Webster votes no.
Mr. Cohen?
Mr. Cohen votes aye.
Anyone else wish to be recorded that isn't recorded? Hearing no one, report the vote.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 55 ayes and 5 noes.
A vote of 55 ayes and 5 noes, the bill is agreed to and ordered favorably reported to the House. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Thank you, everyone, for participating in today's markup. I'd ask unanimous consent that each measure offered reported today will be reported as a single amendment in the nature of a substitute, incorporating any amendments adopted without objection that is so ordered. I'd ask unanimous consent that the staff be authorized to make all necessary technical, clarifying, and conforming changes to each of the measures ordered and reported today to reflect the actions of the committee without objection as so ordered pursuant to House Rule 22. Clause 1, I'd ask unanimous consent that the chairman or his designee be authorized to offer such motions as may be necessary in the House to go to conference with the Senate on the legislation adopted today or any similar measure without objection so ordered. I'd ask unanimous consent that the chairman, after consultation with the ranking member, have authority to strike or revise any provision of the measures ordered reported today that would cause any sequential referral to another committee or would cause the bill to be subject to the Budget Act or Rule 21, cut-go point of order, and without objection so ordered pursuant to House Rule 11, Clause 2L. I ask unanimous consent that all members of the committee have at least 2 calendar days in which to file a supplemental, minority, additional, or dissenting views on the legislation adopted today without objection so ordered. Pursuant to Rule 6 of the Rules Committee on Transportation Infrastructure, I note the presence of a quorum for all actions taken committee business today. And with that, the Transportation Infrastructure has...
Just one quick note.
I recognize Mr. Larson.
Just, Mr. Chair, it's been a long day. You did a great job. I just wanted to, on behalf of the this side of the aisle, congratulate you on getting us through this in many ways, a very bipartisan day, and we really appreciate that. And if anyone needs the taste of this markup out of their mouth, Sesame Street has a reception downstairs at the Rayburn Cafeteria, and I encourage everyone to go get your pictures with Elmo. With that, I yield back.
Thank you. And with that, the Committee on Transportation Infrastructure has completed its business, and the committee is adjourned.